Sorry, the other one froze, guys. Redoing the live stream. Reconnected. I actually erased. Hey, what's up, guys? I erased the other live stream that froze up for some reason. So we'll just start anew. If anybody wants to ask the same questions I already answered, that's fine, in case you want them on recording here. But anyway, let's just go from there. I'm here for you guys, eating my awesome fermented sun-roasted cacao, which is potent. I can feel it already. How's it going? So ask me any questions, guys, I can be helpful with. I'll try to catch. Well, I'll just trust the great spirit, the force, the source, the creator, the almighty, to help me catch some good ones and make a positive difference, because that's what I'm here for. I want to be of support to everyone the most I can. One thing, though, that got erased on the old one, I just want to throw this out real quick for everybody. Those of you switching to a vegan or vegetarian diet and being merciful to living things, if you run into health challenges or imbalances or deficiencies or anything weird, please ask me lots of good questions in the threads on this channel under the videos, so I can help you troubleshoot it and help you do it right. Plant-based diet done right is far superior. Plant-based diet done wrong makes a bad name for it. And I want to be supportive to everybody. So always feel free to ask good questions on the threads on this channel, and then I can answer them, help troubleshoot, and then other people can come across those comments and troubleshoot some of their own issues. And it's just a way to be supportive to that cause. Do I miss a certain infrastructure level of comfort being off grid for that long, or do you choose that chapter for good? It's actually much more comfortable being here, much more. When you know what this is like, this kind of peace and harmony and beauty, and you do know what you're doing and you can live well here, you go back into society even to go through a few processes, and it's so draining and frustrating, and it reminds you of the hellish trap you used to live in, and the stark contrast is ridiculous. So no, I don't miss infrastructure. I was not addicted to any of those things anyway. I mean, there's a few things that are nice about society that are made more convenient, but there's not a lot I need from it at all. So no, it's much more comfortable to be in the harmony of nature and family, good neighbors and friends, and just beauty and no structure of the beast really present whatsoever. If God knew we were going to sin, why did he make us? Well, I'd say the infinite source created us all from himself in order that we grow in consciousness and become great companions. Because what's the point of being infinitely awesome in everything but being all alone for all of eternity? So from yourself, you make companions and you let them grow and learn. And like the ultimate father-mother figure, you teach them through light and dark, whatever they need to know along the way, but you never take away their free will, because then you wouldn't end up with any companions. You have to let people learn things and grow into things as they do based on their own decisions, which is an infinite quest, which I find awesome. I eat eggs sometimes. I haven't eaten any in I don't know how many months, but I call myself vegetarian, even if I eat vegan a lot of the time. I call myself vegetarian because, man, high quality duck or chicken egg yolk, for example, it's just a real powerhouse. And if I feel a craving or see a need for it, I'll shoot some of those. I don't have rules against it. And we have really happy, healthy animals that we thrive. And it's all good, It's like a positive co-creation with us and the animals, the way we live here. So I don't live alone. Are you talking about like Sexual fasting on that question? I missed your name. Honestly, it kind of depends on who you're married to, and if both of your interests would be interested in doing something like that at the same time. It's not a necessity, and it's not like you're missing out if you don't do it. But if both parties are interested in trying something like that, then nobody's feelings have to be hurt, because then it's an agreement. It could be a positive thing. Thank you, Georgie. God bless you, friend. Much love. For tendon injuries with the magnesium chloride, where the injuries are, you should probably coat your whole body as much as your skin as possible if you're making a magnesium oil. But where the injuries are, you can coat it, let it dry, and then wash it off. Like, at least take a wet rag and scrub the area so you can unblock the pores again and get the skin ready. And then you can do it again. You could do it 3 to 5 times a day or whatever you want, at least once a day, but nothing wrong with doing it more times per day. The more infusions of magnesium will speed up the regeneration of cartilage and whatever's injured. How's life? Life is good. Life is amazing. It's very challenging at times, but it's amazing. It's for a good cause. So thanks for asking, and much love, my friend. You're very welcome for the live streams, friend. I'm thankful I get to have this time on my rest day, and just share value, whatever I can, with all my friends out there. That's you guys. You guys are amazing. I don't even notice the trolls that come on here. I just don't pay any attention or feed it. I just see like amazing comments showing amazing interest in amazing topics that are super valuable. And it's really inspiring for me and humbling. I'm not quite sure what it took in the world to finally awaken this in humanity, but I can tell you guys what, the world is a lot different, and there's a lot more interest in the things that really matter than there was like 5 to 10 years ago. A lot more. So as much as evil is acting up and showing its ass, for lack of better terms, it's like bringing more consciousness online in people somehow. So I'm really inspired and humbled by you guys too. I don't know about any of those things. Artichoke and canto, artichoke and yeah. I don't know about those things. If they're drugs, I wouldn't use them. I don't use anything from the beast system, because nature always has far superior things with no negative consequences, only positive. But you're not supposed to know about that. Mankind has been separated from real medicine and real healing. But it's there, and if you go looking, you can find it. Bloodroot, that's how I removed all my moles. I got a video, check out. Sunblock is toxic. Here's a better alternative. I think that's what I called the video. But in the info box under that video, there's some useful links about bloodroot, okay? That video is on the health playlist, health topics playlist. Could God make a world that's all good and no evil, but still have free will? Well, sure. But it wouldn't be humans with our limited consciousness. It would be something else. There are places like that, heavenly realms, Sure, God's all powerful. Don't let the church confuse you with their hideous, ridiculous excuse for a God they've cooked up. That's not God. God isn't a fool like God's been depicted and befouled by human beings for thousands of years now. You're talking about something infinitely intelligent, infinitely caring, all powerful, all knowing, always was, always will be, and unperceivable to the human limits of consciousness. You can align somewhat with God's nature. You can expand your consciousness to know God more. And that's really what it's about, our existence. But man trying to define something infinite is an automatic fail. So it's ridiculous, you know. Bulking shakes as a 16-year-old. As far as good food combos, well, if you're like a hard gainer and you want high calorie stuff, it's okay to mix protein and fat. So I would just keep protein and fat separate from the carb based meals. So you could have like a protein powder and a healthy oil, you know, like if you could get your hands on, you know, non-GMO, actual organic, say olive oil, you could just pour some in there. Olive oil, the real stuff, is healthy when eaten raw. It's not healthy when cooked, despite what people think. So that'd be a nice bulker if you're a hard gainer, you know, just as an example. So protein fat meals, and then keep them separate from high carb meals. Okay. Um, fat's the biggest bulker. If you're just trying to like gain mass, choose a healthy fat, a healthy oil that's good for your cell membranes, and go ahead and have some protein fat drinks throughout the day until you feel like you're bulking enough, you know. Religions are man. They're man-made. They're man-made agendas. You know, it's religions are like governments. And they are governments, you know, they're all tied together. If you guys don't think the Vatican still sits in the Illuminati seat running massive amounts of what goes on in this world, I don't know what to tell you. It's the dragon whose head was cut off, but it just grew back later. It's the beast. It's all the beast. How do you get salt in the jungle? Well, you don't get like sea salt in the jungle, but remember, all real plants grown in real soil have all the same minerals in them that salt does. You know, plants have sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and then all the trace minerals too. So you're getting all the same things, just not in the form of, you know, that gritty stuff we call salt. Cannabis, it totally depends on the person. You know, in my observation, and I've had a lot of observation with this, I'd say most people are probably better off without it, at least most of the time. And then there's a smaller percentage of people that generally do benefit from it. Okay. Especially ADHD, in my experience, it helps. It can really make a person with ADHD who's going too fast all the time mentally, it can actually help you slow down enough to really connect some dots you never connected before and realize how brilliant you actually are, but you just had to slow down to see it. Dizziness like that, Magnusio, there's some different potential ways that could be forming, but look into Ayurveda. See what Ayurveda has to say about frequent dizziness, and start adjusting your doshas with lifestyle, food, and supplement changes. I don't know if you know about the word Ayurveda. It's Ayurveda. It's an amazing system of rebalancing energies. I'm pretty sure they'd have plenty to say about frequent dizziness. And that'd give you somewhere to start making progress for sure. Sort of YouTube videos do I watch? Sometimes I visit my friends' channels, you know. Sometimes I get something specific I need, like about a certain plant I'm considering growing. Like I'll click on somebody's short video, not the long-winded ones, but like a short video on how to grow this, what the growth conditions are. You know, give me a few tips about how to get this tree started or this plant started to speed it up. Or, you know, something else specific like a car repair, like on a vehicle I have. You know, I'll watch a mechanic do it so I know what I'm getting into. So when it's something specific like that, I'll look it up, or my friends' videos here and there when I have time, and other YouTubers I know. who have a channel. I'll check out their stuff here and there. Certain music that I like, I find on people's YouTube channels, but that's about it. I don't really have time to browse YouTube or any social media. My social media time is this. It's creating, it's giving. And there's not a lot out there worth consuming unless you specifically know what you're going for and you know how to specifically find it. And it's not a bunch of nonsense and long-winded, pretentious noise for clicks and views, but somebody will just give you the actual information you came for. I'll put a like on a video like that. But if I click on a video where the content I'm looking for takes about 30 seconds to explain, and I got to scroll through 42 minutes of somebody talking about themselves, I'm not interested, because time matters when you manage time well, like a resource. Yep. Ginger tea can help with that dizziness. I thought about mentioning that. Thank you, Adam Green. So to whoever posted the dizziness question, look into ginger and start, because ginger is good for you anyway. It's good for your whole body vitality. So get into ginger. Get into organic ginger consumption. It's bound to help. And it's bound to help your body in a variety of ways. But look into Ayurveda also. Yeah. I'd agree with that, Johnny. Of course. What kind of a light would you be, and how could you expand as a light if there wasn't darkness around you so your light could even be seen? Without darkness, there is no light, right? Because if a light is in the presence of an infinitely bigger light, it won't even know it exists. It'll be like a drop in the ocean, right? But when it comes into a dark place, it can see how bright of a light and how big of a light it is, and it can work on becoming even bigger and brighter and illuminating more of what's in that darkness. So it's a great metaphor for our opportunity here. Discipline fused without letting it go out. Well, it's funny. I come from the opposite side of being a workaholic. I grew up around workaholics. I picked up those values. And I would personally say I don't resent that. I'd rather be a workaholic than a lazy, unmotivated person. And I don't mean to use labels here. A lot of times people just, what I think a lot of it is, the apathy in the world is just the philosophy of life people has them feeling defeated and like everything's pointless. I get out of bed with so much energy for all the productive visions of things I'm working on that have value, and I know they do. So my spirit is involved, and my spirit has mastery over my mind. It's the boss, and it tells my mind what to tell the body to do. And while my mind's busy doing 500 different things, it does have to listen to my spirit. So it's like, today, we're going to do this workout. We're going to clear some jungle here. We're going to drag all this dirt from here to there. We're going to do whatever, And I enjoy the challenge, and I enjoy the vitality of mind and body it takes to build up to a higher and higher threshold of what you can do productively. But if you're in an environment where everything you do feels futile, or even worse, like you're serving negative purposes you don't want to serve, it's very, very hard not to feel drained all the time. So I would say you have to find things that you have an authentic passion for. You have to rediscover your inner child that you lost track of in this world, and honor your inner child the way the world won't, and find something that is real for you and your inner child, and start putting energy and focus and intention and creativity into that. And you'll find that at least in that area of your life, you can start manifesting energy. And then you start kind of learning how a human can be a wellspring of energy, or a wellspring of just, corpse-like defeated nothingness, based on what is your sense of purpose and how strong is it. It is possible, Georgie. Yeah, that's one way. Although I won't say that any of us have had near as big an impact as him. But unfortunately, it's the Roman Empire responsible for most of his impact, which has tainted the whole thing into a mess. Pretty crazy how life works. Overactive lats, you need to stretch them more, my friend. You need to like hang. You could get those hooks they use for weightlifting. You tie them on your wrist, and it's like a metal hook. You could just hang daily on like a pull-up bar as long as you can stand it to start stretching and lengthening your lats. If they're too tight, you got to stretch them out and loosen them, lengthen them. With a biofilm gut cleanse versus, like how to fit in a meal plan or whatever, there's a lot of ways it could be done. I mean, the way I usually do things is I do all my cleansing stuff in the early part of the day so that in the later part of the day, I can do my consuming type stuff. So if you're willing or capable of intermittent fasting or something similar, you could spend your first half of the day or less than that, however much time you need, doing all the cleansing protocol. And then the later part of the day, you could just, eat healthy meals. That's kind of how I like to simplify stuff like that. I would not put lard on my head. I don't want dead animal fat in my pores. Of course, I don't do anything to support killing animals anyway. I'm not saying it wouldn't work because I know emu oil worked a long time ago when I used it. It helped. I don't know about lard. It seems like you're just putting grease and cholesterol in your pores, but maybe that works. It's just not something I would endorse because there's healthy plant oils that I know do it well. They don't require slaughter and suffering and misery. So to me, there's just better alternatives. Much love to you too. Edward. I'm sorry if my accent's cheesy, but I like your name. Do you read books? I reference herbal books, wild edibles. I read the un-Roman edited older texts about Yeshua and his followers. I read those. That's about all I've read, and technical information here and there, like I say, about a vehicle repair or a bit of, food forest creation. But I don't read entire books on those things. I look up something specific. So there was a time when I was much younger, I read a lot of books, but I'm in the doing stage of my life now, because if you never come out of the reading, thinking, planning, you end up just mentally masturbating your life away, you're in an information age where people are inundated with infinite amounts of information. Most of it's not productive or helping them. So you have to become you have to have a lot of discernment as to what is worth your time to read and take in and how you're going to use it. Because if you're not going to really use it and apply it, what is the point? Because there's not going to be enough time in your life or time in your day to do all the things the slave system tells you to do, plus read a bunch of stuff and then actually do anything with it, So for time management reasons, in the past, I read thousands and thousands of hours of research papers and all kinds of stuff and parts of different books. But now I mostly use what I put together out of those things. And I just look up specific things here and there when I know I could see somebody else, how they did this, get a few ideas and get well on my way and not have to make all my own mistakes with a certain project. Sometimes I'll look up something specific like that to help me get a better start at something that I haven't done before. Am I Ken from Street Fighter? Well, he's my favorite tune, and I'm pretty good with him, so we might be related distantly or something. I would eat bananas and dates together. That sounds like a good fruit combination. I missed most of your question, though. What did I do in my 20s? Geez. I went to a tech school. I made some mistakes with females, drugs and alcohol. I studied the Bible. I worked various jobs. I worked out really hard. I got into boxing, did a bunch of underground boxing. What else did I do in my 20s? I did a lot of things. I volunteered at a place with lions, tigers, and bears. I got to wrestle with them, play with them, clean up after them. Never got hurt. Everybody else there got hurt. My connection with animals, it was a manifestation of a dream come true. What else happened in my 20s? I met my wife, age 25, and then things started to change for the better. We started building a life together. We got married when I don't remember now. 28 maybe. Yeah. Um, late 20s, got into cage fighting. Not going to talk about it. Done a lot of interesting stuff, guys. But I don't really want to talk about me that much. That's the other thing. Like, I don't appreciate all these YouTube channels where people just blather on about their own life. It's like, why do I want to click on something and listen to some individual rattle on about their life when I have things to do and I need to be making my life work? So I am here to give value to help you with your life, not to tell long, impressive stories that sound like I made them up about my own life, you know? That's not the vision for this channel. I don't use shampoo. My wife makes something, she'll post it on the other channel one of these days, and I use it occasionally. Usually I just wash my hair out with water if I wash it at all. I don't use deodorant because there's no smell anymore. There hasn't been for years. When you get your system clean enough, you don't have the smell of like rotting death coming out of your pores anymore, unless you're going through a detox. I do skin brushing, dry skin brushing sometimes when my skin feels dirty instinctively, and that strips it down to a cleaner layer. And I oil pull with castor oil, organic castor oil. That's how I clean my mouth instead of brushing. I don't do bulking, so I'm not going to do videos about it. It just shortens your life, and it's just a sloppy, greedy. There's just nothing about it I really agree with. Done it in the past, but wish I didn't, to be honest. Anything I learned from my life stories, my friend, I'm applying here and more, okay? I'm just giving you the value, not the long-winded entertainment value, but the value of important things gleaned through many, many different types of experiences and observations in a condensed, simplified way that you can just start using in your own life as soon as possible if you're open to it, you know? Yeah, I've done raw vegan diets. Yeah. I just found it too limiting overall for the long term because in the plant kingdom, you know, if you look into Ayurveda or traditional Chinese medicine, for example, you start to understand that, yeah, raw has a lot of values for certain things, but, you know, cooking, various methods of cooking, um, certain plant foods enhances other values that they have. So I just don't limit things that much. I'm not interested in taking a holistic pie and cutting one piece of it and just being the piece. I'm always interested in the bigger picture, not how much I can make it smaller and divide it. Yeah, you can get your joints resilient enough that you can resist. Like I can resist an arm bar because my biceps and tendons are so strong. Even somebody, you know, heavyweight, I can survive it and just resist it and hold against it without something tearing. But in jujitsu, there's always angles where the whole point of it is to put massive body parts against tiny ones. So no matter how resilient your joints are, if you get in the wrong position, somebody knows what they're doing, they're going to tear something off. So yes and no, up to a certain point, you could say. One step at a time, True North, one step at a time. You need to be able to form the vision of what it is you're trying to get to, and then look at how every piece of how I get from here to there and form a plan of action. And don't be overwhelmed. Do what you need to do each day instead of looking at the totality. Because if you look at the totality of the project, when your nervous system's not at 100% on a given day, when you're feeling a little down, it's going to crush you. But if you look at, okay, these are the things I know I need to be doing to get there. Let me just make progress on some of these things today, because progress is progress. And if I'm progressing, I'll get from A to B, you know? I don't have a video on stretching, no. I'm not a stretch master. I mean, I do a little minimal stretching, like I'll twist my spine each way, usually each day. Kind of lean this way, lean that way, stretch my sides a bit. Sometimes I'll stretch like my hip flexors if they feel tight and I think of it. I do stretch muscles when they're pumped, you know, so like I'll stretch quads when I just trained hamstrings, when I just stretched hamstrings. I'll stretch calves at the end of calf. I'll stretch biceps when I just trained biceps. So I get a little stretching in, but I do it when the muscles pump so that I can actually put some extra force into the fascia with a pumped volumized muscle and actually loosen up the fascia a little bit. I consider pumped as your best time to do a stretch if you want to actually make a difference on your range of motion. But I also don't want to overdo it because overly flexible people, not that I would ever be overly flexible. I'm not a particularly flexible person, but there is such a thing as being too flexible where things dislocate when you don't want them to and stuff because all your bones are all loose. But I'm on the tight end of the spectrum, if anything. I get like 100 grams of protein, not 200. When your system's clean and efficient and you intermittent fast, you don't, and everything you eat is like high vitality, high quality. So your digestion's high quality and your body's cleaned out. You can use the nutrients at such a higher level of efficiency. You don't need to eat near as much to maintain or even build mass. People don't believe that because they've never done it. They've never cleaned their body deep enough to experience what I'm talking about, but it's true. Plyometrics. Yeah, I do some stuff that qualifies. Yeah. How do I fight laziness? Well, you got to figure out the root of your apathy. Figure out why you have no vision or inspiration for life and fix it. Redeem your inner child, because when you were born, if you may not be able to consciously remember this right now, but when you were little, you were excited about life before somebody wrecked it for you. Okay? You got to get that back. And forgive them because they didn't mean to. They just went blue pill a long time ago in the Matrix. And they thought they were giving you good advice, but it basically just talked you out of all your own dreams and being who you are. But if you can introspect enough to start rediscovering some of that, and then you start acting on it, find a way to take some creative sovereignty in your life and do something that's true to yourself, you may find you're not lazy at all. You're just not motivated by causes that have no connection to your own soul. Yes, I would, Loki. I would. Definitely. I mean, the cure to most common ailments, well, I can't say more. I can't talk about cures. But yes, I would, to put it lightly. Nice. Tumbleweed. Awesome. If you run into questions, challenges, whatever along the way, just keep posting them on the threads. And you'll catch my attention and I'll answer it. And then other people can learn from that too. You know, if you need to troubleshoot something along the way. For most people, it goes really well and you find it's actually easier than you think. But some people's detox involves breaking down of tumors and things they didn't even know. And your detox could be way more, you know, this goes for anybody. If your detox ends up being way more severe than you anticipated, first of all, you're probably saving, okay, fictional sci-fi talk time, right? In this fictional sci-fi novel of dystopian futures where we're not allowed to have health or talk about it, if your detox gets so severe that you didn't expect it, first of all, you're probably saving your own life. So it was more than needed. But you may need to slow it down to make it a little more manageable or something. So if any of you guys run into anything too severe on any of the detox protocols on this channel, be sure to ask me lots of questions until you get my attention and I can help you troubleshoot that, okay? I'm here for you guys and I mean it. Those are the kind of things I really intend to be fully supportive, you know, at all times. It doesn't matter to me if anybody sets world records of strength or endurance, or I mean, it kind of matters. It kind of matters if you guys achieve your fitness goals, and I'm willing to help with stuff like that too. But when it comes to stuff like this, of course, it's much more serious. It's much more important. It's significant. And I really want to be there for you guys on this stuff, you know. Mr. Cool Guy, I would look into oil pulling with healthy oils to feed the gums as well as detoxify them at the same time. Gums and teeth. And as far as nutrients for teeth, the things in my bones, the breath stack, or even my connective tissue stack, those stacks are on the health topics playlist. Those would be really good nutrition for the teeth. But the oil pulling will help get all the stains and obstructions and infections and stuff like that out from under the teeth over time if you stick with it. Detox with clove, sweet wormwood, walnut, plus 5-day fasting. That's a really good cleanse. Yeah. Bound to make some difference. You know, I can't tell you if that cleanses all things because there's too many different factors, but you know, you're doing something awesome. You're doing something awesome. You might want to do it on and off for a while and see if you continue to get results. Or if it feels like it's not doing anything, then it's like, well, I probably got everything I can get out of that particular cleanse. So if you're going to do another one, you would want to do some different tactics, because any good cleanse will remove certain things. And most cleanses will specialize, like the one you're doing there is real good for most types of parasites. But there's other types of cleansing that would probably do better for, like, you know, heavy metals, for example. So my basic cleanse protocol, the first video on my health playlist, is just a full spectrum. It's to hit everything. It's to cover all of that. If you stick with it for a while, you're going to clean out parasites, yeast, mold, bacteria, metals, nanotech, whatever else, you know. It just gets all the body's channels open. The one thing I could add to my cleanse would be skin brushing. Then you would, you know, dry brushing. Then you would literally have stimulated every exit channel on the body at the same time. Yeah, you can eat fruits with other fruits. There are some exceptions, and I think there's some info you could Google about that. Which fruits not to mix with other fruits. Like citruses, you should probably just eat alone. Avocados don't mix with other fruits because they're high in fat. So there are exceptions, but most fruits mix well with other fruits. Do I think NDEs are misled by false spirits? Not really. What I think is that human beings have no clue how to actually interpret what their own NDE means. Humans don't know what they are. Humans don't know that they are a consciousness. And what you've held in your so-called subconscious, all the things you've absorbed that you're not really conscious of that are controlling your life, can have a massive effect on what kind of an NDE experience you have. And then if you come back selling books as if the things you saw and heard are facts, and yet you go look at anybody else's NDE and a whole lot of them are contradicting each other, and they're all fully sure that their own NDE is the truth. It just shows a gap in human understanding about the nature of human consciousness. Neck rolls are good. I have a tight neck and I find myself doing a lot of them lately because I need to. Cracking and popping and air pockets popping out all the vertebrae and stuff. Yeah. What can help improve insomnia and brain function, especially learning difficulties? ADHD. For ADHD, it means you're too fast. You got to slow your brain down. So go to cola, Brahmi. You might want to look into rhodiola rosea, but definitely go to cola and Brahmi. Be two good adaptogenic herbs to slow down the ADHD and let you relax enough to actually enjoy the slower speed of things going on in the information, then you'll actually see it. It's weird because sometimes you think you're slow and then something slows you down and you realize you were going too fast. And the learning difficulty was from the fact that you were bored because your mind is so fast, it has trouble slowing down to go the speed limit and notice the road signs and pay attention to the information, you know. Can you mind control your health? Yes. It's been proven countless ways. It's not just my own experience. That's real science. There's plenty of information on it if you go looking for it. They're starting to scratch the surface of understanding what those that had an internal awareness have always known to some degree. Yeah, gotu kola and ginkgo tea should be great for brain chemistry, balancing the mind and nervous system. And really, gotu kola balances everything. Connective tissues improve, lymph system gets cleaner, microcirculation improves, immune system improves. Yeah, Revelations in the Bible isn't what people think. It's not about some specific end time. It's showing you things that have already occurred. Most of what I read in Revelations already occurred. So it's not, Hollywood and government and religious institutions always plan this big moneymaker about let's all get ready for the end of the world, which means you're just helping create the end of the world in your ignorance. Revelations is just revelations about life. It's somebody's deep, trippy spiritual vision that they probably didn't fully understand themselves about God and humanity and a bunch of things that have occurred and will occur, but most of it's seen in symbolic form. So again, it's like people's NDEs. Humans are so disconnected from archetypal symbolic language understanding that they don't know how to interpret these things accurately. And that's by design. People have been kept out of knowing how to interpret symbology, for example. The general populace is cut off from understanding symbology, even though you're surrounded by the symbolic language of the big plan of the elites everywhere. It's ridiculous, really. I recommend organic castor oil for oil pulling. It's what I use. To me, I think it's overall the best, but there are other good choices. OCD all your life and you can't be consistent. If you know you have OCD, this is more about that than the consistency thing, but let's address the OCD thing. Because I'm a little OCD and it runs in the family, and I know a lot of people close to me that are very OCD, so it's a theme in my life. Don't feed it. Anytime you notice the OCD happening, don't do what it says. Do the opposite. Be like, no, OCD, now we're going to do this thing that drives you nuts instead. Take the time to do the opposite and start deprogramming yourself. Stop feeding the wolf of OCD, okay? Stop giving it your power. Retrain yourself. Take sovereignty over your own brain and be like, no, we're not doing this pattern that keeps us trapped. Nope, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to give ourselves therapy. We don't need to be locked up and drugged and controlled in handcuffs. We just need to balance it out. Take some sovereignty for ourselves, Once you've been witch hunted enough and you've had your public reputation destroyed, a bunch of opportunities destroyed, you've had your life made harder, you've had relationships destroyed, you've had a whole bunch of people that claim to love you turned against you and decide they hate you and want you dead or worse, and they go after your family and every ugly, nasty, disappointing thing about humanity. Once you've been through it enough and you take some time to let it go and forgive, you just realize that, people are in a sad state and they know not what they do. And it doesn't really matter anymore if anybody understands me, because I just dig deeper into my relationship with the creator, where I find everything I was looking for. The only one that can really understand me anyway. And then it's like, well, whether human beings understand me or accept me or not, who cares? I mean, I'm more free in my consciousness than these people are. So why should I allow them to make me miserable when I was only trying to help them? And at the same time, there's wisdom in not throwing pearls before swine. You also learn that trying to give good things to those that will destroy the good things and hurt you for it is not productive. I had to teach myself that hard lesson a bunch of times before I accepted it. And it's like, okay. So you just get, kind of more shrewd in how and who you deliver things to, instead of struggling futilely to try to give good where you're only going to get hate in return. And if people witch hunt me, and they will from time to time, I don't care. Go ahead. You don't know me. What is me? Some face on the internet that some people think is AI and other people think is an alien. And who cares what anybody thinks? I'm here giving out good to those that can receive it. It's like throwing seeds and some of it lands on good soil. Who cares about, the seeds that get eaten by rocks and thorns and whatever? I'm not talking to rocks and thorns. I'm talking to you guys that want it, I used to keep the oil on my scalp all day, and sometimes I'd wash it off with just water really hard before I go to bed. Other times I wouldn't. I would just throw like a towel over my pillow and go to bed anyway. But I kept my scalp pretty much saturated with oil almost 24/7 for like a couple years. And I'm not saying you have to do it that way. That's just what I happen to do. I'm not going to apologize for things I didn't do, Demetrius. So, because that's foolishness. That's like saying anytime somebody comes along and accuses you of something on the internet, you have to apologize for it. I mean, what is it next? Somebody says you eat babies and you apologize for it. Oh, I'm sorry I ate babies. I won't do it anymore. No. People can say anything they want about anybody. And apparently accusations work for proof for a lot of people. Coffee enemas are the most important part of the protocol. Without them, people would die from that therapy because they can't get the toxins out of the body fast enough. Mattel, it's by far the most important part. And it's the part that makes you feel the best too. I resisted for years too until I finally tried it. And then I was like, oh, wow. Even though I never wanted to talk about such a weird thing, I'm going to have to share this with people. It's one of the greatest biohacks ever. If someone got the vaccine, I would use video 1 on my health topics playlist and stick with it for as long as you feel you need to feel better than you ever have. Whether that's a couple months, a couple years, I would just keep detoxing until my overall vitality is better than it ever was. And then I would know I've more than reversed the damage from that mistake. No, I wouldn't go on Joe Rogan. What's the point? I don't care. I'm not here for fame. I'm not here for name dropping. I'm here to collab with God and do the best I can to be of service to humans. And every time I try to collab with somebody else, because they're always sold out to the system, I do my best to be kind and share. And somehow it always backfires. And some kind of plot comes along where they'll have to publicly disown me later, It's like, why put anybody through that? I'm just going to collab with the creator and do what I can authentically. And I don't want to lose any of that authenticity by having to play games with people that are big influencers and have all these compromises in their life that I'm not interested in having, It can be forgiven, yes. Last number. Some people can, some can't, If you can't work something out, you go your separate ways and you You forgive the person and you move on productively with your life. If you can forgive it, then good. If they're going to keep doing it, though, then you can still forgive it, but you probably shouldn't enable it. You probably shouldn't do that to yourself. You should probably move on, you know? But if they really did just make a mistake and learn something from it, and they're really over it and they really appreciate the relationship better than before, now it might be more functional than ever, you know? So it depends on the situation. I ate a raw meat diet for like 5 years. I ate nothing but raw meat in my early 20s. Physically, I was strong, functional. I didn't get parasites from it like everybody else I ever suggested it to. They got full of tapeworms and stuff. So I made some real mistakes back when I was recommending that to people. My immune system's really strong. I didn't get any of the parasites, but I did notice that my consciousness sucked and it was stuck in a much lower place than it is now on a plant-based diet. And all my physical capacities are higher now at more than twice the age. So plant-based done right is far superior for a lot of reasons. Mostly the lack of cruelty and exploitation of living things. Because, I mean, humans are being exploited like cattle by certain people that think they're elite and different than you. And everybody resents that, but thinks it's okay to do it to other living things that also cry and scream when you take their babies away. And also piss themselves when they see that you're going to behead them and they're being shoved down a line to be executed, you know, just like humans. So for a lot of reasons, plant-based done right is far superior. It's full of antioxidants. It's full of medicinal components. Dead bodies have no medicine, none. All plant-based, real plant-based foods all have medicine, real medicine. They'll keep you out of the trap of fake medicine zombies stuck in institutions being harvested, which if you look around, you'll notice is totally rampant in society by design. I've heard mixed reviews on coconut oil for hair growth. The rosemary is definitely good. I'm not fully sure on coconut oil. Yeah, a long time ago, Peace Bra, I used some supplements that were later like banned or something because they had stuff in them they shouldn't. I remember taking a protein powder in my early 20s. I was getting all these good reviews, and that's back when I thought the type of protein you eat could have some massive effect on muscle growth, because I was young and I just believed the marketing and stuff. And I was taking this one product and I blew up like 20 pounds of skin stretching muscle, and it only took maybe a month. And I was like, boy, this stuff's amazing, you know? And I was like outlifting the actual juiced guys in the gym I was at, which I'm sure I was annoying. I was that annoying kid that would pull up next to him, grab bigger dumbbells, and sit there in the mirror doing something bigger than the big guy. Like, yeah, look at me, look at me. But later that product was banned and taken down. I'm like, why can't I buy it? Oh, it turns out it had like D-ball in it or something. So yeah, without meaning to. It happened. That was a long time ago. Thoughts on using rocks to tap before lying down or sleeping? Not fully sure what you're referring to there. Skincare, if you want good skin, repair your body from the inside. Don't do topical BS. Fix it from the deepest level. Humans are designed to where they can eat meat. Humans are designed so they can survive all kinds of crazy situations and adapt when they have to. Not because they should, not because it's ideal, but because if all you can eat is dead bodies to survive some terrible situation, you can do it as a human. Yeah, you're blessed with that adaptability, survivability trait. You can heal stretch marks. Go to Cola Solomon Seal internally, and then a go to Cola Comfrey paste poultice externally on the area. Those things that give you some help. And then, the more improved like high dose liposomal vitamin C would help. And the more you upgrade your body's full vitality, the better it can repair details like that. But the body's not going to worry about unnecessary details when it's struggling with more important, deeper issues of survival. Okay. The body will let a lot of things slide that are unnecessary when it's stuck using what energy and vitality it does have just to keep you alive. I do irritate my skin when shaving, and I cut it. I get like razor rashes and cuts all over because I shave very impatiently. And then I put some healthy oils on my face afterwards. So it just, after scraping off skin and making wounds, then I feed it. I'm nice to it, No, I'm not aware of Chuck Swindoll. I think I've heard that name, but I can't say I know anything about him. Exercises for the diaphragm? Only thing I can really think of seems to relate is doing strong, hard vacuums, which is just really good for your organs. Whether you're doing it for vanity of appearance or health or both, anybody and everybody should do vacuums, not just like physique athletes. It's good for your organs. I do outperform meat eaters and strength-based ones, my friend. I have multiple unofficial world records on this channel at twice their age. Okay? So yes, big time. I've also done world record endurance just to show that I can do both. I'm not just a big lug that can lift one thing real heavy one time. I can also rep something till the wheels fall off and people turn to dust and blow away. It takes so long. I can do both. Just to show some of that, to inspire people, not to brag, not for trophies and glory, but to show people that you have no idea what's actually possible. The so-called prophets, some of them got some things right, some of them didn't. The world's had mostly false prophets. It has a lot of them right now. But some of the Old Testament prophets in the Bible, for example, they didn't get everything right. I can look at a certain prophet, like Jeremiah, for example, and certain things he said, 100% true, well ahead of their time. He also pointed out how the scribes and Pharisees had written a whole bunch of fake laws and attributed it to Moses. That's right there in the Bible. The Bible discrediting parts of the Bible, by the way. But I guess everybody's trained not to see that. And then he gets other things wrong. So a prophet is a person. And some people have deep insights that turn out to be accurate because they're a little more in alignment with the truth. And a lot of people are just delusional or have an agenda or like to manipulate. And so they play prophet. And they use popular themes like the end of the world, which 2,000 years of everybody expecting a dude in a cloud and selling books and views and attention and getting followers, and nobody ever calls anybody on this BS. It just keeps going on, all the false prophecy after false prophecy after false prophecy. It's okay to go ahead and admit that most of what people think are prophets don't know what they're talking about. That's just the human error in things and the corrupt human agendas in things. Well, Martin, you can give up and choose destruction and darkness and bring more pain upon yourself, or just forgive yourself and be patient and say, you know what? I actually believe I'll always exist. And I believe that, by aiming to be better, I'm going to find doors and I'm going to find progress. And maybe the longer it takes, the more you'll appreciate it and the stronger it'll be when you attain it. I can tell you guys a principle I've noticed, because I've done quite a few laps around the sun now, and I've done a lot of things. I've lived a lot more in my years than most people do. I can tell you this. Things that are a lot harder to get for you than somebody else, it will also be a lot harder for you to ever lose it than it is somebody else. When it takes longer to build up to something or longer to attain something valuable, you'll be able to maintain it much longer and better than those who got it easy and don't even know what they have. They'll lose it just as easy as they got it. And you, having had to struggle hard, it builds depth to your awareness of the value of the thing when you finally attain it, and then you don't lose it easy. Okay? So it might help to know that. That's something you only discover if you stay true to it long enough to attain some of these things that you're aiming for. Mm-hmm. A legitimate prophet can always exist, but remember, a legitimate prophet is still a human, and not everything they say is magically golden. Guys, I've prophesized a bunch of things perfectly accurate. I can't say it or I'll be canceled again. I started getting canceled the first time I started prophesizing what was coming because I could see it clear as day. So just because I prophesied a bunch of things accurately, would I call myself a prophet? No, I don't want that label. People get stupid around that label. I don't want it attached to me. I don't like any labels, really, because I may be more of a healer tomorrow than a prophet, more of a channeler today. I don't need labels, but I prophesized a whole bunch of things really accurate. And I could try to drone on and fight about that, but I would just be canceled again or worse. So what I've noticed is that you can be someone who prophesies things very accurately and not be heard or respected or attributed anything for it ever. And then you can have all kinds of people out there selling all kinds of books and views and massive followings of people just praising them and telling them how right all they are all day. And not a single thing they say ever comes true, and people don't notice because their prophecies are based on pre-programmed rhetoric that these people already have in their minds. So even though none of it ever comes true, people like hearing what they already want to hear. So they tell you you're a legit prophet, even though you're prophesizing stuff that never did come true and never will. We live in a very strange world, to put it lightly. We all live in the same reality and make our own. Both things are real at the same time. You have your internal reality, your perception, your completely unique consciousness, but God's experiencing that inside of you. And then, you have the external world where our choices affect each other, which then infects or affects our internal world. So it's both. It's a co-creation. You're individually experiencing things from your own perspective that is unique, like no one else is ever to be, but you're also co-creating, co-participating in this thing that we're all affecting. Ooh, my guts are rumbling. Woo! Yes, stinging nettles help with hair growth, yes. It's part of my hair serum I have right now. Do you think I could potentially sting my... Oh, yeah, you can sting your head with stinging nettles and boost a bunch of circulation there, yes. Smack that bald head, baby. It's bound to help. Piss off a bunch of blood and get it all pumping in the area. Bound to bring something alive. How would one go about increasing DHT? Well, supposedly creatine, but I don't recommend creatine. It's really not good for your kidneys, even though they say it is. Increasing DHT. Good question, man. It's not, everybody always asks me how to do the opposite. So I don't have the research time in trying to figure out how to increase DHT. I'm sure there's ways to do it. Do I follow any sorts? Do you mean sports? Oh, I've practiced many sports. I'm a guy who can't watch sports without doing it. I have to jump in there and do it. I'm a doer. But I don't watch sports on TV. No, I don't have time for that. I'm not a spectator, man. I'm a doer. But I use aspects of various sports like all the time for life. Just because somebody doesn't draw a line on a field and hand you a ball or something doesn't mean you're not able to deploy a lot of the same moves and tactics and methods to get stuff done here in the real physical world. No, I don't miss anything about my old life. It was miserable hell compared to this, my friend. Minimalist. Anytime I look backwards, sometimes I'm able to just suddenly travel in time back to a past time. And the further back I go, the more painful it is, especially now that I'm in a better place. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know how bad when I was there. And that's by design. That's for a reason. But as you grow into a better reality and look back, then you have more contrast and go, whoa, that was hard. That was hard. Being in that state of consciousness and that much pain emotionally, mentally, and physically, and that much overwhelming, crushing responsibility and stuff that you don't even know why it's on you. So no, I don't miss anything. My guts, yeah, it's kind of a detox thing. Eating all these, well, I had a kind of a detox drink this morning, but then eating this raw cacao beans on an empty stomach with a bunch of water, you can kind of hear stuff moving around in there. Raw cacao is actually a very bitter herb, which means it's purging and cleansing. It makes your gallbladder and liver puke stuff out, which goes into your intestines and wiggles around, and then pretty soon it wants out. But you guys got to remember, I keep my guts very clean. It's like an open highway. So things go through me faster when I'm doing something like this. Check you later, Mamook. Mamooka Mal. Much love, my friend. Soul trap is fear nonsense. Not trapped. You're not trapped. People trap themselves with what they believe and what they choose. But you can get out of the trap too, because consciousness is changeable. There was some solace in the suffering, or I wouldn't have made it through it. Yes, there was always spiritual support and help. But the more pain you're in on more levels, the harder it is to hear it and perceive it. And except, okay, there are exceptions. There was times I was in so much pain that I started making breakthroughs and leaving my body on a regular basis and getting counsel and help and getting inspired so that I would be able to come back to my body and my reality and go forward knowing there's something much better and go through things I had to go through. No, my health advice doesn't really differ for females. That's a really good question. Thank you for asking. This stuff is just for humans, I don't do like, hey, males, here's a male energy, male stack of blah, blah, blah. I don't even care about stuff like that. I don't even understand the point. I think that's just marketing. So anything here is holistic. It's just good for you if you have a human body and a human consciousness. Awesome question. Well, if you treat attractive people better than those that are unattractive, and I have not always seen this to be the case, you got to work on yourself with that. You got to start looking at people for the value of who they are, not what they look like. And I guess when you've been disappointed by enough really stupid, toxic, good-looking people, it'll get easier to do that, And you found some real gems in people that don't necessarily shine in appearance, but they shine in who they are when you actually get to know them. Another question related to that to me is, why do people treat anybody called an authority like they're better when most of these people are the worst among us? That's an even worse habit, to be honest. It is, well, okay. It is possible to do that and not be registered, my friend. That's all I'm going to say. Wink, wink. Good question. There are people that do it. Get medicated for LDL. There's all kinds of things in nature that'll fix your cholesterol and boost your health instead of destroying it. If you get medicated, like in the system you're talking about, the medicines will poison and undermine other systems of your body. And even if your cholesterol gets a little better, you're going to have all these other health problems. And then you're going to have to take more medicines and start getting the surgeries they're going to sell you. And then you're just going to be harvested in the pharmacopoeia monster. This is the pattern. But in nature, Look at capsaicin, for example, red peppers, garlic, onions. Look at all the things that can clean out your cholesterol and circulation. Eliminate all the toxic, ridiculous things that you consume currently, and look for some nature medicine, and you can improve a lot more than your cholesterol. Yes, parasites exist in the spiritual. What people call demons, some call them that, some call them archons, some call them the shadow beings, whatever. That's exactly what they do. Anytime you're upset, guilty, angry, afraid, paranoid, lustful, sins, the weakness of human being, whatever sin you give into, is causing an energy leak. These spiritual parasites have rebelled, decided to hate the creator and to try to be the opposite. So all they've really done is they've distanced themselves from the source of light. So they're in such a state of negativity and darkness, they have to steal life energy from you and I if they can. So if you're feeding them, you have to stop feeding them. And then after a while, they'll leave and find somebody they can feed on. So the same way worms are sucking blood and putting chemicals in your bloodstream to make you crave junk food that benefits them and hurts you, spiritual parasites do the same thing. They're putting ideas in your mind to cause you to do, things that are not good for you and others, so that they can steal more of your spiritual essence and energy and life to live off of, because they're vampires now, because they've cut themselves off from the one and only source of all life, which is an ignorant, futile battle they can never win. There are some smart beings on the dark side, but there's no wise ones. There's no wisdom in it. I gotta make a quick bathroom break, guys. Diuretics. Be back in 2 minutes or less. Sure. All right. Whew. Well, hopefully that was 2 minutes or less. I have no sense of time right now. There is no fallen creator of this world. I know it seems like there is, but that Gnosticism stuff is nonsense. Anytime man doesn't understand something, he makes things up because he's inherently creative, but he doesn't really know how to wield that very well. So, since caveman times, if the lightning struck a tree and started a forest fire, somebody blames somebody else that it's their fault and somebody's mad at us, and that's why there's a forest fire, Creation's fallen because of us, our choices, our collective choices. It's descended to this point of suffering and disharmony and madness. It's us. We're the ones doing it. We're the ones either going to bring the kingdom of heaven into reality on this earth or not. Just destroy the whole thing. Destroy creation instead of take care of it like we were designed capable of doing. It's a scratch. Just a scratch. Running through the jungle. I'm always scratched up and bruised up, guys. I live rugged. Freemasons and their doctrine. Well, they're one of these fraternity type things. It has a lot of players in high places in the world, and they know the symbolic language that the general public's been excluded from. So they kind of communicate with themselves in front of everybody without anybody else noticing. Some of us notice, but it's one of them things where, depending on what level you're at, you're going to have to do something nasty at some point, something along the lines of, well, I don't know enough to say too much. Okay. I don't want to judge anybody that's in the Freemasons, because who knows, maybe there's exceptions. But it's definitely a pretty big cult. It's been around for a long time. And they got some players on the world decision-making scene. That's for sure. How much love is in your life? A lot. Come on in. Oh, my order has arrived. Thank you. Thank you, dear. It's green drink time. What's in this one?
Huh?
What's in this one?
Chata.
Chonka Piedra. Gotu Cola. Nettles. Stinging nettle.
And collard greens.
Collard greens.
Oh, and celery.
And celery. Woo! All grown here. Epic. Yeah, I gave some advice on that earlier, Eugene, in this same live stream. Constant anxiety, yeah, the world's big on it. And you probably live around people that are all anxiety addicts, and society's addicted to outrage, anxiety, etc. There's no quick, easy advice on that. You have to develop a better root philosophy of life, which means you're going to have to unlearn what you've learned about life and existence and make room for something better. The only way I know to do that is to trust the actual creator of the universe to reveal truth to me. By silencing the voice of everyone and everything else, and waiting and paying attention and waiting for myself to catch up and learn what's being shown to me. And over time, your root philosophy of life can get much better. You can start to understand more of what you really are and some of the callings you have in life. And then you can be excited about what the purpose is of life instead of miserable. And you can look around at people and start to reject their insistence on you being as stressed out and terrified as they are all the time. You don't have to outwardly fight with them about it, because that'll just trigger their stress even more. But on the inside, you start escaping the patterns they're stuck in. Why should I destroy myself like a nervous little mouse slave? That's not what I'm here to do. Oh, man. Predator blood. It's that powerful green stuff. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Feeling light and feeling right. Nice job, Captain Jack. I know it's a little awkward the first few times, but it gets real easy, and now it's not a big deal. It's just an awesome biohack, The more times you do it, the more progress you make. Cleaning out years of carnival-like insane madness that is the gut, the cities and biomes of foreign things that shouldn't be there, and helping the liver get caught up so it can start taking better care of the rest of the body. Because the liver's a workaholic, and in this world, it's way overwhelmed. It's way behind on its work. When you grow foods, do you try to enrich the soil? Plant whatever you think is good? Yeah, we're always enriching the soil. Yes. So, like if you have a section where you grow a certain crop of something, before we grow something else there, we add in some really good stuff to the dirt. Yes, we're always building our own dirt, basically. High quality infusions that we can mix into different areas. It's possible, Blemio, yes. It's just going to take full dedication and belief. Put your mind, body, and spirit together. It is possible. The whole world's going to tell you you're crazy, but it wouldn't be anything great if it was easy and people made it easy, right? I've experienced all kinds of actual miracles. So I know it's possible, yes. I had horrible genetics at birth. I wasn't even healthy enough to live without surgical intervention. And the surgeons told my parents I would always be the weakest, sickliest, most easily exhausted, frail kid and adult. And I'm the exact opposite of all that, to an utter, ridiculous, one of a kind extreme. So yes, it's very possible. Yes, it can. SWAZI. Yes, it can. There are plenty of people that have done so. Well, the symbolic language that some of these cults use, they're able to communicate and organize things by having these things shown publicly, because they're having one conversation through those symbols while the general masses are being entertained and misled by whatever they're told to believe. So they do it because they can, and they enjoy doing things that way. How am I confidently dishing out advice to people? Because it's not me. I agreed with the creator to do this, to be a willing vessel. So yeah, it's not about me, and I don't try to make it about me, or I'd have to defend myself and hide from doing any of this. That's a good short answer for it. Earth Roots Healing. What's up, Earth Roots Healing? Nice to see you from way over there in the other room. What makes you unique in your awakening? Anybody who actually awakens will be discovering that they're fully unique. There's no such thing as otherwise. All these trends people follow, it just proves that people aren't authentically in touch with reality or who and what they are. To be made in the image of the creator doesn't mean there's some half monkey looking dude floating around in space somewhere saying, I'm king of the universe. It means that you are inherently creative and you're creating all the time, whether you know it or not. So in a matrix where people are unconscious, you are creating what you are being used to create by the overlords that have you all enslaved in your mind. You are creating the system, you are creating the slavery that you live in. When you take sovereignty of your own creation, then you can actually wield it for better purposes. But because you've been trained to not even know you're creative, you don't even know you're creating. But you are. You're being used like a battery to create things the way they are instead of the way they could be. Yes, it was very rough, silly guy, on all kinds of extreme levels. Yes, severe nervous system dysregulation, been there, had it the worst. That's why the things on my health playlist, all the adaptogenic herbs, the deep body cleansing, the vitality upgrades. If I hadn't suffered a lot from that and a lot of other things even worse, I wouldn't have been forged into someone who cares so much about offering these things to others. Okay. So I can't resent all my own suffering, because I recognize, if they're, to use a new age term, in my higher self, I recognize that that's who I am by choice. Whereas my ego me was often nuclear angry for many years at a time by the injustices in my own life. I recognize that it needs to be that way for me to serve the purpose I'm here to serve. So remember, guys, even injustice and misery and horrible things, if you manage to hang in there and make some kind of relationship with the infinite one, you'll find that all those things can serve a much higher purpose later. And then you can start to own them and be like, you know what? I think I actually chose those things. I just didn't know that I chose them. Well, even in your ego, not real name, look at the things you're creative with. And if you feel like it's overly egotistical, Like ask yourself what purpose it serves. Is it just self-serving? Is it like, I want to be better, I want to glorify me? Or is it something that's good for everyone? And differentiate between the creativity itself and how you're using it, because you may be tapping into some of your creative gifts, and if you want to readjust them to be more for what's good of all creation, you can do that. What is the infinite one? It's the infinite consciousness and creativity of an infinite, caring, all-powerful being that we're all existing within right now. It's the only thing that truly is. It is the thing. It is the source of everything. When was the last time you cried? I don't know. It's probably been months. A few months at least. I mean, I get a tear in my eye watching a good movie here and there, so if that counts, probably within a week or two. Yes, animals have souls, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't be alive. They're not machines. They're not robots. The fact that they scream when you murder them, just like people, they have souls. The fact that they can bond and form a loving relationship with you, how could they love you without a soul? Of course. When you think about it, it's crazy that people have deluded themselves through sick, corrupt agendas into making that a confusing thing when it's self-evident to any child. Before you're trained not to know what you already know animals have souls. Glad to hear that, King of the Castle. Glad to hear it makes sense to you. No, you're not cooked because you're born with one kidney. No, just live a lifestyle that's kidney friendly. Since you don't have a backup, if you don't have a spare tire, don't drive on any nails. I bet your one kidney's in real good shape, and as long as you take good care of it, it'll do the job. I question myself all the time about what I believe and what my motives are, and I pray about it, and I meditate and listen. I'm always putting myself in check. Probably even err on the side of too much sometimes. I lost a lot of progress in my life, assuming I'm the one that's wrong, because I was gaslit a lot in my life, a lot, and that's putting it very lightly. And when you've been gaslit a lot before you even knew what that was, you get to a point where you gaslight yourself all the time without ever knowing you do it. And then you lose a lot of opportunities in life where you could have been bearing fruit. But yes, I question myself, of course. Not sure, SW, AZI. Look up people that have done it successfully and listen to their stories, See what you can learn from them. Do you believe in virus and DNA? Look for Beyond Terrain Academy. And then, do I believe in virus and DNA? Right, question mark. Don't understand that sentence. I believe in viruses and DNA. It's your root philosophy of life, inner. You got to go deeper. You got to correct it from the root. Your root philosophy of life is something of terror, and it's unhealthy. And that's all the world gives out, is philosophies of terror or hopelessness. You got to go deep and rewrite your root philosophy of life, why you believe you even exist and what existence is. If you heal that, like a domino effect, the situation going on with your adrenals, etc., will start improving, because you're making room for it to finally improve instead of programming it for self-destruction. You've already been programmed for self-destruction in your root philosophy of life. The bulk of my knowledge on health came from countless different research papers that I put together with like divinely guided research that went on for years. You're very welcome, King of the Castle. I'm glad it helped, my friend. Very glad it helped. My strength and endurance are higher than ever. Way better than my 20s and better than my 30s as well. No, I don't actually hear a voice when I meditate. I mean, I've heard voices, but you can take it or leave it because you don't always know what those voices are. When I hear from the Creator, it's not, I don't mean I hear words. Why would an infinite source reduce itself to looking and sounding like a person? Because whenever that happens, humans get incredibly confused by what that means. It's when I say hearing, the ears to hear or the eyes to see, I just mean in a broader sense, perceive. And I ask for help with that. Help me perceive you, what you're showing and telling me and sharing with me, because I know it's infinite and the limiting factor here is me. So help me. And the more I do that and I relax, the more I am able to perceive what the infinite consciousness that I exist within, that loves me and holds me. The only reason I even exist and am is living all within me and through all things. I can perceive more what it's sharing with me. No, not really, Tron. That's why there's so many contradictory versions of a petty, crazy God that needs blood, and then another one that abhors blood, and it's all over the place contradicting. These are men. These are men's projections. Why we're assuming that less educated people in harsher, weirder, more racist, sexist, ignorant times can describe God when modern people can't. We know that. I mean, it's just ridiculous, you know? You got to be honest with yourself. No, my friend, I've never let myself be labeled as anything. I did a video many years ago for young people not to go get mental health diagnosis because, oh, right now, oh, poor me, I'm afflicted with this. But all it means is a bunch of doors are shut on you and you now have more limitations than anybody else. Just because you can be labeled with anything. I could probably be labeled with 5 or 6 different things, but I could just use it as a form of brilliance if I'm willing to, instead of being a victim and playing into some system that wants me limited and in handcuffs and on drugs, drooling on myself. I'm not sure, Nexu. It's not the same for everyone. It's always wise to take care of your temple. If you can let more light into your temple, it gets easier to perceive more and do more. So if you really want to, you can start with the things in my health playlist. Start biohacking yourself into a whole higher version of yourself, at least the temple part of yourself. And then there's more light in the temple, you probably get some real good ideas of what's next. Antibiotics for prostate health? Boy, they really just give antibiotics and surgery for everything, don't they? A long time ago, my 20s, I thought I had a swollen prostate. Maybe I did. I'm having a little trouble remembering now what I did, but I think beta-cytosterol. I just found some herbs and supplements that would put some anti-inflammatory type hormone elements into my prostate, and it relieved whatever was going on. So I would look into whichever herbs reduce prostate irritation, inflammation, etc., and just improve my health and vitality overall. And if you're dealing with like porn or any kind of masturbating habit or something, you should probably stop. You should probably fast from such activities and stop misusing that part of yourself. Give it a chance to reset. Well, that sounds like a weird psyop, Blemio, because those things do exist. I don't feel isolated here because my family life is rich. I would like my kids to have more friends their age. But they're so unique and special the way they're coming up. They're kind of like the potential future, the way I see it. So maybe through these online interactions at some point, maybe we meet a family with young people around the age of my kids, and maybe we all unite in the future and start creating like a miniature version of an intentional community or something, So to me, it's not about having lots of relationships, but it's about if you have any relationships that are of high quality, that's really where it's at. What am I eating? I'm eating fermented, sun-baked cacao beans from our property that my wife harvested and prepared. And they're awesome. Yes, we have True North. There's some truth in those stories and some error, but yes, there was a massive intervention some time back. It wasn't some slow thing, and humans were never monkeys. But whatever we used to be like got changed instantly to something completely different, which we are now. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. It's not easy being human. You're made from a lot of interesting things. It's like being part angel and part animal and part alien and part earth elements and all kinds of stuff. But it's just the right amount of challenge. It's just the right amount of consciousness for us to either develop in a positive direction or descend into darkness. It's just right for that. A certain binder, Summer Winterfest. Hey, Earth Roots Healing. This person's doing a worm detox with cloves, walnut, and wormwood. What binder would you recommend to sweep it out? Okay, watch on the feed, my friend. When Earth Roots Healing posts, that's my answer. Peace in the Middle East. Absolutely. Boy, wouldn't that be nice, right? When the whole world, when large groups pray about it at the same time, it actually happens. Drastically reduces the amount of bombs being flung everywhere, at least for a day. Isn't that interesting? That we're all connected. Despite what religion and fake science have told you, we are all very much connected. We're all existing within the same consciousness. Even though we have our individuality and the particles are fighting and going different directions and stuff, we all actually exist within the same consciousness. Yeah, it's true. I would agree, ARP. With no pain in life, you didn't really do anything. I mean, if the goal is to have no pain, just be bubble boy, right? Just live in a bubble, watch TV for a while, and perish on painkiller drugs. And then you can say, I had a life of no pain. But you didn't even have a life. You did nothing, You gained nothing from that. How do you forgive yourself after years of self-hate and descending into darkness? Well, there's many entities that have taken advantage of your addiction to that and made it worse. But you have to start retraining yourself. You have to apply the principles of Yeshua. Forgiveness is for everyone. You can't hold yourself at a different standard. Like, are you willing to forgive others for the same things that you've done? If not, then you just have to work on your meanness in general and learn to become forgiving, create a reality you want. If you're able to forgive others for the very same things you're holding against yourself, then that double standard means you've got an ego problem when it comes to yourself. And it's okay to admit that. We all have ego problems or issues or challenges to deal with. But what right do you have to play God and hold a different standard against yourself than somebody else? When a healthy relationship means the second the child stops doing the destructive thing and says, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. Any healthy parent figure, God included, happily forgives and just provides you a better way. There is no grudge holding unless you want to remain in darkness. Holding a grudge is like holding an anvil and chaining yourself to it and just keeping yourself in a low, dark place, Do unto yourself as you would do unto others, and do unto others as you would do unto yourself, because it's all the same principles and it's all the same thing. And we can't be holding double standards about these things. I mean, we can, but it's foolish. We shouldn't. Plants have some kind of a thing, maybe like a soul, but they don't have a nervous system or a brain or an ego or an agenda or an ability to suffer. So it's just a different level of life. It shows you how creativity works. I mean, is a rock alive? You could even say a rock is sort of alive because there's particles actually moving in it. You know, what we call physical matter is actually consciousness that the great creator cares enough to focus so hard in its care and love for this existence and all the other ones we can't even see from here. It's actually holding moving particles in a pattern we call a rock. So everything's alive to different degrees, but is it sentient? Animals are, you know. So, I mean, humans, we're just more complicated. We have a lot more responsibility because we have a lot more creative consciousness to work with than animals do. You know, we're supposed to be the caretakers of this creation. That was our divine opportunity here. What are we doing instead? Burning it down to make burgers and fake health plans and just enslave each other until the planet's dead? Pretty sad, right? But it's just kind of the shadow side of what we could be doing. Going to hell has precious little to do with what you believe and much more to do with what you cultivate with your life choices. If you take all the NDEs of people that have gone to hell, it's mostly religious people because they believe in it so strongly and they create that darkness in their own consciousness. But, you know, anybody that invested in their life in doing nasty, dark things, I mean, you're going to slip into a place that matches what you built within you. So are you cultivating a kingdom of heaven within you? Yeshua asked you to do, he said, if you understand these things, do them. People said, what's salvation? He said, obey the law, because he was talking to a certain culture at a certain time that had been given some certain basic advice about life by the prophet Moses in the first book anyway, not the other fake ones. And they said, well, which laws are most important? And he starts mentioning, you know, don't murder, don't steal, don't lie about your neighbor, don't be an adulterer, don't covet, don't do all the things you don't want done to you. It's just obvious stuff. And then they're like, well, what's most important? And he said, love God with all you are and love your neighbor as yourself. If you do this, you'll fulfill all the law and the prophets right there. That's salvation, because now you're cultivating the kingdom within you. It's not some weird game where you say magic words and save your video game and everybody else burns in screaming torment forever, because that's beyond absurdly disgusting as an idea for creation. And it befouls the idea of God so bad that, you know, it just creates atheists out of people who have a decent heart, who can't believe in things that hideous. But what you believe, I mean, think about it. There's people that live in places, they never hear these certain stories that where someone tries to brainwash them into believing a certain thing. What kind of an unfair, crappy, stupid universe would it be where they didn't get the right video game code, so they just burn in infinite suffering for no legitimate reason whatsoever? Because there's nothing anyone could ever do to deserve eternal torture, even if you believe in using harm. Like if you believe in trading evil for evil, how could anyone ever earn actual infinite pain? The whole thing's ridiculous. If you're lucky enough to have ever heard any of the words of Yeshua, you may find they ring deep in your heart and you know they're true. And he would say that means you have the eyes and the ears to hear and see, and then it's easier to apply them. But if you lived in the middle of Timbuk nowhere, you still have within your heart the God-given nature you were born with. Deep down, people know that abusing others is not okay. That's why it makes you feel bad when you do it, until it doesn't anymore. And now you're in big trouble because you lost, you know, you've descended into darkness where you don't even feel the truth anymore. But these things are created by choice and intention. And we all are given that at birth, and we all are given these opportunities. It's what you do. It's what you do with life and creation that matters. I would not be above collecting rainwater in a city if I could legally, but I'd have to purify it. I'd have a good purification system for it and a remineralization process. Then I would do that. Yes, but I wouldn't drink the straight smog water. No, I'd have to do something to fix it. Yeah, your insomnia is from stress, John. You got to work with your root philosophy of life until it's something healthy and life affirming instead of toxic and life destroying, which is all they give out on this planet. How do you gain enough protein from plants? Well, I mean, macros are macros, and there's, look at which video now? I think under my vegetarianism video and my growing healthy kids and muscle on a vegan diet video, I think under both of those, I listed some good protein sources that are plants. There's many. You just put together your macros just like you would on a meat eating diet. They're just higher quality and they don't involve suffering and exploitation, destruction of the planet and human consciousness and every other kind of thing. No, legumes don't cause glycation. Whole foods, guys, well, it depends what you're combining it with or not, but in and of themselves, no. Whole foods are fine. They don't cause glycation. There's the right amount of fiber. There's the right types of balances of minerals. There's the right antioxidants. There's all the right things to make that single whole food work right in the body. That said, it doesn't mean every single food is for everyone. Some people's body physiology is not really in alignment with certain food, like beans for me. Too much air, too much gas. I love them. I like eating them, but I just get bloated and I become an air balloon of farts, which is fine when you're out here in the jungle by yourself, but it's not very practical for most of life. I just don't digest them well at all. But they're not glycating anything, no. When you're born with chronic diseases and stuff, how do you deserve it? I was born with Hirschsprung's disease, and it was fatal. And I had a lot, I had pneumonia and asthma so bad I almost suffocated many times as a child. And then I had a whole bunch of other problems. And, a lot of that's because the genome was damaged by generations before me, but it still serves a purpose. I wouldn't be what I am, doing what I am right now, and I wouldn't be of this level of value and use to you guys had I not been born that way. So it depends on whether you're looking at this with victim mentality or if you have a grand faith that even that which is bad can be turned to good by those who work with the Creator, It's not about deserve. There's comparison is the death of joy, and there's no point in comparing lives on this planet. There's nothing comparable about different people's lives. Your spirit, your soul, the eternal part of you can make use of any kind of life. It can. It can be of great value. Even if the world measures your life as a useless dumpster fire that sucked, like your spirit, in some cases, could extract more meaning out of that life than somebody that had it what you call easy. In fact, the people that have it the easiest, they generally become the worst. So it's all in how you look at it and what you do with it. Did it come as a surprise, John Lon? Not really. Maybe a little. Maybe a little, but when you've watched human patterns for a while, you realize people aren't paying attention. Most people are so blue-pilled, they're not looking to make anything better. They're looking to make sure nobody else does make it better, because that might make them irrelevant because they're not willing to evolve and step it up. They have a philosophy of life that involves bringing others down so they can seem relevant instead of stepping it up so we can all shine brighter and make this better for each other. Ashwagandha can boost testosterone and it has its own separate anabolic effects. As long as you're not prone to hyperthyroidism, it's a great herb. If you are hyperthyroid, it's a problem. So for a lot of people, it's really good. Well, true north, that depends on us. We have free will. It's a possibility as long as we exist. It's also a possibility we destroy everything, like we've been doing. Keratoconus. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure which condition. I already believe it's curable because I believe all things are. But how practical that is or how far reaching, I'm not sure because I don't know that term. Yeah, oregano oil would be great for that. Binka. Mm-hmm. What pill am I? I'm just a pill in general. I'm a clear pill. I don't know. I guess red. Actual red. A lot of people talk, but they're just blue as could be, calling it red. Sitting there talking in their apartment, still a slave to the system, talking about all their great enlightenment, doing nothing about anything, totally dependent on the corrupt beast, just like everybody else. I mean, what are you talking about, red pill, if you don't even know what it is? I have a pet lizard? No. I tried keeping an iguana once, but it just died on me and I felt horrible. So I don't do that anymore. Physiological benefits to long hair. Kind of, yeah. Keeps my neck and face from getting sunburned like it would, you know. I believe that the hair is a fiber optic conductor of sunlight. I'm not sure how much length of hair affects that. There's some kind of nervous system extension to your aura type effect. These are subtle things. Probably matters more to a person symbolically what it means more internally and how it affects their consciousness, the meaning of it, why one has long hair or doesn't, you know. What did I eat for breakfast? Nothing. I drank this green juice, Chonka Piedra, Gotu Cola, collard greens, Ross, tropical stinging nettle, and celery that my wife brought me. And I'm eating some fermented, today I'm eating fermented sun-baked cacao beans. But when I get up, I just cleanse when I get up. I don't eat when I get up. I do like diuretics and teeth cleaning and stuff like that. I don't eat when I get up. Void, it depends on the food groups involved. More than just being about macros, it's what is the whole protein you're mixing with whole grains. Because, you know, if you're putting like eggs and whole grains together, it's not really right for the physiology. The food groups are too different. But if you mixed like organic pea protein with those whole grains, being that's all plant-based and a lot closer in nature, you could digest that pretty well without gut havoc. I like acoustic and electric, but overall I like electric more. Well, if nothing is more or less conscious than anything, then grains of sand should have the same rights as human beings, I guess, True North. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to be real. Man was given all the fruit, all the seed bearing things in the world as food and medicine, not all the screaming, loving, crying things that hold their young. That's very, very different. How do you remineralize water? Yeah, I mentioned some ideas in my water video. What was that called? How and why to fix city water or something like that. Check out my take on water. This is what I had to do for my family when we were living in a city long before we could get real sovereignty of our lives. How often do I do low rep strength versus high rep? I don't have any real schedule. It's very sporadic. Sometimes I'll pick a certain exercise that I just want to build up my 1 rep max on. And like recently I was doing those really heavy, what was I calling it? Like the Moglog type lift. That was a 1 rep, maybe 2. And I did that each week for a while. So it's not so much that I just like make all my training into 1 rep. Not usually. Usually I'm like doing that with like one exercise where I'm just building my max at something. And then the other muscle groups I'm doing other rep levels, But for something I want to gain specific strength on, I have a video on that, how I specifically train for strength. It's very simple, and I just explained it on that video, how I do that to make big jumps on a single personal best, like 1 rep type strength challenge that I give myself here and there. I'm really not sure. S1CKPX, because when you can look at this opportunity from a higher perspective, what you don't realize is that everyone lined up and all but begged to get here to have this human experience. When you can view this from a higher plane with more consciousness and understanding of what this is, you want to come here. Then you get here and complain and start looking for an escape, waste the incarnation. Unfortunately, that happens a lot. So from this perspective, for me to say or speculate about that, it's kind of futile to speculate about it from here. I gotta run to the El Baño again, guys. 2 minutes or less. I love you. All right. What I miss? Am I Hindu? No. I just like this thing. It's better than staring at the closet. A theme for questions? Nah. If you think it's something I can help with, feel free to ask. If I feel like I shouldn't comment on it, I won't. So there's not really any rule per se. Will positive change in a dark world come from the individual leading a group or us individually awakening? Number 2. Now, an individual leading a group can once in a while actually be a productive thing. It's mostly abused and used wrong in this world. But like Yeshua, for example, he was a great catalyst for those who actually understood and listened to him. Not what the Romans created as a religion. That's madness. But I'm just using that as an example. So sometimes there's a leader in the sense of being like a catalyst. But the idea is, just like he said, that you all should bear greater fruit than I. The idea is to catalyze an awakening in others. That's how things really change. There's never going to be some individual, no matter who you vote for or blindly believe in or praise or worship or bow to. It's never going to fix the earth, guys. It's on us. We are supposed to be the hands and the hearts and the eyes of the Creator. Otherwise, we wouldn't exist. So there are catalysts, but really it's about everyone being a natural creative leader of their own life, of the unique expression that the Creator put within them to manifest. No, I don't believe the end times are soon. People have been selling the end times since their last reset, what we now call Atlantis, It's just a popular idea to sell, and it keeps everybody just waiting for the end and doing nothing to change anything for the better, which is what the families that rule this world want you doing. Nothing to change anything, as usual. Do I try to do compound movements? You mean like specifically? I do a lot of compound movements, and I do isolation. I do everything, really. And my workouts are all different. Lately, they're short and sweet and right to the point and pretty violent and fast. I'm not bodybuilding, just like functional strength and power training, basically, because I'm so busy with other things. If I go into bodybuilding, I have to eat a lot more, I have to dedicate a lot of time, and I have to do a lot more volume of training, usually 20 sets or more per muscle group. But right now, that's not what I'm doing. So my workouts are just smart, intense, short, right to the point. I don't really recommend a diet per se, but principles. I share useful principles. When you say mixing honey into sauces, I don't know what's in your sauces. Every ingredient matters as far as what you're mixing it with. It's a biblical prophecy, what? The end of the world? It depends on how you read it, how you're told to interpret it. I wouldn't say it's a biblical prophecy at all. It's not what I see. I see a golden age coming if and when humans are ready to be it and bear fruit, be the temple of the living God. But being that we have free will, free will is never going to be violated, so humans may actually destroy this planet and reset again. Someday somebody will find some of our ruins deep in the ocean and say, whoa, there used to be some advanced civilization. People will be like, no way, we're the pinnacle of human achievement. And these cycles can continue as many times as they need to, until humans put consciousness and spiritual development over technological development and competition, and using everything good for exploiting, hurting, harming, and taking more. There will be an end to the society you live in soon enough, probably. Looking at things, yeah. Which for many will be the end of their world, but that's man's artificial fake world. And he's just creating that himself, based on his terrible philosophy of life and beliefs and things he participates in and complacently goes along with, wasting his chance to bear fruit and be the light. Jerry, if you look at people, you can see that they can go either way. Maybe a lot of things in time, space are arranging themselves by natural laws, like the way the planets gain enough gravity and dust and collect things and then start orbiting, creating an atmosphere and a galaxy for each other. When it comes to us, with our free will and our complexity of consciousness, or we're complex enough to do any kind of thing, but we're not like fully conscious by any means. I mean, humans have been destroying the human genome and others have been upgrading it. Some of us are connecting more strands of DNA, while others are inflicting all-out war on everything about human DNA. So with us, it can go either way. But maybe with the parts of creation that work naturally without the interference of creative beings like us, which are confused, maybe those parts are arranging themselves better with time. I would imagine so. Do you ever mix proteins, carbs, and fats? Like in a whole food, sure. But with like basic meal planning, no. Bloody MNK, it entirely depends on how you do that. Because you're mentioning a couple macros, but you're not talking about all the necessary micros and essential nutrients and how you put together a truly functional high carb, low fat vegan diet. There's all kinds of high carb, low fat vegans that are the epitome of horrible health because of the way they eat and the way they think and the way they act and the way they live. But could I do it? Yes. I've been eating a high carb, low fat, other than today with all these cacao nuts. That's not low fat, but I've been eating a high carb, low fat vegan diet. I'm not even a vegan, I'm vegetarian, but I haven't eaten any egg yolks in several months. And I've been doing really well with a diet that technically is what you labeled there, but it's nothing like I've seen most people do it. You know, a lot of people put together high carb, low fat vegan diets that are horrible for your health. So it's all in, you know, what you're constructing it from and what combinations you're eating it with, etc. You know, I'm honestly not sure about that. Chintan. I've done my own observations in adult life about that, but I didn't experiment with it as a teenager. So I don't know what difference it makes on development. I think there's a lot of theories, but I don't go around telling people I know things I don't. So I just got to be honest. I'm not sure about that. Kidneys, adult knees. I got it, straight jacket. That's a good one, man. I like it. You had me going for a second there. I'm like, wait, really? We're born with 4 kidneys and then 2 dissolve later? Do the 2 kidneys eat the other 2 kidneys? But you got me, man. They turn to adult knees. I like it. I agree, 3AL5. It's always a synthetic alternative to something better that's real that we're neglecting because of the sleight of the hand trick to make you miss what you really are and what you're meant to develop. Yep. Entirely agree. Very insightful, sir. Sir or ma'am. Probably a sir. Not sure. Dur. How would you win and beat the global overpopulation issue? Well, with the coming wars and continued genetic experimentation, your lovely world leaders like Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and a bunch of other rich Nazis are doing their best to take care of that for you, aren't they? Killing a whole bunch of people, or just letting them continue to become more and more unhealthy till they can't reproduce, or their offspring are so unhealthy they can't survive. But it's ridiculous the amount of genetic damage you have to do to humans to stop them from reproducing. It's a really idiotic way to solve the issue. Even without the moral conundrums of how just wrong and evil and nasty it is, it's also stupid. By the time you get the world population down from poisoning the human genome, what are you going to be left with? A couple people that are like the epitome of crap of what humans ever could have been? Insane. Myhovibus, there's no exact diet to imitate. If you look into Ayurveda, you'll understand people have different constitutions. And one needs to know their own constitution enough. For example, one person's ideal vegetarian diet might involve a lot more healthy fats than someone else's. And another person's might be higher in carbs and lower in the healthy fats. One person's ideal diet might be moderate protein and others might be low protein, based on their other macros. So there's no exact thing. But digestible food combinations and making sure you're covering all your micronutrients and all your essential nutrients, that should be where people start. And from there, you can modulate macros to control body size and lean mass ratios and things like that. But people need to iron out getting all the essentials and then having a high variety of medicinal plant foods in your life and a lot of different antioxidants. And then from there, you can play with your macros as far as metabolic and constitution and adjusting those things. Plants can help expand consciousness. They very much can. Being that humans have been made ignorant of plants on purpose, it's kind of a crapshoot. People try things, and some people have horror stories, and some people have positive feedback because it's just like going on a vegan or vegetarian diet. People are largely ignorant about how to use plants, unfortunately. So I can't just recklessly shotgun and say, yeah, go use a bunch of plants to enlighten your mind. I mean, some people jump off roofs when they take that stuff. They're not ready. Their life philosophy and their delusions of their own ego are too strong, and they just terrify themselves. And it all shatters because their whole existence is built out of illusionary fear to begin with. Others are ready for a certain plant. And when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Sometimes that means a plant. It can help you learn certain things about yourself and about creation and about life, principles that are real. And then you can apply that to things and make progress. But a person needs to honestly assess what they're doing and have a reasonable approach to how they do these things and a responsible approach. If humans were responsible with plants, the government would have less cheesy, corny excuses to make sure you can't use any of them. They'd still do it. They'd still outlaw it. But I mean, it wouldn't be as easy to do if people didn't do foolish things on their own. It's a periodic practice at this point, African child. I make sure to do at least a couple months per year of maintenance detox at that level. But when I initially did it, I did it nonstop for a couple years, and my health and consciousness have been upgraded ever since. That's why I shared that protocol. Super powerful. My definition of low fat, well, I don't have a macro definition. I just eat very little fats. I just make sure I get the essentials. Yes, there's an issue with the stress of how many humans are on Earth because the way food is done and the way business is done is unsustainable, ignorant, and destructive to the planet. It's not that you couldn't have 8 billion people thriving on the Earth if they were all taking care and cultivating the Earth like my family does. We'd all be just drowning in abundance of food and medicine if we did it that way. But when you have factory farming and you're burning the entire Amazon rainforest and killing all the natural medicine to make burgers so people can eat corpses and then get ill and go into the medical system and become corpses, all that's unsustainable and destroys the planet. So the so-called powers that be, being that they want to do things in these corrupt, unsustainable, greedy, ridiculous, murderous exploitation methods, if they want this planet to go on living, they have to knock the population way down to like 500 million to 1 billion people so that they can easily control that billion people and keep doing it the way they're doing it. You can't have 8 billion people doing unsustainable things without looking at the basic math of like a 50 to 100 year time span before this planet's unlivable at the rate they're going currently. If humans were the caretakers of Earth, like they're supposed to be, you could easily feed 100 people off of what I can grow on 1 acre here on the fertile belt. So then all the math changes because you're doing it right. But these are entirely different directions. The last time I showed my conventional lifts, my friend, a bunch of fitness influencers teamed up and cancel cultured me. So I don't talk about those numbers. I don't even mention those numbers anymore. It just causes me problems. It's best I lift things people can't comprehend or put a number on. Then they can just stay out of it. Your hormones are not as fat dependent as you think. If you meet your basic essential fatty acids, With healthy fats, you have healthy cell walls, your hormones will be great. Most of the fats people eat are just diminishing their cellular function anyway, and that's not helping. By the way, your body can make cholesterol. You don't have to eat a bunch of dead carcasses to have male hormones. That's just more BS to keep you going along with evil and feeding the industries everything's run on that owns everybody and controls the narrative. If your body wants to make high testosterone, it'll make its own cholesterol and do it. If it's healthy enough to go ahead and do that, it will. It's hard to say, True North. There's too many different ways it can collapse. And last time I told my version of it, it was so accurate I got immediately canceled. And then I watched exactly the things I had described occur over the next 10 years after that. So it's best I don't predict. But there's a lot of ways. There's a whole bunch of different options on how to cause the next reset. And people are furiously racing, apparently, to see which one they can cause first. Or maybe many at once. You know, I'm not sure, Reno. Do you sense hope in that person? Do they just need time? Do they just need patience? You know, are they a changeable person? Do they ever show change? Or are they one of these absolutely I'm right and you're wrong no matter what type personalities, you know? I can't tell you for sure. I can't. Because everybody's on a spectrum with these things. You really got to try to make it work to the point where you feel right with yourself and your own soul that you really did make the best effort. And if that's not enough and it's still toxic and dysfunctional, at some point you got to create boundaries and go different ways, you know? But I can't tell you what your situation is there. Sounds good. Kefir milk, you know, with all them good gut bacterias. Pedro. Anything that's a food, a whole food that's in a form where it can actually help you create a better gut biome, that's a good food, you know. Not everybody's meant to consume dairy, but in and of itself, that's a really good food. Yeah, I live fully off grid in the sense that we're not on the power grid. We have internet by satellite, you know. So some people are like, "You're not off grid because you're online," and I'm like, "Well, okay. Do you mean do I live in a cave and just hide? Like, depends what you mean by the grid. To me, the grid is the power grid because that's you paying for the system that you live off of, and I don't because I don't live off that system. Now, we still buy some foods and some supplies from society, but we don't actually have to. We can live on things that are just on the land now. However, I want to develop things a lot better here to where that would be more of an abundant life rather than just surviving. So to get to a point where we don't really need to buy anything per se, but we still will here and there, you know, things that make sense to buy minimalistically. But to me, yes, I live off grid because if the whole grid falls today, we could just lay low here and live as a family while the world sorts out its Mad Max apocalypse or whatever, and then we can help a few survivors start putting the pieces together again. So in that sense, we live fully off grid, yes. Yeah, I'd love to have some hemp clothing, you know. Last time I looked at it was pretty expensive, but sooner or later I'll probably buy something hemp. Yeah, supposedly that's what a rainbow is, you know. Maybe that's true. My favorite health and wellness mentors, the great physician in the sky, really. That's who I listen to. I don't follow other men anymore. What made me so strong? pain and suffering, weakness, sickness, illness, conviction to be the opposite of all that, a lot of hard work, a lot of discipline, a lot of problem solving, and a lot of health and wellness upgrades and genetic improvements, consciousness growth affecting the DNA, and a lot of follow through over time. All of that put together. And, just like a blessing, it's a special, particular aspect of the way God chooses to express itself through this particular vessel, Oh, thank you, my friend. Any mini donation, hey, donations of any size, guys. We make a little go a long ways here, so any small donation, I just want you guys to know it's humbling, and my whole family is just super thankful to be supported by others. It's an amazing thing. We are very, very thankful, and it's making a big difference for us. So thank you very much from all of us. RP, this may sound too far out currently, but in the visions I've been shown, I do not believe that there was originally animals that ate other animals. I don't think that was the original setup. I think that's part of the fall of man. Certain animals took on the predatory aspect of man. Once man started killing, certain animals did too. And over time, they've divided into the groups, the killers and those that try not to be killed. And actually, some of the herbivores can easily kill the predators if they fight back. But anyway, that's all a side note. There will come a time when the lion and the lamb lay down together again if we do this right. But that comes from us. We are the main influence. We are the highest consciousness of creatures on this planet. So the mass influence we have on animals that people are unaware of, how our choices affect and change the energy field of nature, is the same as when a group of people on one side of the planet put aside religion and just together put their intention that, say, in the Middle East, violence reduces. It does. Without calling those people on the phone, your brothers and sisters on the other side of the planet will be much less violent that day. Now, we don't only affect each other that way, we affect all of creation. So as it used to be, it can be again, where things don't consume each other anymore. That's hard for people to see in the tiny microcosmic stuck, trapped view inside of a box that they're given when they come into this world. You have to see it from sort of a higher outside place. Thank you, Anthony Eclipse. Much love and gratitude. My 25-year-old self, well, that's when I met my wife. What my advice be? Speed up the process of learning trust for this other person and recognizing the triggers and where they came from that make it hard, so you both can suffer less in the process. Well, by mainstream so-called human standards, I am superhuman. But I don't say that to brag. It's not a title. It's not a game. It's not to sell clicks and views. It's just the fact that what's called mainstream is an incredibly nerfed version of what humans could be. And that applies to everyone. Yeah, jumping on a jump rope essentially achieves the same thing as rebounding, yes. It's harder work, but if you do that, you're covering your bases there, yes. To cure allergies, you have to fix your gut lining. You have to populate it with a proper microbiome. And then your immune system will start working right, and you won't have leaky gut that's leaking undigested proteins into your bloodstream that are acting as poison. So everything on my health and wellness playlist how to detoxify the body, to reset, how to rebuild the gut, how to populate it with gut flora. So you have actual functional metabolism, digestive system, elimination system, and immune system. That's the real cure for allergies. I used to have allergies so bad I had blisters on my eyeballs, and my throat would almost swell shut, and my head would plug up like fire ants were stinging it from the inside. I wanted to be dead for weeks at a time. It was beyond brutal. I used to have some of the worst allergies I've ever heard of, and now I have none. It comes from fixing it from the inside, all of it. Fruits without seeds, if they're non-GMO, and I'm not sure if any fruits exist like that, probably. Yeah, if they do, it's fine. But the fruits I'm aware of without seeds, it's because they're GMO. You shouldn't eat them. They're genetically mutated, and they're passing on genetic mutations to your body by design, so you can be some kind of nerfed version of yourself, just like that's a nerfed version of fruit. I've seen those places, Luke Dillon. They're real. Those are more heavenly layers of creation than what we're in here in this world. Rebounding's jumping up and down on a trampoline to drastically improve your immune system and your health. You should really Google it and look into it. It's super valuable, and it's easy. It's an amazing, easy, simple hack for health. Look up Chris Beat Cancer for an idea of the power of rebounding. I created this channel. Well, a long time ago, I created the channel. I don't even remember why. But this year, when I started talking again, I did it because the creator encouraged me. Once I got to the point where I didn't care that nobody ever listened to me in my whole life, it was the weirdest thing. Once I didn't care about that and I was no longer upset about it, all of a sudden the creator asked me to try communicating with humans again and watch what happens. And now somehow everybody's different than the last time I checked, and people are actually listening and interested in all this stuff. So I'm just doing my best to cooperate with the great spirit and the great source and the great force to collab with God as a Padawan of Yeshua ben Yosef. So it's not really my agenda. It's more about cooperation. This channel is not being deleted because I've had 10 or more deleted in the past, and I've learned mostly how to say things without spelling it out. Even though people always ask me to spell it out, I can point at a lot of things, but be careful with my wordplay. And so far, so good. Maybe there's some divine protection happening here too. No, I don't use a conditioner. No. How to improve a really bad lower back? I'm not fully sure what you mean by really bad. Sometimes people's lower back pain has more to do with constipation and gut toxicity and kidney problems. But if it really is just a muscular issue, you want to balance the strength of your abs in your core, because a lot of times it's a muscular imbalance. So you want to strengthen both sides, like, weighted leg raises or something to strengthen the lower ab area a lot. And you want to give your lower back frequent stimulation. You don't need to overdo it per se. You don't need to be maxing out or doing ultra heavy workouts, but start to do things that are more natural. If you look back in time when people had to work the land or build things, they were bent over a lot. So their lower back had a lot of natural endurance. So just start doing something that's not overdoing it, but gives it a reason to sort of strengthen up and develop some stamina and strengthen the core, the front side as well, to balance it out. No thoughts on Ray Pete. It's just a name I hear sometimes. Yes, detoxification can take years. How many years did it take you to get as many toxins in your body as you have right now? Fully green pea. I've had some greenish pea when I took certain vitamins in excess. How do I become so wise? I'm only allowing some of the wisdom of the Creator to flow through me. It's more of an alignment thing. It's not that I own wisdom. Nobody does. Wisdom already exists in a higher energy field that you can tap into when you align with the nature of God a little better. So it's kind of more about me getting out of the way, or I will disrupt all the wisdom myself with my own personal imbalances. I used to use bone broth. I honestly never noticed the joint, skin, or hair benefits. I took it anyway. But actually, now my joint, skin, and hair are better than ever on plants, antioxidants, micronutrients. So, as great of an idea as it sounds like, honestly, I never noticed any amazing benefits, and I'm just doing a lot better now. I think it might be overhyped. You know, like when you're nutritionally devoid of everything, sure, collagen might make a big difference, and then it seems like it's some magical thing, but I don't think so. If you're eating the things that build collagen, you know, guys, this is weird, and I know I'm going to end up talking about it more. I might even have to make a video about it, but I have my view of nutrient priorities makes the world's view upside down to me. Everybody acts like eating higher up the food chain is better. Just eat an animal. It's got all those things. Let's use omega-3s for a second here. People say, well, you should eat, fish oil because it's already got the DHA so your body doesn't have to synthesize it. I say the exact opposite. I want to eat lower down the food chain and have my body synthesize those simple omega-3 fatty acids into the DHA, because when you do that, your body makes things with much less DNA errors than when you're stealing it from another living organism. And you're making your body lazy. It's almost like taking synthetic hormones. Why would you, if I want more testosterone, I'll just inject it. Well, that just makes your whole body innately stupider and weaker. So my actual priorities of how to eat involves getting all your micronutrients from further down the food chain instead of further up it. And then you get better DNA replication with less errors. I'm going to have to get into that more in the future. I know that's like one of those pioneering concepts. I haven't heard anybody else say it ever. It's probably out there because I don't really listen to anybody either. I just listen to the source, Well, your ego can get in alignment with higher things when it's willing, sure. But the wisdom still doesn't belong to your ego because your ego's super limited. And even when it means well, like I got an ego that means well, I mean well for everybody, even my base, just dude personality or whatever. Like I mean well for everybody, but the human ego, it has too many glitches and hiccups in how it operates in its limited consciousness. So my ego is present, but it's cooperating with higher wisdom and it's not claiming it. That's why I don't say wisdom is mine. I don't believe in intellectual property. You guys are free to copy and paste any of this anywhere and do anything you want with it. I don't believe in any of that garbage. It's selfish and foolish and divisive, and it takes away from the whole. So by my ego aligning itself the best it can with what higher principles it's aware of, that's kind of what I mean about getting out of the way. It's not that I, don't have an ego right now. It's just that my ego is doing its best to cooperate with higher principles and not get drawn into my own agenda, my own little fun, gimmicky personality traits too much. That said, you still, you got to relate to people and be human and have a sense of humor and let a cuss word slip and admit that you don't walk on water, because I don't want to seem like some unrelatable, like I've seen these pretentious so-called new age teachers that every little thing they do is some pre-practiced way to look like they're superior and they're more advanced than you and they're better and all that nonsense. And it just reeks to me. I can't stand it. So the second I see myself even looking like something like that, I almost want to make a fool out of myself for a second just to bring it down to earth, like cut a big ripper or something so you guys can laugh at me and just be reminded, oh yeah, he deals with all the human stuff too. If there's any wisdom here, it's coming from the Great One, and I'm just doing my best to cooperate with it. Like an electric wire conducting electricity. I'm not the electricity. I mean, it's what animates me, but I'm not the source of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, I'm allowing some to pass through my life into yours. You're very welcome, RP56. Much love, my friend. Yeah, that's one of the nonsense narratives you've heard, Georgie, as they kill all the real medicine on earth for more cows, and then everybody goes to the hospital, lives on drugs and surgeries, and never really lives at all. Red meat is like big oil, okay? They get to control narratives. They get to have wars when they want to. There's more money behind bloody animal sacrifice than you could possibly imagine. And it's been going on since before biblical times, the exploitation of living things that can't vote or speak English or anything. So apparently we're just going to do every horrible thing to them and act like we need to, and it's good for us because that's what we were told. But it's a lie. For increasing testosterone, there's many things, but I've noticed people that worry about their testosterone level make it low just by that alone. Oh, I don't think I can produce good testosterone. Well, I guarantee with a mindset like that, you have the testosterone of an 8-year-old girl, even if you weren't being poisoned with a bunch of xenoestrogens and endocrine disruptors. So a lot of it's mindset because your mindset talks to your glands and they produce accordingly. Fear not only drops your immune system, in other words, it drops all your positive hormones. That's part of how it drops your immune system and makes you vulnerable. So deep detox and then a lifestyle that keeps the endocrine disruptors out of you as much as possible, i.e. all the things on my health playlist. And then really good micronutrients and better mindset and life practices that keep stress low and positive vision and intention and sense of purpose high. Those things will help you have testosterone levels that are basically like the level of a moderate steroid cycle, except no negative side effects because it's organic instead of synthetic. Well, the antibiotics didn't work, my friend, and now you have no immune system because your gut lining's destroyed and you have leaky gut from taking antibiotics. So again, I got to reference my health playlist. The first 3 videos are in strategic order for good reason. After that, you have some really good nutritional stacks. Start at the beginning, clean everything out, rebuild your gut lining, populate it with gut flora, and own your temple and rebuild it brick by brick, basically. Because you're not going to heal from these. I got to be careful how I say this. You already went the. That's all I can say. You got to go from there. Much love, my friend. You torture yourself over the person you used to be with a guilty conscience. Well, if you're really not them anymore, it's unproductive to do that. Think about if you had a child. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Think about, say you have this kid, and for a while they got some weird emotional imbalance and they're like murdering baby animals or something really scary, right? But then one day they stop and they wake up and they feel bad about it and it makes them cry and they snap out of it and they don't do that anymore. Are you going to beat the shit out of your kid over and over into the future about how bad they are for what they did? Or are you just going to be thrilled that they snapped out of that dark cloud of weirdness, whatever it was, and you're going to nurture them and the goodness in them and encourage them to go forward in a positive way? Now, treat yourself the same way. Treat your own inner child the same way. Heal yourself. The world's full of people trying to burn other people for their perceived wrongs and keep the attention off their own. We have to become the source of healing. How can you learn anything about the power of forgiveness and regeneration if you don't screw some stuff up? Use it. Use it for the better. Become all the more clear on who you are now that you've done some things that you know you are not. It just makes it that much easier to have a stronger, more clear conviction about what you are. People that haven't made mistakes they regret are going to do so because they're just kind of bobbling through their life, waiting to be influenced by those with agendas. By the time they figure out they were misled, they're going to have made some horrible mistakes. But if you've already done that and you're clear, that's not who I am, then you've already repented of it. So when you repent before God for having done something wrong, you're forgiven before God, you're free. So it's only yourself holding yourself in the dark now. So repent of that and be free indeed. And just use it to do better going forward. I can't tell you what I think about vaccines. I already got canceled once 10 years ago for warning a lot of people about what was coming. Can't talk about it. I think you know. I think you know. How to make life feel exciting when I accomplish a big goal that I worked hard for. I get no satisfaction. Well, that means it wasn't true to you. That means whatever that goal is you achieved, you did it for a reason that wasn't authentic to your inner child. Probably because you live in a world of conditional love and you thought you might finally get the kind of you're subconsciously looking to be treated the way a human should. And because the world gave you conditions, you thought if you achieved a certain thing, then you would get to feel that kind of love that the world has been devoid of. But it doesn't work that way, does it? You have to become that source of love. And then your achievements, whatever they are, they'll be more authentic to you and they will really count for something. Right now they don't, because there's an untrue foundation in why you're achieving them. Okay? I've read the Bible multiple times. I've read part of the Quran. There's truth and there's a lot of man-made nonsense in both of them. Just to be simple and honest about it, as weirdly rare and hard as that is to do in this world. You're already over 6 foot and you're worried about height. I don't know, man. I mean, you can check out the stuff in my bone development height video. Most popular video on this channel. It's over 100,000 views now. It's kind of interesting. So many people are interested in that. Yeah, you got to super high dose the vitamin K2 to get any of the real magic. That's why I recommend that product. It's the only one high enough dose to do any of the things that are special about it. Love is not entirely selfless, because when you take care of others, you are taking care of yourself, because all are connected. So, yes and no. Raw milk might boost your growth if you drink it before sleep. I'd say for most people, the studies show, now I could be wrong, excuse me, cacao bean hiccups. I could be wrong here, but it seems like more of the research I ever read in the distant past about milk and raw milk and this and that, the cultures that drank more of it, all other things being equal, would attain a little more height. So I would think if it's part of your diet, then drinking it before bed, yes, that might help you grow taller. Then again, if you're drinking milk that has too much estrogen in it, like conventional milk, so-called, you're probably stunting your growth and messing yourself up in a bunch of other ways. Yeah, you should be able to eat many bananas every day with no problem. Depending on what you're combining them with. Sure. Yeah, 6'5", man. You're at that pinnacle. I rarely see guys that height or taller who don't start to like lose athletic attributes just from everything being so long, Some guys can handle it, but then you got the longevity issue. Remember, your heart's the most important muscle. I tell my younger son, because he's so tall, I'm like, let's go. Let's do some laps on the track. Let's push your cardio. Don't kill yourself. But remember, building up your heart is very important, because your heart has a lot of mileage to push blood through. You keep a strong, healthy heart, being really, really tall should not be a problem in the long run. But most people don't keep a strong, healthy heart. Quite the opposite in this world. Yeah, you took antidepressants. You nerfed yourself for the system of evil and lies and the biggest drug dealers on the planet. Use my health playlist, man. Detox it. Get a bunch of herbs and real vitality in you. My health stacks. Rebuild your endocrine function and build it up instead of breaking it down and hiding from it and interfering with it with lies they call medicine. Yeah, I mean, there's guys with so much charisma, it doesn't matter what their skin's like or what their height is like. They'll be the most popular guys around. It's really, I mean, and then there's tall, goofy people that are super insecure. And unless you're going to be in the NBA, where there's a practical meaning to being so tall, other than just hitting your head on a lot. I mean, I hit my head on stuff all the time. I'm not even NBA tall, and I just hit my head on stuff all the time. So, like, unless there's some really pragmatic reason you need to be 6.5 feet tall, I mean, it's cool if you are, rock it, own it, but why people have been trained to always place importance on arbitrary external things, so you don't go inward and discover where the real meaning and the value and the real power of existing really comes from. What kind of cardio? Whatever gets your heart rate high for a while, something you enjoy, something you don't mind doing on a regular basis, that's what matters. If I give you some cardio assignment, something you hate doing, you're not going to stick to it. Just do something to get your heart rate up nice and high, something you enjoy enough to keep doing it. And not like every day or anything, guys. You can do good cardio even once a week, would make a huge difference in your longevity and your health. A few times a week is great. If I lived in a big city, which I did, that's what I construct these health stacks for on my health playlist. I use those things when I lived in a city to compensate, to build up my vitality and strength and power by intelligent, well-designed supplementation while I'm living in a very unnatural, unideal environment. That and a plant-based diet with healthy food combination. It's just, it's everything on my health topics playlist. Starting at the beginning of the list is kind of the priority of how to get into these things. But yeah, the health topics playlist. Yes, you can inverse that, Frederick. You have to simplify, correct, clean your body, and find the herbs and supplements specifically that help build up your pancreas, rebuild it. It is possible. That's all I can say. But remember, this is a fictional sci-fi universe, guys. This is sci-fi talk, right? I don't have to be canceled because I'm just a wannabe sci-fi writer. That's where all these miracles in my life come from. My imaginary sci-fi stuff and the experiments I do on my pet tiger. That's all I'm talking about here. Wink, wink. Short sprints for cardio. Yep. And a huge growth hormone burst from that, too. Yeah, okay. Everybody thinks their religious book was written by God, all the different religions. Even though if you read the thing, it's full of the divisive ego of man. But I understand when you've been brainwashed heavily in a thing, it's too terrifying to look at it. It's too terrifying for most to face how simple and obvious it is that these things are written by the hands of men, doing their best to talk about God with their various levels of ego problems and agenda and lack of understanding. But people want to worship a book, which is idolatry. They want to worship a physical object as being God, because it's easier to do that than it is to figure out what it means to tap into the living spirit of God and learn how to listen to that. Because that you have to take your own responsibility for, instead of just joining some cult and saying, I'm right because I'm in the right cult and we happen to believe the right things and the rest of you are screwed, which is the game called religion and political control, and it's man-made. It should help, Brian Garcia. If it doesn't do anything after months, that means there's a different cause, and there are some other more uncommon reasons one could lose their hair. But I would at least try the healthy oils for a few months to see if you stop, halt the shedding, and start reversing it. Then again, really, guys, that video about hair regrowth, I'm talking about topical things you can do. And it did work for me, but it doesn't address any of the deeper underlying imbalances of your whole body and glands. And that's actually more important. So I give you a topical thing to do to start getting your hair back or stop the loss. But I really deeply more so recommend people use the things on the health playlist. I mean, that's what I did in my fictional universe to upgrade everything about my health and consciousness. So that's why I share those things. You'll get to where you don't need anything topical because your body's rebuilt from the inside, from the deepest levels, and it's working right, and it's alive. And then it can even take care of unnecessary details like hair, which is unnecessary, but your body will take good care of it if it has an excess of healthy things to do so. Also, don't let that fool you, because there's people that are very unhealthy that just happen to have really good hair genetics, who grow really fast, thick hair, and they have several diseases at the same time. So you can't just look at somebody and judge their inner health by their hair. There's people that are quite vital and alive that lose their hair because they had a particular imbalance of energy that just made the fragile hair stop working and growing. But the best thing always is to treat things from the inside. By the time your outside reflects a really healed inside, not only do you look great, but you're actually functioning in a much higher capacity than you ever were before. Yeah, there's people that'll show you forms of evidence for that, Brian. But I'm not saying I agree with all of them, or necessarily all of it's necessarily accurate. But when I hear the words of one who speaks 100% truth and nobody understands him even to this day, I recognize it and I go, wow, there's somebody who spoke, lived the truth to the point where they manifested miracles everywhere they went. And of course, they were butchered for it and a bunch of lies made out of them, because that's the way that's going to go if you live that unadulteratedly, uncompromisingly in alignment with God's nature in a world that's so far away from God's nature. Yeah. Yes, you can change your IQ. Maybe use the brain hack stack I posted yesterday. Over time, it'll definitely do so, especially if you use your mind for anything productive. Hello. Yeah, I take a few supplements even now. Sure. Recently, I was taking pine pollen. I stopped. Right now, my supplement protocol. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Somebody asked me about breakfast, and I forgot. What I've been doing in the morning for a week now or more, I take a huge amount of digestive enzymes, plant-based full-spectrum digestive enzymes on an empty stomach, because this increases your net level of enzymes, which are catalysts in your body. And then all the cleaning and building and repairing and upgrading takes place faster. It's almost like fasting. The benefits of fasting are massively accelerated by taking a huge, and I'll have videos in the future about digestive enzyme therapy. Just haven't gotten to that yet, but I'm taking a huge amount of plant-based digestive enzymes on an empty stomach in the morning. And it's awesome. The amount of repairing and upgrading and catalyzing important processes in the body, speeding up for the better. Well, the best thing for strengthening wrestling is wrestling. And then what you want to do to be intelligent about it, grapple really hard for a while, figure out which muscles fatigue too much and get your butt kicked because you just run out of stamina with a certain muscle and you can't hold a position, or you can't fight your way out of something. Keep track of which muscles those were and take some strength training to drastically improve your endurance and strength in those muscle groups. So by process of elimination, if it's your delts or your hips or your core or your neck or something is getting too fatigued and costing you when you're really pushing it in the wrestling, make a side project to upgrade that until it's not your weakest link. And then you'll discover your next weakest link when it comes to wrestling, and then you upgrade that. If you keep building up the weakest links, your threshold for stamina, endurance, and being able to handle it just keeps getting higher and higher. You're in break. You're in break time. 2 minutes or less. Be right back. Hey, Anthony, Eclipse, are you still there? My wife just told me about your donation. Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I think I'm in shock. And she said you asked something about dogs and parasites. Least I can do is address that. And if you want more, let me know and I'll look some stuff up and even maybe put together like the least I could do for you if you're showing us that much support, right? I could put together a video or a stack or something. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about ivermectin for dogs, but if I was in my sci-fi dystopian universe, it doesn't just work for horses, it works well for dogs. Also, there's some natural things like if your dogs will eat papaya with the seeds in it, that's a serious dewormer. It works really well. Our dogs love it. They also eat jackfruit here, and the seeds deworm them. That's probably harder to have access to. I think most people can get papaya with seeds in most locations. But yeah, off the top of my head, those are two really powerful dewormers for dogs. And dogs being scavengers and licking up anything that smells edible, they tend to always get more parasites. Again, it's not like they stay clean unless you keep them locked up, which is kind of unrealistic. So I think with dogs, it just makes sense to have a periodic cleanse because they're going to get themselves bugs. But let me know. There's someone that was Raymond Bonilla. You used ivermectin on your dogs when you were a breeder. Nice. Yeah, I would say the dog remedies apply to cats, but I don't think you're going to get your cats to eat papayas and papaya seeds, but definitely the ivermectin thing. Unless I'm not allowed to say that word, then I didn't. It's all just sci-fi novel contemplation, okay? But yeah, for sure. And Anthony, if you want me to look into it more and come up with something, I'll research which things are safe and not. We can make a really powerful stack for getting all the parasites out of dogs. If you want something like multi-level, super powerful, just let me know. I more than owe you. You've more than justified some time and focus on my part, that's for sure. And it makes a huge difference in our lives, what you did. And I am so very thankful. We all are. I'd say you made my day, but I think you made my month, maybe my year. Thank you so very much. The generosity and kindness and support of that man. Love and gratitude, very sincerely. And if you want my email, so we could talk privately about how I could be of service to you and yours, just let me know. I'll send you an email on the threads and then we'll delete it and whatever. No offense to anyone else, but I have limited time, so I give out my email for personal consultations to anyone that makes $100 or more donation. And if you can't afford that, just remember, I'm here to help you for free. So just keep posting your serious inquiries under any of the video threads until you get my attention. I'll give you good answers, guys. I'm not excluding anybody based on money, okay? Nice, going to Mexico and day trading. Be careful, be aware in Mexico, learn how things work different, Don't look like money, don't look arrogant, don't look like somebody that should be robbed. I've been to Mexico a few times and I've been to parts I shouldn't have gone to probably. And I had some wake-up calls and was real thankful that things didn't go worse. I think Mexico is a big place with a lot of differences in different parts of it. It's a really neat part of the world. But, you got to learn the cultural do's and don'ts, the practicalities of how things are done different. So you can keep yourself safe and have a strategy to get along with people instead of having issues, So take your time with that. But I think it's a great vision. I feel excited for you. Project Looking Glass, I've certainly heard of it. Yeah, I've sort of heard of all those things, and they're interesting. I hesitate to talk about things that don't have a lot of direct relevance to how you can help yourself right now, because it gets off into the whole like mind-blowing but impractical realms. And yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of things that are really far out, but I feel convicted to spend my time giving people things with practical, applicable value rather than just going into things that are mind-boggling but don't have as much practical applicability to how you can help yourself right here and now with life. As far as I know, somebody is compiling this channel in a book. Last we spoke. I'm not a book writer myself. And I'll mention this again. Anybody you want to copy any and all of this and just archive it for yourself, if you want to make a platform out of it elsewhere, feel free. I do not own anything I say, guys. There is no such thing as intellectual property, whatever. That's just selfishness and greed and business and lies and man-made nonsense. This all belongs to everyone. So feel free, everybody, to make your own copies of all this stuff. So if it gets erased, you'll still have it. And if you want to post it here and there, that's fine as well. And if it ever makes you any money, good. What's important is that people get the chance to hear these things so that those who want to use some of it can do so. The more, the merrier. Thumb pulling to expand palate. I don't know what that is. American workers internationally for homestead life. So you mean you're like still working for some business or group in America, but you're living abroad? Is that, I'm trying to understand the question. Well, see, Beffer, the best thing I can do is invest in all of you. There is no one person going to save the world or any of this nonsense. To awaken the light of the divine creator within others is how the whole tide turns. Instead of the dystopia everybody's creating and going along with, we could create utopia. The kingdom of heaven is laid out on earth, but men do not see it. Which also means the kingdom of hell is laid out on earth and men do not see it. But they tend to be more tapped into it for the most part, sadly. But yeah, the very best thing I can do for me is to do good for you and others. So if any of this goes out in the world, makes a dent, somebody can use it, I don't care if they know my name or not. Better they don't. It's not about me. It's about creation. It's about the whole. So I am happy to give anything I can to invest in my fellow humans. The bear, you don't need to, Tudka is not made from bears anymore, Flad. So you don't have to feel bad about that. I wouldn't, encourage people to use things that require some animal to be sacrificed. It's synthesized now and it works quite well. So feel free. No moral conundrums with that. That black thing under your eyes might have to do with liver damage. It can also have to do with parasites in the body. Sometimes it's kidney related. So I don't know how deep of cleansing you've done to remove all parasites and foreign contaminants. If not, I'd recommend the first video on my health topics playlist, or as close to it as you dare get. I mean, that's what I did. I can only talk about what I did. I can never tell anybody what to do, nor would I want to. I don't like being told what to do, so I don't go around telling other people what to do. I'm just sharing what I did and do from time to time. I'm snacking on fermented, sun-baked cacao beans my wife harvested and prepared from our own property. These are really big. Don't let my giant ogre fingers fool you. These are really big. Biggest ones I've seen. Caffeine and coffee. Look into Ayurveda. It's quite suitable and productive for some, and it's quite destructive for others. Some people could do with a little. Some people can even handle a lot. Some people shouldn't touch it. Look into Ayurveda for an understanding about caffeine and things with caffeine and different constitution and mentality types of human beings. You showed your dad a clip of that, Samuel? Well, he must be a pretty cool dad if he's open-minded enough you could share something like that without worrying about getting repercussions. It's cool. Eye shiners can be from allergies. Okay, makes sense. So yeah, healing the gut. It's always back to the same things, guys. It's always right back to the playlist. Deep detox, gut rebuild, gut flora rebuild. Now you have an immune system. Now you have digestion. Now you have elimination. Proper food combinations, good micronutrients to keep it that way. Regular detox, especially when you live in toxic society. Society is inundating you with all kinds of things that shouldn't be there. So to compensate properly, you just do the opposite. You go to great lengths to take out all the things that shouldn't be in your body. If you're not compensating, you're just being worn down and destroyed by it. It's just basic math, you know. Brazil! Psh. What's up? What is my great work? What is the future? Well, in creating an off-grid, self-sufficient homestead, in gardening the land into a lush, bountiful, life-supporting reality, I'm basically just living in the future that it's going to take other people a while to catch up to and see for themselves. So I'm just a few mountains ahead, establishing something that other people need to go through a lot of processes and dead ends and struggles and personal developments to see is entirely necessary. And if there's going to be a future for humanity, it's going to be intentional communities that work together and support each other instead of me versus you. And it's going to be done in harmony with life itself, where you create more life instead of killing life to create your own life. I'm living in the future, guys. What form that could take could change a lot. Right now, I'm living in the low budget, do it by yourself by hand version of the future. Where it can go from there once it has a proper foundation, that we would have to create together. Well, all societies are entirely corrupted. The same families. There are kind of hole in the wall countries where like where I am right now. It's not a country per se, but it's entirely corrupt. The government, but it's low level corruption. So basically, the government just pockets all money and doesn't do anything for the people. But they're also not in my way telling me what I can and can't do. So it works fine for me. Keep all your money and just stay out of my way and let me be me. That's all I need from a government. But there's a lot of people that are so dependent on things they couldn't survive here because you don't have proper government institutions doing things for you and taking care of you. Not that I ever considered it to actually be taking care of you. I consider it more like herding animals in captivity. But some people are reliant on that. Me, I need freedom from it. So, yes, things are corrupt everywhere, but it depends on what kind of corruption is a problem for you and what kind isn't really. And for me, not getting any help from a government, that's fine. I don't want their help. Because if they help me with anything, then they think they have say in my life. They think, in case you guys haven't noticed the way narcissism works, i.e. all government, for everything they supposedly give you, they take complete control of your life for it. That's the trade. I'm not interested. So for me, living somewhere kind of third world-ish where the government just is lazy and deluded and greedy and they just pocket all the money and they don't give a shit about the people, I can actually thrive in a place like that because they're leaving me alone. So that's, that's one thing to consider. Yes, cooled pompo, that's true. At a spiritual basic principle sense, yes. The West, as it's called, which is basically the arrogance of the US calling itself the West, calling itself America, even though all of those South American countries and Canada and a bunch of other things are America. When they say America, they're just talking about themselves, the arrogant US, which is Rome 3.0. And it's very self-centered. It's very me first and screw everybody else. My God's better. My daddy's better. My country's better. We're better. We're entitled to more. A lot of people don't realize that's who they are in the scheme of things, but it is. And because of that widespread moral failure of selfishness, yes. At the level of individuals, you could say that is the way that they are condemning themselves to the destruction that they're always moving further into. Oh yeah, I was raised some of those things, Lewis, view. But I've had to shuck off all the Roman created religion nonsense and find the actual source of creation, not the befouled, terrible version of it the Romans tell children like a nightmare to brainwash them with. All those branches come from the same thing. It's a Roman invented religion. It's flawed right out of the gate in a whole bunch of hideously destructive ways. So I'm not any of those labels. But I know what it's like to be in powerful, brainwashed, terrified cults and to fight for what you think you have to fight for and to try to brainwash other people into what you think you have to brainwash them into for God. I've done all that madness. I've been through many kinds of madness in this life. It's all useful now. Makes me more helpful to people. Nutmeg, yeah, there's many herbs with calming properties. That's what real medicine is. It's all in the plant kingdom. Not, you guys, the drugs you take that they call medicine, they extracted single particles out of plants to make those patented drugs so they can make a bunch of money, and they destroyed the medicine in the process. That's what greed does. Greed results in the murder of your fellow human being for your own profits at a mass level. Drought seasons or water scarcity. Well, we have our own natural spring water here. So sometimes, say it doesn't rain for like 2 weeks and it's really hot sun, I have to hand water. I just use hand watering containers and go around and water younger plants and trees that need it. Just, low technology, basic method. I've never taken methylene blue. There's always a better thing in nature versus the man-made, artificial, synthetic alternative to truth. And maybe methylene blue works pretty good, but it means it came from something in nature that works better. So I always go to the real thing. Once you learn the patterns, you don't play the game anymore. Bitcoin? I don't know. I've heard funny things and I just don't know what the point is. I'm not quite sure. But I'm not a money guy. I'm not a guy who ever sat around worrying about money. I was just a guy who was always very responsible with every resource put in my hands because I don't want my life to be about money. Money is an unfortunate requirement for being born on a planet that's shaped by the Roman Empire, So it's something I have to deal with. It's like painful homework that I've had to deal with responsibly in life. But I don't sit around plotting and scheming about money or ways to make money. People ask me because they're like, well, how'd you get financially independent? and free at a young age, technically retired just so you could start your real life. And I'm like, well, I never made a lot of money. I mean, I had a few quick moments where I made a pretty good cash grab doing some things most people would never do, but I've never made big money, not even close. I've just always lived below my means and been very careful and very, very efficient because I wanted to get out of this financial slavery thing I was born in so I could be free to like create something meaningful for life instead of just a rat on a wheel till you give up and die, you know? Scar on my forehead, yeah. This is actually a recent scab type thing, but I actually have a scar right here from a rifle scope that I slammed a hole in my head. I have a scar here where I busted a hole through my lip completely and you could pull it open and see my teeth. I have a scar here from where some rocks were knocked into my face. So I've got nice scars all right through the middle. I've gone headfirst into plenty of things in life. And the West be saved? Through massive individual awakening, becoming a collective awakening, it could be. People become actually more conscious, not like fake more conscious, intelligent with evil agendas, actually more conscious. Start perceiving more of the nature of the creator and becoming a little more like it. And that could change and save everything, yes. But I'm not making any predictions. I'm a pattern guy with really advanced pattern recognition. And this planet repeatedly has gotten to a point where technology abuse destroyed massively developed civilizations, even way more advanced than what you have now, that lie on the bottom of the sea and under parts of jungles and this and that. And I don't see right now evidence that humans are doing much different. But that said, the amount of people on this channel suddenly interested in things that 5 years ago only got me cancel cultured and hated, or 10 years ago, or whenever the last time was I made the effort, that's a really good sign. So it's kind of like by people being forced to see the evil that's always been there, people are being forced to either give up even more or join the evil or seek higher meaning to life. It's like it's forcing people to wake up, the discomfort of it. So there is hope. You know, I've often been naive and wore rose colored glasses about a lot of things in life, but you know what? I think that's a good quality. Even though it gets you disappointed at times, without that, there's no hope and you won't do anything. You'll just be an apathetic lump, just another consumer that's part of the problem. So I prefer to have hope and look at things through rose colored glasses in a sense and never let that be totally extinguished. Yeah, I have a lot of scars. Those are just the ones going down the middle of my face. To open the heart chakra, you have to pray. You need to ask for angelic intervention and help because it's an energetic process and none of us have been taught how. The only progress I've ever got is in asking for it over and over and over and praying for it and asking for it and not even knowing what I'm asking for and then receiving it and have massive changes. And I still got a lot of progress to make. Every day, the world does 1,000 things to try to make sure you don't open your heart center and you don't learn to be led by your heart center. But if you can't, you'll always have to worship external things or believe in external things that are man made. And that's the closest you'll get to God. So it's no good. Yes, definitely the more you do to love your neighbor as yourself. Not as like a test of God where you just do stuff to see what will happen, because that's kind of ego and pretentious. But if you can engender any kind of actual care and actually want to help others, you are developing a connection again to your heart center, and that can help for sure. The more you do that, the more it will be honored by the creator whose nature you are aligning more with. Yeah. What I'm saying is you shouldn't get a Little Caesars pizza right now. Yeah, probably not. Gluten and cheese and nasty oils that shouldn't be cooked all mixed together is absolute gut havoc destruction. So once you've destroyed your second brain in your gut, you go ahead and by reflex, you've now destroyed your first brain. And now the bugs and parasites and yeast and mold tell you to eat more junk food because they're getting more and more control and you're having less and less. I know, I'm no fun, right? Pizza was my favorite junk food too. Very favorite. I hurt myself with it many times. That's a good question, Corey. It's going to come down to being good to your own inner child the way life wasn't, because life didn't know how to be. People don't know what to do with children in this world. So instead, they try to force the children into becoming like themselves. And in doing so, they violate everything about that child whose nature was much closer to the nature of the creator when they came in. So basically, you have to go back in time, take your own inner child's side in a world that didn't, and take care and nurture who that inner child is so that they can grow up and become you and show you who you really are. That's the short version, you know? There's a lot of pieces to how that's done. I've been praying and meditating on it. I'm not quite at the point where I have been given how to deliver that in a video, but I think it's coming down the pipe when I'm a little more clear on what to really say and do my best to explain. But I'm in that process myself. Sometimes I got to wait till I'm a little further into something before I feel like I have anything to teach without being a hypocrite. Because me personally, my life has been destroyed time and time again by listening to people who proclaim to be experts about things they hadn't done, that I was doing and they weren't. When I listened to their advice, it destroyed all my progress. So I'm really tired of that. So I try not to give directions on things unless I'm pretty far down that path myself. And I know I've got a lot of value to share. So I'm getting there on that one. Yeah, I think organic cheese, if you don't constipate yourself and you have the right kind of constitution for dairy, it could have some value. The real value would be if it came from raw milk, though. That would be a true, actual, real food for sure. Alex from Street Fighter. Yeah. Sweatington, huh? What's up, man? Yeah, you get red blisters on your hands from toxic things. So your skin's sensitive to it. I would say if you detox your body, heal your gut lining, populate your gut with good flora, you'll find your skin is less reactive and has less of a bad immune reaction to toxic things because your body will be less inflammatory by nature and less overreactive. Yes, I agree. Sushis is something more along those lines. Honor the creator and the child and cultivate it instead of convincing them to be something they're not so they can fit into a broken beast system, basically slaying the real child and locking him in some dark place to get him out of the way so they can become a program instead. Not really, Thomas. Um, hey, Earth Roots, for those that are unwilling thus far to use a coffee enema, what is the best alternative? Watch for a post from Earth Roots on here, who is kind enough to come up with sort of a less powerful but viable alternative for those that are not willing yet to make that jump and find out where the best part of a detox really is. Matthew, I think my video, vegan nutrition for athletes and growing children. It's something like that. It's on the health playlist. It's not like a do exactly this and imitate me, but I laid out all the principles so that people can consider the principles and construct a diet. The basic things you need to know to form a functional, maintainable, beneficial plant-based diet. All right, there's Earth Root's answer for you on what to do if you can't or dare not the coffee enema. Mm. Mm. Like I said, Kratos, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but I recommend you start with the health playlist and you do it in order. If you want to get all the supplements on the Bones to Breath stack and start using those while you're also doing the detox, that's totally cool. But people seem to think that every individual problem has its own different way to fix it. But if you address things holistically, the cure for almost everything can be done through the same processes. And I'm not allowed to talk about cures or anything, or to even say that health is possible, because that's the planet I live on. But here in my dystopian, actually, no, here in my futuristic utopian sci-fi book, the way we do it is the things on the health playlist, pretty much in order. Yes, they have. Private. They're like a fraction of what they were 100 years ago. That's right. Well, there's a lot of causes, mostly endocrine disruptors. Empty, weak, distracted, ridiculous lifestyles, staring at blue light and being brainwashed and worrying about social nonsense and lies all day. Fear, ignorance, lack of nutrition, lack of sense of purpose, lack of confidence, lack of even believing you can do anything. Lots and lots of endocrine disruptors. It's a war in human genetics, man. The powers that be want to eliminate the world population down about 500 million to a billion. I think I can say that because you can still find it posted in certain places that proud individual cults have written out their. Well, it was on the Georgia Guidestones, and then the day I told people to check out the Georgia Guidestones, they were blown up the next day. But anyway, that's not all about me. That's just the timing of things. Anyway, there's a war on human genetics. They want people so sick and sloppy and falling apart that they basically can't reproduce or stay alive to get the world population way down. So this is why my health vitality playlist starts on how to get all the foreign things out of you, because then you can actually start getting nutrition and powerful things in you because the cells aren't plugged anymore. Then you can upgrade your DNA and physiology. Ooh. Do I ever eat junk food? No. Why you are taking steroids, also taking like a changing in bone structure of your face is something nature done for you? I'm not sure what that's supposed to say, but I'm not taking steroids. That's not how my facial structure changed. And so I'm not sure if you're assuming or something. I don't understand that sentence. Okay, Nicholas. Quick prayer for your girlfriend's job. Great one. I ask that the best for all involved in that situation unfold, to whatever degree they're open to it. In my hero Yeshua's name. Thank you. The fewer words, the better, if it comes from your heart. Have I ever seen a ghost? Oh, yeah. Plenty. Communicated with them. And they've communicated with me. Yeah. How did you feel having kids? Do you think this is a game changer? Brings purpose and meaning. Love your radical truth, man. Inspiring. Man, the second I saw my first son, everything was completely different instantly, more so than I realized. It's like I knew he was coming and I cared and everything, but the second I saw him, I knew, even to a scary degree, my life has totally changed and my priorities are all different now. Yeah, big time. Complete game changer, yes. If it's not a game changer for you, you shouldn't have had kids, because they're an afterthought and they're going to pay for your lack of commitment. It's hard enough to be a decent parent with your very best ever, to be honest, in a world like this. So don't take it lightly. They deserve the best of us. And it also made me start taking better care of myself, because I found the limits and how I'm limited and how good I can be to someone else because of how bad I've been to myself for how long. And I started wishing I would have done a lot to heal myself before I had kids, instead of waiting till I had them to suddenly care, to stop treating myself like a piece of crap, because it makes me a dysfunctional person and that affects them. So those were some big insights that hit like a truck over and over. Got run over by that truck a bunch of times, like an 18-wheeler. Synchronicity? Well, there was a time when things I'd worked harder for than anybody I'd ever seen were ripped away from me unfairly in the most mocking, insulting of ways. And I was so miserable, I started spontaneously leaving my body. But I started seeing the numbers of my birthday everywhere. Every day, everywhere. Everywhere I went, or I could go nowhere. I could play a video game, and I had my wife confirm this, make sure I wasn't insane. Because it got to where I was seeing my birthday numbers hundreds of times per day sometimes. Every single day, no matter where I go. I look here and it's on a wall in spray paint. I look on the ground and a receipt that somebody dropped is blowing by, and I happen to see the edge of the receipt and it's my birthday numbers, license plates, billboards, watches, clocks, video games. I had her test this one. I said, watch this. See this game? Here's what it says I'll get for experience when I turn in this quest. Watch what happens. I turn in the quest, totally different numbers that are my birthday numbers instead. That was real. Wasn't just me hallucinating it. This went on for, I don't know, like a year. And it was so overwhelmingly constant. And I'm good with reason and logic. I'm like, it's completely impossible that I'm seeing my numbers specifically everywhere I look instead of other numbers. So what's going on here? Is this like, am I getting brainwashed with like some new weapon that's affecting my brain? Is it a government thing? Do I piss off the wrong people and they experiment on me? Is it aliens? Is it demons? Is it angels? Is it God? Is it, you ask all these questions. And eventually it led to a lot of profound mind and heart opening experiences. So it didn't mean everything went right. And it didn't mean I made all the right choices. But it was a time in my life when there was serious intervention because I really, really needed it. I was too upset for my body to be able to live through how miserable I was for much longer. My misery was poisoning my body to death. And even with all the right healthy foods and stuff, I still would have died from how much misery I was pouring into my cells. So I started being encouraged and I started being taught and I started having my mind and heart opened to all sorts of realities. It led to all sorts of great awakenings and breakthroughs, some of which were very confusing, but they were exactly what I needed at the time. So that's how I've seen synchronicity go completely nuts in my life. And now I still get it sometimes. For example, the neighbor and friend that I've been helping lately, that I told some of you about, I keep getting my numbers on clocks and license plates and stuff when I'm going out of my way to help them, which tells me, my wife sees them too, sees the numbers, that we're doing exactly what we should and we are right where we should be. That this is like a planned part of a higher purpose that's unfolding. I don't see those numbers hundreds of times a day, every day, because when that first happened to me, I had to, in order for it to get my attention and face the fact that this is impossible and something of higher intelligence is communicating with me. It's completely obvious, and I have to try to figure out what it means. Now I'm aware of things like that. So when I see those numbers at a poignant moment, I just take it as a sign like, okay, thank you for the encouragement. That we're right on the path we should be today, and the timing is right. But it's not a constant thing like it was when I really needed it. Yeah, we have auras and energy fields. When the light of consciousness, when more of the creator's energy is vibrating in your energy field, because you've aligned yourself more, that more abundantly life can exist within you, your aura grows and is bigger and stronger and has a stronger effect on others for the better. Numbers can be used to guide you. Kind of depends on the person. I have a pattern recognizing mind, so when you stick the same 3 numbers in front of me thousands of times in a row, it's like, okay, I get that you're telling me something, like, help me understand what it is, But you can go too far. You can start trying to find, play fortune teller with every number around you, and that just gets silly because now you're not even paying attention to life anymore, So like anything, sunlight, air, breathing, water, there's a right amount and then there's too much. Yes, people can detox from the jab. Absolutely. First video on my health topics playlist addresses that and everything else. It's a full spectrum detox. Yes, that's definitely fear mongering and idiocy. It's never too late if you're still breathing. Everything's cause and effect, and if math is pushing you in a negative direction, harness it and start using math to push things in a positive direction. In this case, your vitality and cleanliness of your temple. There's all kinds of proactive things you can do to push the math in the direction you need to. But if people are going to sit around and be complacent and leave their health in the hands of the authorities that are harvesting you, basically, I mean, the math's only pushing you in one direction. This is forcing people to either just crawl into their grave or become sovereign and start pushing it in the opposite direction. True schizophrenia psychosis is negative entities lying to you, like loud and clear, manipulating you based on weaknesses they've discovered in you that they can feed from your life destruction and steal energy from you because you're vulnerable to the things they keep telling you. Once they figure out they can manipulate you with a certain thing, they will do it over and over until it completely consumes your life, and they'll steal every last thing they can from you in the process. That's not to say every schizophrenia diagnosis necessarily is that, but the real ones are. You have to stop feeding the parasites. You have to stop believing them. Resist evil and it'll flee from you. Not instantly, but if you stop feeding it, eventually it has to flee from you because it can't get life from you anymore. Vampires have to steal. They don't get life from God anymore because they've rejected it. So they're stealing from you. And as long as you're feeding them, they're going to take every last thing they can. It's not so good for them. It's just enough to keep them sort of existing. There's nothing good for them. They exist in a perpetual state of deep hatred and fear. And that's all they have to work with and offer. And if you're ever in their presence and you see and hear them, you'll feel it yourself and you'll understand how deep and dark it is. But they're stealing basic life energy from whatever emotional turmoil they're getting you in. That causes an energy leak, an actual energetic leak from your life force. How many of you, if any of you have schizophrenia or whatever, when you've wrestled with those voices for a while and whatever the process does that you've been through plenty of times, how drained are you after one of those bouts? That's why. They're stealing from your aura. They're stealing from your life battery. They're thieves. The enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy, right? And lie, deceive. It's not really a negative energy they're stealing. They're being negative in order to cause you to leak it, but they're just stealing basic life force because they don't have access to it anymore. They're like living death. They're in a horrible condition, so they're stealing life from you. Do I like Michael Jackson's music? Yeah, I liked a few of his songs I remember from like childhood. Sure, pretty cool. How do they get to that state? By fighting against the nature of God and creation, choosing evil instead willfully. Will they return to source? I believe they will, because I believe it's inevitable. There's no other thing you can do. How long are you going to fight God before you have to accept the inevitable futility of the fact that the only existence comes through the great creator? And all you're doing is separating yourself from it and fighting a willful, ignorant battle you can never win. So, is there a time limit on that? No, you can probably spend eons in deeper and deeper layers of self created realms of hell before you finally repent of your willful ignorance and stupidity. But I honestly believe, since it's impossible to ever achieve anything fighting the creator, you're going to have to come back around. And you're going to have to go through who knows what in the process of repairing and redeeming what you've done. You talk about digging a deep karmic debt, if you want to call it that. Whoa. I have no idea. I have no idea how hard they're actually making it for themselves in the long run. I don't want to know, because it's really foolish. They're stealing it from you because they have no access to it anymore. You have some of the essence of the creator in you, and if they can deceive you, they can steal some to live on. They're drinking your blood, but they're doing it in the same way parasitic worms do it in your body. They're doing it from your aura, from your electrical, from your consciousness, from what you really are, because they're non-physical beings. So they're stealing life force from you because they've cut themselves off from God. So they exist in perpetual death, stealing life from you because it's the only thing they have. It's the only thing they can do. They hunger and starve and thirst for these things, so they steal them from those that don't know any better. That's why Yeshua said when you cast the demon out, he goes through places like a great drought where it's in great thirst. And eventually he says, let me return to where I had those something to drink, and it brings worse evil spirits with it to break back into your house. So if you get rid of a demon or a bad habit or something, you need to fill your temple with the light of the living God, or later it's just going to come back with worse ones and it's going to trash your temple worse than it did before. And some of you have been through this pattern, if you think about it. I gave all the hints I could in that video about it, my friend. I explained what was going on in my consciousness versus my friend, and how he proceeded to go bald and I proceeded to grow all my hair back. And I put it in as simple a terms because it was a very simple thing. I don't want to complicate or convolute it. You got to just listen to the video again. That's all there was to tell. That was a very simple story. That's why I kind of like that one. You know, I didn't know nearly then what I know now, but because I tested something from the inner divine voice within me versus what the world around me told, I was shown something very interesting that I've been able to apply to a lot of other changes since then. Yeah, in a sense, yes. Fred Lit DJ. I mean, I often ponder why it is I know everything the elite families have in writing privately that I've never been able to view. Why it is I know it in such detail that if I say it out loud, I get shut down for every violation, because I literally said their whole plan word for word. I wasn't born in those families, at least not in this life. Kind of makes you wonder why I know exactly what their plan is. It leaves room for theories, but it's very possible. What you're asking me there is very possible. Yes. Do I believe in Yeshua and not Mohammed? Well, they're both beings who walked the earth. One of them was 100% true and the bravest and the best of all, and the other was, a person that spoke some truth and some non-truth, and a lot of people mistakenly can't tell the difference, but whatever. I'm not going to argue with anybody about any of that. Jared, he only was in the same way he told you that you are. Our Father in heaven. Well, that's funny because that's not what the church teaches, huh? Some of you will bear greater fruit than I. Why haven't we? Because of Paul's false gospel and the Roman-made religion of Christianity, and nobody bearing any fruit because of man-made doctrines and not hearing the voice of Yeshua himself, or being like him, like he showed us to do and asked us to do. If you learn to listen to him instead of all the men between you and him, it's a very different story from what religion says. And saying it's very different is an understatement. Autoimmune total alopecia at 14 to 15. Great turmoil within your body and your consciousness that needs to be resolved and restored and reharmonized. And you can do it, but you're going to end up having to take full mastery, sovereignty of your own consciousness and body to do it. There's no shortcut. There's no man-made help or treatment. You're not going to get help from the outside without one. You basically have to master these things a lot like myself to fix something like that. So you have a calling. I had excessive amounts of health problems in life, guys. I was too unhealthy to even live when I was born. That's why I'm really good at these things now, because I got angry about that. Positive motivation against being feeble and sick your whole life has led to this. But you got to mean it. You got to really mean it. You got to not be willing to tolerate a life of weakness and sickness. And you got to know you can. And if you listen to God, you'll know you can. And if you listen to man, you'll know you can't. Yep. Eduardo, very true. These hard truths are good for you, and all they're really doing is beating you down to keep you at their level so you don't move beyond them and leave them behind. Whether they know they're doing that or not, it's what they're doing. Constructive criticism, really? So you're going to take people that already lost their inner child and criticize them a bunch for their own benefit? Oh, that's constructive, sure. Just like believing in fear, believing that fear is good for you. Same kind of ignorance. Fear can teach you things. You can learn things from fear if you observe it correctly. But if you believe the things your fear will have you do, you're in trouble. Yes, I do. Prequel. From a variety of out-of-body experiences, etc. I do. Nice. You're going to get the blood root in Norway? Right on. Sweatington. It's amazing stuff. It will leave a hole, man. It will leave a hole. So, get some healthy oils if you don't like little scars. I don't mind them, little scars all over my body because I already had a lot of scars. But just it leaves a nice hole because it really gets it out. You find that all your moles are very three-dimensional. They're like a globe. They're not a flat thing on the surface. They're a ball. Looks like a damn lead pellet or something. When it comes out, it leaves a crater, man. Just and it looks pretty weird. But those are foreign objects that are not in alignment with your DNA that are living off of you. I say kick them all out. That's what I did. That's what I did in my fictional utopian futuristic sci-fi reality. Right? You have a good day too, my friend. Much love. Nightmare Planet TV. Don't know who Chris Langan is. I don't really listen to people much. Yes, blood root removes all types of moles. Yes. Yeah, there's mosquitoes here. But I barely notice those bites compared to much worse things. There's a lot of things that bite and sting here, and mosquitoes are the least of my problems. J.R. Tolkien, yeah, really good writer. Definitely read some of those books when I was a kid. Seen some movies and stuff. Very good creative stuff. Breaking addictions, well, I suppose I should do a video just on addiction one of these days. Because I say this from time to time, but I should lay it out in a video. I find that I can redirect an addiction. If I have an addiction to something I decide I need to not have an addiction to, I just apply it to something more positive and I fill that slot. Like if I have an addiction to drinking liquor every day and I know I got to stop doing this to myself, maybe I play drums during that time, or maybe I just put in go for a jog, go for a workout, do something else that I like that's productive. Go work the land more. It's therapeutic for me. Research a topic that I want to master. So sometimes rather than trying to not be addictive, which I find is just sort of a part of my personality and maybe what humans are, I just aim that laser at something better. So you can at least juggle your addictions. If one is destroying you, try to apply that energy to something else that's less harmful or ultimately something that's productive. And then as time goes on, look for a little more balance, because even productive things can be overdone for sure. You know, like sunlight's good for you, but if I go sit in the sun all day and strap myself down, I'll eventually die of all the blisters. You know what I mean? So even good things, you want to modulate and find some balance, but you can at least redirect your personal addictive tendencies to more positive things by finding things you're interested in, looking for things you have a genuine passion in, instead of sitting around comforting yourself to compensate for a life you don't enjoy or find any fruits in. You're just compensating with addictions that are dragging you down and making you weaker and losing energy and losing direction. So at least start by aiming your addictions towards productive things. Start filling that slot in your life that's a negative addiction with something better. And then look for balance and harmony. But I'll end up doing a video where I can kind of slow down and just, share things on life experiences and addictions and observations one of these days, guys. When you're fearing that these entities are affecting you in negative ways, observe your own thoughts, observe them honestly, and stop fearing. They will deceive you into thinking they're a lot more powerful than they are. You're the one giving them all the power. If you observe your thoughts and you stop thinking that all your thoughts are yours, see, this is another problem with this intellectual property nonsense. There's no such thing. All thoughts and potentialities exist in an energy field. Just because it passes through your mind doesn't mean you have to own it. Start observing your thoughts and go, nope, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Whether that was a random brain fart, that negative thought, or that was some negative entity tempting me to go down that spiral again or whatever, I disagree. I refuse. Nope. Rejected. You don't give it any power. It's not having the thought that's the problem. It's entertaining the thought that's the problem. The thought is like something knocking on your door. But when you accept it as your own, you let it in your house and it becomes part of your life. There's going to be things knocking on your door trying to sell you stuff all the time. Just say no. You're in charge of that door. Nope. Disagree with that thought because it's unproductive. It's not leading anywhere. It's not going to help me. Nope. Nope. And eventually they're starving. And if you reject them enough times, they have to move on and look for an easier target. That's the way it works. You're starving off an energetic parasite when you learn to observe and choose which of your own thoughts you agree with and which ones you simply reject. That's not truth. It's not for the better of all involved. Nope. You can keep that thought. Instead of thinking, oh, something's wrong with me because I have these dark thoughts, they want you to believe that. That'll cause an energy leak right there. When you realize the human mind is a transistor, like a radio, can pick up positive and negative thoughts, but you don't have to own them or claim them, that's optional. So when something keeps giving you these negative thoughts that it's learned to take advantage of you with, pay attention and start rejecting it instead. You don't have to do anything weird or waste a bunch of energy. You just identify, go, nah, I don't actually believe that. And then it starts to not bother you when you have a negative thought because you're not accepting it anymore. You're not believing it. It's not forming your life anymore. And you can replace it with something better if you know something better. Here's what I actually believe. So you can keep that stupid negative thought. That's your problem, not mine. Resist evil and it'll flee from you. Yes, everybody has disconnected DNA, and it's already been proven and shown by real science that those are there are people among us that are connecting more of their DNA strands. People are at different levels of connection now. What they call junk DNA, that I started telling people a decade ago, it's not junk, it's unaccessed potential for upgrades. Well, I've been working on that, but you have to know that. That's another thing only the creator could tell me before any real science acknowledged it. But yes, you can connect things that cause more of your higher frequencies of consciousness to become possible and accessible. And then you can understand more and you can do more. You can make more of a positive difference because the lights are on in areas and realms you didn't even know existed before. Who cares what's recommended by carnivores to break a fast, my friend? You can break a fast on anything. Just keep it simple. Don't break a fast with some elaborate, complicated mess of, eat a proper food combination or a mono meal or something simple, and don't overthink it so much. Those are just agendas that make it sound like you need to do what they're doing. You don't. You can break a fast however you want. Usually your stomach's, I can eat a lot at the end of a fast, but most people say that causes them problems. So just keep it simple. Eat a simple, healthy meal and don't overthink it. Don't let people convince you it's so hard and complicated. You got to do whatever they're selling. That's nonsense. How do you connect DNA? You have to know you can, believe you can, and live in alignment with the actual principles of the nature of the creator, which you can't find in a man-made book. You'll find pieces of it, but you'll find contradictions too. You have to find it by caring more about that than anything else, asking for it, however you do in your heart, and then asking for help perceiving the guidance that you're being given all the time, but your senses aren't awake or lucid enough to notice it until they are. That's basically how I'd explain how you get going on that process. I'm not sure about milligrams of black seed oil, my friend. Check out some other people's protocols and success, Maybe it's something you can high dose. If you don't know any better, stick to recommended, but if there's plenty of testimonials of people doing better with higher doses, you could certainly chart out a plan and go for it. I'm very glad to hear that, Max Ray. I'm very glad. It's kind of like I'm doing the same thing for my past self in a sense, That's how it feels. It's healing for me to get to be there for others. Because like I say, we all exist in the same consciousness. To be able to be some of the help that I needed that wasn't there. There's a great spiritual truth in becoming what you recognize is missing. And then you start to understand something about the nature of the creator and us, what we really are. So anyway, thank you for that feedback. It's just as helpful for me to be of service to you with that now as it is for you. Love you too, my friend. God bless. Yeah, I've got experiences, what they call Kundalini energy. Yep. All kinds of wild experiences. I've astral projected more than the vast majority of people, even people that are fully dedicated to it. A lot of lucid dreaming, communication with higher consciousness. I've had more mystical experiences than a whole lot of people that are famous for it, selling books all the time, but I consider them very irresponsible with the way they use what they think they understand about their own experiences. So I don't say a lot of stuff anymore about woo-woo things because it's not really fair to other people. And what's better is to give you practical things that can help you from where you are to build a better life. While you're living the human experience, we need to ground ourselves in what makes the biggest difference in the human experience and keep it simple, keep it focused, because you've got all of eternity for all kinds of other things besides the human experience. So while we're here, we need to invest in what we came for instead of wasting it and looking for an out, I don't know if I'll ever write a book. I figure this is all being recorded. It's the same thing to me. I don't understand why I have to write it on pages when I'm speaking it into pages in a different sense. But there's somebody writing a book about this right now, as far as I know, if he's still endeavoring to do that. So maybe a book on a lot of this down the line. No pressure on him, by the way. You got a video of that flying saucer hovering at your house on day 65, semen retention? If you got a real video, that's pretty awesome, man. Especially if it's decent quality and not all scrambled for some reason. I can't tell you what to do with that. You actually got to kind of be careful, to be honest. I mean, consider that carefully. I do believe you. I do believe you. I've seen enough things myself. Man, if you have a tiny garden in the UK, I'm not much of an expert on what to grow in colder zones. I'd look to somebody who has recommendations or the most important herbs you can grow. I'm probably not that guy because I specialize more in tropical climates. Everything I always wanted to grow, I knew I was going to have to be somewhere tropical. Those are the things I've been studying for a long time. So I'm not such a good resource on what your best handful of herbs to invest in a climate like that. I could guess, but I know there's people that'll have a better answer than me that have taken the time to think about it and prioritize. How many pounds am I pressing now? All of them. Whatever I want. It's better I say that than say numbers based on past reactions when I mention numbers. Yeah. I believe you, C4. Huh. If you find out a way to make some little clip and make it shareable or something, let me know. Like, tell me on the threads and I'll give you an email. So I'm just curious what it looked like, to be honest. Yep. I don't want to say too much on the topic, but there is a connection there. When a human's doing something to raise their consciousness, it attracts the attention of other things that have higher consciousness. I'll just leave it at that for now. Gets scrubbed by moderators every time. Wow. Must be pretty legit, man. How did you plan ahead toward living in the fashion you did at your homestead? Man, part of it was visions I had since probably my NDE at 2 years old. Apparently I was talking about a life like this when I was 3 years old. So I think it's always been there. And I would get on or off course with my life and unlock different parts of it at different times. Somewhere in my 30s, I recognized the real plan of what I have to do to be the future, a sustainable future. As the unsustainable corrupt systems all fall and die, I could see all the pieces. I was mature enough through enough different life experiences to understand how I have to put different things together, be able to manage and do many things at the same time to make it all work together. I was trained for this my whole life, in other words. I didn't always realize that all those different crazy chapters of my life were part of the training. Some of them I did know were part of the training. Some I didn't. But it turns out they were all part of the training. All right. Potty break. 2 minutes or less. Come here, Milky. Come here. Let's say hi. Come here, Milky. Come here, big guy. Come here, Milks. You want to say hi? I gotta try not to bump the camera. Come here, big boy. There we go. Yeah. There's Milky. Wants to say hi. Look at the camera, Milks. Oh, it's the money maker. Look at that face. Yeah. Yeah, it's my boy. That's my doggy boy. Yeah, there's always distractions on top of distractions. And when some evil person gets exposed, it's just because somebody higher up or further down the chain of evil decided to use them, kind of throw them under the bus for some other agenda. It's all very calculated, guys. Has been for far longer than anybody would believe. They say you're pretty, Milky. Yeah, you're a handsome boy, huh? Oh, you're the best. Yeah, I've looked in all the branches of churches, my friend. There's variations, but anytime men are trying to control things, they are in the way. No judgment on anybody or what you're interested in. I mean, I was very religious in different branches of this and that, and I needed to be to get to where I am now, you know? So I'm not trying to poo poo anybody's path of exploration or whatever you currently believe. I just answer things honestly when I'm asked, you know? I don't see any other point in being any other way because I don't have a personal agenda here. I don't have a business here. I don't need an army. I don't need a cult of my own. I don't need anything, you know? It's here to cooperate with the creator and give what I can for the betterment of humankind because it's in all of our best interest. The angel of air, yeah. You know, the Essenes used to honor the angels. They would do certain types of breath work to honor the angel of air, for example. And I get so much life and consciousness in me sometimes with breath work. I'm like, yeah, awesome. That's beautiful. You know, that's real. Just because I don't have a name for an entity every time I do something doesn't mean I can't feel the higher consciousness working with me. And the creator's kind of it expressed itself in all these different forms. I mean, angels are part of God. They are. But why would an angel be assigned to you? I don't know. Because in God's creativity and wisdom, I guess that's the way it should be done, you know? Well, there is no death. There's just leaving this body behind, friend. I've already done so a few times. There is no death. I've done so and been revived. So I can certainly testify to you there's no such thing. There's just the moment this breaks down enough you let go of it permanently because this one's done. What do I think is going well since everybody focuses on what's going wrong? Well, I think that people are finding it harder and harder to avoid any of the red pill realities of life, and it's forcing people to get uncomfortable and look deeper about what life's really about, which in my experience is what leads to growth and development and breakthroughs. So even though evil's trying to, you know, always do as much harm and bring everybody down as low as possible, for those open to it, even what evil's doing is being used for good, because that's the way the ultimate creator works. You know, evil can do all its nefarious, nasty things, but in the end, it's a futile struggle against infinite consciousness and intelligence. And we're just, with our free will, we're deciding what to align with, you know? Are we clear? Are we clear on whether we're light or dark? Because when you come in as a human, you just feel like a mixed up bag of both until you don't until you become more clear on what you are. But you have to have free will and decide that for yourself, or it would be worth nothing. Huh. My astral projections, they started out as intentional. Well, I think the first one just happened and then they got intentional. That was a life-changing experience. And then later when I was more functional back in my life and my reality era, stopped doing it intentionally. And it occasionally happens. If I happen to sleep in, go back to sleep in the morning, which I almost never do because I'm a busy guy, but if I happen to go back to sleep in the morning, I can almost always predictably astral project at this point. It's like it becomes easier once you've done it enough times. But I'm not trying to escape this reality. I'm heavily invested in all the meaningful things I'm doing, so I don't have my attention on that much anymore, so it doesn't happen very often. You ever laugh? Yeah, I laugh. I laugh maniacally sometimes, but it's true that I'm very serious and intense most of the time. I wouldn't say that's necessarily the essence of my spirit or my soul or something, but the way my life has been and the purpose it serves has required me to shoulder a lot of very, very heavy things like the stuff, the Epstein stuff or whatever shocking some people recently. Guys, I was aware of worse stuff than that since I was an infant. I was shown a bunch of things always that even adults don't know how to handle. So I've been facing a lot of heavy realities since a very young age that most people still aren't facing at this point. That does definitely forge a very serious, heavily responsibility oriented type of personality, I would say. But sometimes I laugh like a freakazoid, and my sense of humor is pretty weird. Sometimes I laugh at maniacal things, and it's hysterical. I can get hysterical sometimes, kind of to balance it out, probably. Mm. Look into high quality essential oil diffusers for your apartment. That's what we did to make the air worth breathing when we were stuck in a city. That's your avenue I would point you towards. Hmm. I don't know what you can achieve with astral projecting. I'm not sure if it's really an achievement thing as much as it's a complete change in consciousness. For better or worse, because you still have free will and you can interpret it any number of ways, the things you experience. And I wouldn't say anybody's just naturally given the ability to fully interpret all those things to the utmost level of wisdom. Not at all. You end up experiencing things that defy everything you thought you knew about reality and show you layers of it that you're not used to seeing and experiencing. For some people, that could probably be detrimental. For others, it's just what they need, and anywhere in between. But it's pretty amazing to experience things where you're more lucid and conscious than you are here in your body. It's pretty amazing. That's pretty eye opening. Oh yeah, when I'm talking about infinite intelligence, yes, I mean consciousness. When I'm talking about intelligence, it's not man's tiny widget where he makes slaves and call it intelligence. Of course not. Good question, Eduardo. Yes, awareness. The ones we're aware of and the ones we're not, because we're on a tiny spectrum as humans. And even humans don't use most of what's accessible to humans. They use tiny widgets of it that they're trained to use. So you can just work and do what you're told and vote and be thrown away when it's convenient. Humans are using a small fraction of what's humanly available. And even if you were using the totality of what's humanly available, it wouldn't be the slightest fraction of what's available to the infinite consciousness. That's why it's entirely undefinable, and humans making God sound like a man is beyond absurdly stupid. And if it wasn't for fear and programming, nobody would believe such foolish things. Because almost anybody has better reasoning than that if they felt free to use it. But it's amazing what fear and programming can do. Edward, it depends on how toxic I am and how much I have to remove, you know. I would stay with it every day for months if I wanted to make sure. You know, I might do 6 months of every day. Because when I do something to cleanse, it's like I've watched people do it and I never understand going halfway because I'm like, if I'm trying to get parasites out of my body, if I don't get them all out, they're just going to reproduce and come right back. So what was the point? I just wasted my time partially cleansing them. If I completely annihilate every last one and their eggs and whatever, then I achieve something. Now I can keep them out. Now, in my case, I've never had any actual parasites as far as I can tell, which is extremely rare, especially since I ate raw meat for years. And everybody else I saw do it ended up full of worms, which we had to deal with later. Um, but just because you don't have parasites doesn't mean you don't have other things. You know, I had yeast and mold and fungus and other living organisms, candida and this and that. So when cleansing, I would just go extra long, extra long, extra long until I'm sure I must have completely wiped out everything and given it no time and no chance for any of it to survive. That's the way I think about cleansing, you know? Nice. Sounds like you somewhat astral projected, Nightmare. And the weird thing is, you can project more or less of your consciousness. You can have an astral projection where only part of your consciousness does it. It's kind of foggy and distant, and it's not as real. And you can have astral projections where more of your consciousness than you knew you had have that experience, and you're more lucid and conscious than you are when you're in this body with the limitations of this brain and this system. There's all different levels of lucidity. It's pretty wild. Yeah, grounding is super healthy. Physically grounding in nature, like barefoot. Be careful where you walk, like in a city. There's toxins and parasites and dog turds everywhere. But if you can walk in a place relatively healthy environment to walk barefoot in, it can be very healthy. There was a time in my life where it really helped me turn around my health for the better. And I could just feel the feedback in my body. I became addicted to it. I started doing it every day to help myself because I really needed it. It made a big difference. The way I did all my research was I would be given an intuitive divine idea in my head. And I'm like, whoa, that seems too good to be true. It makes sense. And I would go start researching and I would find pieces to put together what I was shown through various obscure research papers. So obviously the searching part was guided too, because I was guided to find what I needed to confirm what I had already been shown in my consciousness. And this process happened over and over and over and over for like almost 2 decades, probably. Why do I choose to be vegetarian? Because cruelty to living things is pathetic and against my will, and everything is better off without it. Because animals shouldn't be exploited and hurt and eaten just because they can be. That's like saying if a human lacks the ability to talk, we should just chop them up and eat them or boil them or whatever we want to do. Or if smart aliens come to Earth just because they're smarter than you, they should keep you in a cage and stab you full of this and that and then, make you live miserably and cut you up and boil you when they want to and pluck your feathers and tear your skin off and whatever they want to do just because they can. So for all those reasons, and the fact that you can thrive much better eating food that's actually medicine instead of dead corpses that you've been trained to believe you need. But it's just an inferior fallen path that man fell into a long time ago. Huh. Do I believe Jesus is the Son of God? What did he say? How do we pray? Our Father, our Father, our Father. I know you're not going to be able to instantly undo a lifetime of cult programming, but why don't you listen to what he said instead of what men say about him? The same people who tortured and murdered him and then made a religion and gave him a different name and changed a bunch of things. Listen to what he said. Our Father, you are the light of this world. Some of you will bear greater fruit than I. Now, I haven't seen that, but it means we can if we actually listen to him, did what he said instead of those who killed him, made a cult out of his name. Okay, buddy, I gotta let the dog out. 1 second. All right, buddy. You go. We'll see Mama. Ugh. Do I believe in God? Of course. What makes me believe? The living spirit within me makes me believe in it. Man, that's a short answer. Probably not what you thought, but I got to tell you the truth, even if it's not really comprehensible until it is. I had an ND when I was 2 years old. That probably helped. Yeah, it's not as hard as some think to get enough protein on a vegetarian diet. Most people think of vegetarian diets as like just some vegetables or something, And then you see a lot of dedicated vegetarians that are super scrawny and happy about it, and they don't realize that to some people that looks bad, So macros are macros. If you write out a list of high protein vegetarian food sources, you can easily incorporate a few of them into your life. Get all the protein you want, It's just this learned helplessness people have. They associate the word protein with corpse. They don't even realize, no, protein is just amino acids. Macros are macros, and there's better ways to get them than dead bodies. There really is. You don't think you had any inherent values as a child? I would suggest to you that you've forgotten your own inner child like everyone does. Most people have to stuff away and lose and hide and neglect their inner child at such a young age they don't realize it happened. That's why the world's full of people being controlled in their mind and having no guidance from their heart center. It's a massive spiritual undermining that humanity doesn't realize it's trapped in. You had a lot of inherent values as a child, but you don't remember them now because they were trained out of you very young. It would make you sick to do sick things to animals, say, for example. When you were a child, before you'd had your mind tampered with by the agendas of this world, it would have made you very ill to do such things because it's against your nature, because it's against the nature of the creator and the manifester of all life to do cruel things. So it's not in alignment with your true nature either. Yeah, well, humans say they were granted the right to eat animals. Okay, sure. Maybe. Maybe humans do what they have to do and attribute it to God. There's a whole lot of examples of that are provable. Furthermore, if a flood had just wiped out all the plant foods for many miles, I suppose humans would have permission to eat what they have to stay alive so that there is humans in the future. Still doesn't make it ideal, still doesn't make it good, just makes it is what it is in that situation, Nice to hear that, Crolixo. Same happened with me. I don't know how to unlock your full potential because I haven't even begun to do so. But I know that if you believe in connecting more of the untapped potential of a human to be the living sons and daughters of the living God, then you'll be, if you really believe that, then you'll be shown, guided, and given the understanding to perceive how, step by step. On this channel, I give you a lot of practical things to do with your temple to get out all the foreign things stopping you from owning it and allow the light to come in so you can start harnessing your DNA and repairing it instead of letting the war on human genetics keep you asleep until you're in a casket. You remember that, Badgeson? Yeah. That was your true nature. Unlike the lies in religion, you weren't born corrupt and evil. You had to learn to be hard-hearted. We were born, the babies are much closer to the nature of God. We ought to be observing and learning from them instead of telling them to be like us. I say us. I'm not really one of these institutions doing it. But I just mean that man in all his pride is just destroying what's good. If you're not willing to become like a child again, you can't even rediscover who you are. You can't start life anew. You can't align with God's nature again because you're unwilling, because your pride and how you think you've got it right. That's all ego. If anyone has Maria, it's Yeshua ben Yosef. He could do all sorts of miracles. He could even raise himself from the dead 3 days after being dead. So that's our model of what's possible. Certainly didn't make life easy for him, because if you're going to be one with God and actually reflect that accurately in a world that's very out of alignment with God, you're going to get mistreated very bad and have a lot of lies told about you. But your abilities are off the chart and people don't understand them. Wow. Jack the Dragon. Big year, man. I'm glad I was a useful road sign, on that path you've been on this year. I know what you mean. A lot of times it's with these great losses and things we try to avoid. And simultaneously, if we're awake enough, we end up having the big breakthroughs too. Something had to take us out of our trance. We were too comfortable doing what we thought our ego wanted, but the ego doesn't know how to grow. It knows what it wants, and it wants things that make it feel better about itself, but it has no perception of what it really takes to grow. So sometimes our ego goes kicking and screaming, but it's really good that you recognize that, you made the best of it, what you've been going through this year. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm eating raw cacao. It's fermented, sun-baked, cacao beans. It's making me burp. Yep. Off the property here, we have a lot of cacao trees. Kralixos, that's a good question. I'm glad to break that pattern. I realized that was an opportunity for me, that I could save a lot of animal lives and improve a lot of human consciousness and stuff just by being an example. And I don't understand the phenomenon myself of why so many vegans are just these frail, imbalanced, lunatic type personalities. I often wonder if they're trying to be a bad name for the cause, or if they've had their consciousness hijacked just to strengthen the meat eating animal exploitation industry, because that's really what they're doing by being such a horrible example for the cause they claim to be so fanatically dedicated to. All my best strength records, muscle mass, my personal most muscle mass, endurance records, everything have always been when I'm on a plant-based or completely vegan diet. Now, I didn't even know that would be the case, but that's the way it's turned out. So somebody needs to be an example of the obvious. Macros are macros. You don't need to eat like a little birdie so you can be a scrawny, crazy, imbalanced vegan and drive people nuts. Why not do it right, Let's do it right if we're going to do it. That's not to say everybody needs to be all hugely muscular, but I mean, like you say, why look like you're in Auschwitz and have a bunch of, zealot type attitude problems and act like you're, a religious fanatic and just piss people off. That's not helping the cause. Yeah, I believe in God. I don't believe in the man-made, ridiculous, idiotic God of religion. I believe in something infinitely better than that. I experience it. It's what lives through me and in me. But I still have my free will to screw things up with my own human ego. But yeah, I'm very aware of an infinite, awesome presence we all come from. Very aware. Meat is pushed because it's like big oil. Animal exploitation is big, one of the biggest world abuse dominating power industries since well before biblical times. That's why. And they control the narratives. They're not going to give you accurate information. They need you doing what they want you. They need you to buy what they want you to buy and die how they want you to die. And help kill the planet in the process. And never question anything and just believe what the authorities tell you. Authorities. The phenomenon of authority has caused massive levels of learned helplessness, disorder, and cognitive dissonance that plague this planet to potentially apocalyptic, fatal levels. Just analyze it a bit. Did a big cacao, huh? Nice. Glad you enjoyed it, Isaac. Yeah, it's the most complex digestible consumable substance studied by humans so far. It's really amazing food/herb. Very impressive in a lot of ways. No, I don't support meat eating if it's hunted. Now, if you're in a life where that's what you need to do, then it's what you need to do. I'm not judging people who survive by eating meat. And also, most of you don't live in the fertile belt of the earth where you can make abundant life out of non meat things. It would be very difficult to do that in colder climates. So I'm not judging anyone. I'm only talking about what is more ideal and true to the nature of humans and the creator. I'm just pointing towards it. I'm not telling you that if you're not doing what I do, you're a piece of trash. That's nonsense. That's people selling their lifestyles that are mostly fake and pretentious on social media anyway. I'm just speaking truth on the topic and why I eat the way I do and what it means. I've hunted animals myself. I felt like it was a more honorable way to face the reality of being a meat eater. But you're still just killing living things that don't want to die. And it's truly ugly if you let yourself see it for what it is. I mean, in India, cows are sacred. In the US, dogs are kind of, high priority. And in China, they eat dogs, right? So all them horrible, terrible savages, how could they do such evil? Well, Americans, y'all look exactly the same to people from India. I mean, come on. The truth here is if you allow yourself to get to know a living thing in its heart, you're not going to be okay with murdering it anymore. That's the simple truth of the whole picture right there. It is what it is, guys. Yeah, what your ancestors ate has something to do with how your body handles things for sure. But somewhere in the matrix of what still exists in the plant kingdom, there is an ideal plant based diet for anybody. But it's not the same one. So I don't, here's what I eat in a day, copy me, because that's what everybody does. No, that's contributing to the whole let's follow the leader and I'll do what we're told nonsense. And that's not empowering anybody. Self mastery, self sovereignty over your consciousness and your body and your temple will bring you up to a level where you can bear some light and bear some fruit in this world. Imitating somebody else, even if their diet's better than yours, what are you doing? You're still just following somebody around. I mean, yeah, your health might get a little better if you happen to get lucky and imitate somebody who's eating better than you, but what's the real point? What's the end game there? Just somebody else to imitate? You're not growing. I got to hand you the baton and say, run with it. Don't just watch me run a lap with it. You run with it. Here you go. Strengthen your stride. There's a lot of supernatural phenomena in this world. I've experienced a lot of it myself. Grow taller when you're 20. Well, the stuff in my breath to bones, basic vitality booster stack, and the stuff in my sleep like a dog. I'd recommend trying to master those while you're still probably in your growing years. Yeah. The grocery store just throws out meat all the time. Just mass slaughter, and then on top of it, just wasting it. The sins of humanity are piled sky high and then some. And it's hideous. And you're looking at that. You're looking at it. Looking at one piece of the big puzzle of horror. Of just how little people care about the wickedness they participate in. But that's not who people really are. They just don't know who they really are. No, I would say my most spiritual shift, probably the biggest single chunk, happened when I was at my most miserable and didn't want to be alive. And then I had all these breakthroughs and out of body experiences. Doesn't mean I got everything right. Still made a lot of mistakes from it. It was overwhelming, busting into a bunch of new dimensions, having my mind expanded a whole bunch to a lot of things I wasn't aware of or open to, having my heart opened. It was very confusing. So actually the most painful times in life were the ones that simultaneously offered the greatest breakthroughs in development of consciousness and spiritual truth, even though it wasn't easy to sort it out. It was where the catalysm and the opportunity presented itself. People tease you a lot for your height. Well, ignore them then. They're small-minded people. If you get to a point where you've opened up your own consciousness more, you're going to get so bored with people like that. Not only does it not insult you, it's just you don't even notice them. Like if they're that simple, you just filter them out of your reality because you don't even have time for minds that are that small. It's nothing against them. It's just like, okay, I'm this tall. Whoa, I was born in this country, so I'm better than you. That's like somebody who literally has done nothing in their life. And their ego is just clinging to the most ridiculous of things like it's some kind of credit. I happen to be this tall. Who gives a shit? So what? What does that make you? Nothing. It just gets boring and you got better things to do. Leave them behind, man. Just keep evolving and leave them behind. Move on to better things. Yeah, well, if you think that grass screams and cries when it's eaten like the cow when you slaughter it, I cannot reason with that level of cognitive dissonance. And deep inside your heart, wherever it is, you already know way better. But the illusions of a mind that's been trained a certain way can go along with anything and pretend it makes sense when it doesn't. That's why the powers that be need everyone trapped in mind, because you can be programmed to do anything or not do anything. when you're controlled in mind. And you don't have your heart open so you can be guided by intuition and higher truth and access something outside the matrix, something divine. Trapped in mind, you don't have access to that. It's just whatever programs you the most wins. And they know that. Yep, plants don't suffer. Animals do. You know, the same person would not say it's the same to cut down a flower or cut their leg off. They'd have a whole different story if you gave them a taste of their own philosophy and reality. But the human mind and its delusions and egos are, it's really good at lying to itself all day. No, I haven't read Supernatural by Joe Dispenza. I've heard the name. People bring it up sometimes. No idea about college courses, my friend. I did not indebt myself to such things. Couldn't see any point in my case. Everything good I know didn't come from college, and they don't teach it in colleges. My use to humanity has nothing to do with PhDs. I'm only useful to humanity in all the things that defy PhDs, and I dare not say much more. You don't handle legumes, nuts, and seeds well? Probably because your gut's really toxic and messy and they threaten to clean it out. I would do a whole, here's the thing I would do. It's on my first video on the Health Topics playlist, deeply detoxify my body for months. And I would use the things recommended in my gut rebuild. And then I would try again. And you'll find that a lot of the same foods and supplements that used to hurt you work wonderfully because now you've repaired your body to digest properly. Now, that said, I still don't digest beans, so not everything's for everyone. I love the taste, but I can't digest them. It's too much air. But nuts and seeds are great. And I can even do dairy. And dairy used to cause me allergies so bad, I'd have rather been dead. And now I get zero allergies from it because I repaired my gut lining. So I don't have proteins leaking into my bloodstream and poisoning me. Just as an example, many supplements that I thought I had wasted money on in the distant past came around to be super useful after I deeply detoxified myself cellularly. So there's a lot of things that change when you get all the problems out of the way, repair your biology to actually be able to work right. I'm just throwing that out there for something to consider because most people haven't considered that because you've been misdirected from ever considering such a thing, But as far as protein that does not involve beans, nuts, and seeds, plant-based protein, well, if nothing else, get a good organic pea protein supplement. And if you're not allergic to it, it's great. You can get in whatever amount of proteins throughout the day very conveniently that way. I don't know why everybody's going to keep asking me about a Jonas Vanderplanets forever. Obviously, I endorsed something the opposite of him. I did his diet a long time ago for 5 years. Then I moved on to much better things. It's funny how he's popular. He was not, people never heard of him back in the day, 25 years ago when I did his diet. And now everybody talks about him. That's weird. Do you think you can take psychoactive substances and still be spiritually healthy? I think the ones the creator made, if used with the right sense of reverence, appreciation, and proper motives, can be beneficial. I think the man-made ones, you're insane to be screwing around with your consciousness using things that have been used to program people to be assassins and not even know it. Like LSD, for example. I mean, why would you take a man-made consciousness messer-upper that's synthetic? That is just beyond insane. But with proper spiritual attunement, intention, and awareness in a safe environment, the ones made by a higher intelligence that exists on this planet can be used wisely and can be used well. Yes. You could also kill yourself with them. I mean, just because God created it doesn't mean you should go out and do it. I'm just saying that the plant teachers have great potential if you're ready for them. The man-made ones, I wouldn't screw with my consciousness with man-made psychedelics. And I haven't, and I won't. Yeah, my wife's in the other room doing some stuff, but the live stream's playing in there. She's like my moderator. She catches important things I miss sometimes. Plants don't have thoughts about it being eaten, man. They don't have a brain or thoughts or intentions or egos. I know plenty of Disneyland cartoons have made plants into living things and little videos and social media nonsense, but that's not what they actually are, you know? So we got to differentiate from cartoon and kind of, you know, have an honest look at basic grounded reality, the way it's constructed, and then we can interact with it better. Hello, Alden. Fist bump. SF6 on PC or Xbox? It's an Xbox. Video game question. Hello, Bo's wife. Can I tell him your name, dear? It's her call. How's your day been? Well, it's good so far. I'm sharing it with you guys, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, plants don't have a nervous system, guys. It's not a mystery. No matter how many weird people tell you weird nonsense with divisive agendas, no nervous system means no thoughts about it and no suffering is possible. Hello in Croatia. Whoosh, fist bump. You can't eat junk food because your teeth are destroyed. Well, yeah. At least you're seeing the upside. You can't hurt the rest of your body anymore with junk food. Teeth are rebuildable, enamel included. You got to really upgrade your body. And, you know, like the things in my connective tissue stack or my bones to breath stack, those are really good for teeth. Pectoralis excavatum. I'm not sure, man. Sunken chest. Pushes in on the heart and lungs. Dang. I can't say I have the research backdrop in that. It's probably a rare condition, so I don't. I've never had anybody ask me about that. I feel like the things in my bones to breath stack plus the right exercises to pull out on the rib cage might help over time. I really do. But I can't just sit here and make up a protocol when I haven't had time to like sort that out. But I would be looking into something along those lines. Food, you know, the right foods and missing links to develop your skeleton fully. That's in my breath to bone stack. It's in my facial bone and height development video. It's in my connective tissue video. The breath to bone stack is the best full spectrum stack, though, that would address that. And I'd be looking for exercises that have the potential to help stimulate the rib cage to reshape itself better. I already know those are the things I'd be looking into. Nobody knows that. Krypton. People pretend they do, but nobody knows that. Nobody has the actual recording of what time that supposedly started. They just make up theories, and even when those theories are disproven, they go on teaching them in school for decades because old guys don't want to admit they're wrong about things. They enjoy their worldly status too much. No, mucus doesn't have teeth and wiggle around and crawl when you pull it out, so doctors are full of BS, man. It's your intestinal lining? No. Biofilm will come off your intestines and look like your intestinal lining. That's a layer of things parasites built so you couldn't feel them living off of you. They build cities along the walls of your intestines and they hide under the biofilm. If you break it down enough, some chunks of things will come out that look like your intestinal lining. But trust me, if you had actually just crapped out your intestinal lining, you'd be in a world of screaming pain and you would know it. So that's not what it is. And they're very, very ignorant on this topic. They're trained to be ignorant on this topic. They're not trained to help you there, and they don't have any help for you. No offense to PhDs. I'm not even saying that's your fault. But, the blind can't really lead the blind without just falling into a pit, no matter how highly paid some of those blind are. Yeah, these stats are taken daily. My take on anabolics. Well, there's many things in the world that could be called anabolics, but you're probably talking about steroids and growth hormone and the basic things bodybuilders use. Here's my take. I'm not anti-science, and I'm not anti-doing experiments on your own body if you own it. If you say, look, this will probably or maybe shorten my life, I'm going to do my best to do it intelligently and healthy, and I accept responsibility for the outcome, I got no beef with that. None. Science is interesting. If you want to use your own body that way, do your best, try to be safe, try to minimize harm, and be a big old swole beef taco if that's what you want to do. But it's just for me personally, that's not my path, And I like to teach people that you can be stronger than those guys, even if you're not as swole as they are. And you can eat about 1/10 of the calories and spend much less of your time just gluttonously shoving things in yourself and consuming the planet and shortening your life and abusing all your organs to be as big as possible. Again, I'm not judging or condemning. If you know what you're doing and you choose it, I have a lot of respect for people that work that hard and that consistently to be the most swole bro chacho you've ever seen or whatever. It's just not something I would do in my life, okay? It's not my calling. But since you asked, that's how I look at that. Beating your property. Take on beating your property. Beating my property. I'm not sure what you mean. If you want your friend to live more healthy and work out, you're probably going to have to be a shining example of it for some time. A lot of people don't want to be told what to do, and they're not going to be open to that. So just be. Be what you believe in being. And if there's someone who's open to change, they'll become inspired at some point. When you get to a certain point, it'll start to inspire them. But if you're preachy and annoying, you probably won't inspire them, And don't make it about like either I got to do this, I got to convince them, because they have their own free will. You don't gotta convince anybody of anything. But if you want to, what I've seen work better is just be the shining example of what you believe in instead of telling other people to be it. With the rise of social media, and I don't know if the world was always this way, but I am a pattern recognizer, and I cannot tell you how deeply immersed and stuck everybody is in this whole telling everybody else what to do thing when people don't even do it themselves. The world is full of self-proclaimed experts on things they don't even do, or they think they do, but they don't. Like online fitness, all the people that teamed up on me. I mean, I don't mean to criticize, but where's the fitness in your online fitness? Like what in the world is going on? Why does everybody want to talk and tell others what to do so much and not be an example of it yourself? To me, that's empty, boring, pointless, annoying, and a waste of my time. If you want to impact me, show me something. Show me. Don't talk so much. Be it. Then I'll listen. So that's what I aim to provide for others is like, I could talk about anything and sound impressive because I can string words together, but I'm only going to talk about things that I believe through experience, hard-earned a lot of it, research, experience, etc., and observation, and putting it together, things that I know can help you if you can hear it and apply it, I'm not going to sit around being an armchair expert on everything in the world that has nothing to do with me, because I'm just tired of that. It's so annoying. Such a waste of everybody's time. You can't really know if somebody's on steroids versus natural. I used to work out in gyms, and there were all kinds of guys on steroids that were really open with me about it because I wasn't judgmental about it, but their physique sucked, whether they were on or off. I mean, they'd get a little bigger and more swole looking while they were on a bunch of crap, and then they'd run out and that would just sort of shrink away, and they never had good muscular bodies. So, I mean, there's people like myself that everybody just says is on steroids and everybody believes it. Like, yeah, you can't be that muscular and you definitely can't be that strong without being on steroids and a bunch of other things. It's like, fine, believe what you're going to believe. That's fine. I don't care. I'll just take it as a credit, not be insulted by it, because what's the point? And there's all kinds of chumps out there, and I don't mean to call people names, but as far as fitness goes, they're total chumps, and they've taken more gear than they even know what they've taken, because they always just take anything they can get their hands on, but they don't know how to train hard, and they don't know how to eat right, and they don't know how to be consistent, and it's all pointless, you know? I will say that high-level natural muscle definitely looks different than high-level steroid muscle. Even if someone is at, say, a similar amount of size, there's just a different look to it. It seems like people that take the gear and develop, they just have that extra volumized, everything looks like it's just exaggerated. You know, it's not even the shape of the muscles, it's not the density. There's just this exaggerated swollenness to where it's like in their own way. And your own body doesn't really want to do that. It's hard naturally to develop so much muscle that you're in your own way because your body's smarter than that. But when you find things to push the envelope past that, I mean, some of those guys can't wipe their own ass, literally. You know, they're too wide. They have to walk with their legs way out like this. They can't run or jog. They have no mechanics because they're so thick and swole, you know? So a lot of them get them like Shar-Pei wrinkles on the back of their neck. I've noticed that from a lot of guys that taken a lot of gear. Even when they're not all that swollen and chubby looking, and they still got like those wrinkles on the neck. And I'm not saying everybody with the wrinkles on the back of their neck took gear. I'm just noticing certain patterns here, but who cares? Who cares? Everybody's going to claim this and that and blame people, and people are going to believe all the wrong stuff. And it doesn't really matter. Do what you believe in doing. You know, people can believe anything they want about you or anybody else. You don't believe I've been banned because of other names? That's fine, dude. That's fine. I don't even want to bring up some of that old stuff in the trash connected to those older names. So if you don't believe it, that's totally okay. Don't worry about it. The only real picture I got to show it, because I don't really have pictures of me from younger. I just don't. I don't have them. So that thumbnail on my video about skull structure, that's all I got. I only had one picture laying around I could find of me when I was 20. I could have found better pictures had I had a lot. That's the only picture I could find of me back then that I happen to own. But you can see a very obvious difference if I post it next to my face now. But that's all I got. I don't have a bunch of other pictures to show you the same thing. Rib cage expansion, deep breathing and doing like heavy pullovers and stuff. Apparently that works. The old time bodybuilders said it worked. Maybe it did. I don't know. I always had a big rib cage, you know, since I was young. Like compared to other kids, I had a big rib cage for sure. Big lungs, big organs. So I can't say that I'm some kind of expert. I know that I cracked my sternum a few times, and the cartilage actually, I've cracked my sternum several times in life, and the cartilage always expanded a little further, got a little thicker there. So I think that widened my rib cage out a little more than it already was. But, you know, just look up at, you know, exercises that a bunch of golden age bodybuilders said expanded their rib cage, and go for it and see if it works. And you might want to add the things in my breath to bones stack to give your bones what they need and your cartilage what it needs to expand from the stimulus. There are natural tribes that eat plant-based diet, but you don't hear about it because who funds these things? You know, they always talk about the Maasai tribe in Africa like they're so amazing. There's a plant-based tribe in Africa that's way healthier than them to way older ages, but you're not going to hear about them because that doesn't suit the agenda of those who control the narratives, my friend. If you blindly assume that the things you hear about are in your own best interest and there's some magical mommy and daddy making sure you get all the right data and all the right influences on you, you got to flip that script and understand it's the exact opposite. And it has been on this planet for the longest time. You're not being taken care of by being given information from magical mommy and daddy who want the best for you. You're being trained to be helpless slaves you can be taken advantage of from cradle to grave and never change anything. That's the training you get on planet Earth. And that's the information you get unless you learn to research much better and much deeper and much wiser on your own. How do you know whether it's worth it to clean out all the parasites living off you? If it's going to remove good bacteria? I mean, if you don't understand the detrimental effect they're having on you, I can see why you would ask that. And I know there's nonsense out there telling you, parasites are your friend. You're supposed to be riddled with worms. Yeah, I understand why it's confusing, but look, these things secrete chemicals in you that screw up your brain chemistry, make you stupid, distracted, and crave junk food all day, instead of being able to concentrate and use your own mind and body for better things. If you don't think you want a bunch of lying, thieving parasites out of your house, I don't know what to tell you. And yeah, you can wipe out good bacteria as if you have any currently, but you don't. That's why your gut's a disaster anyway. You reset, you start again, then you populate it with good bacteria, and you rebuild your gut lining, and you restart. You rebuild your temple, okay? You tear out all the garbage, and you remodel, and you build a better temple. Or you talk yourself out of it because the parasites put chemicals in you because they don't want you changing your mind about this. And they have way more effect on human brains than you would want to know. But they do, just so you know. Yeah, it's gotten to where even stupid people can't ignore that there's a deep state, that there's an underworld that's controlling things, but that they'll forget it on a daily basis and blue pill themselves and just do what they like to do because they don't know how to face it. It's always been that way. When you really become red pill, there's no going back. There is no comfort zone to return to. You don't care about fake steak or fake anything. You'd rather live in a harsh reality that's honest and do something about it for your fellow human beings while you're here, or be selfish and go back in and just live a synthetic nonsense thing. Yeah, it could. Yes, it could, Clara. Yes. Because in removing those parasites, a lot of them are the cause of the anxiety. The chemicals they release into your brain, some of the side effects of that is anxiety. So yes, absolutely. The vegan diet can fulfill those things, friend, and meat diets don't fulfill them either. Meat eaters are all B12 and D3 deficient too. A lot of it has to do with the gut biome not working to cultivate proper B12 from a proper biome. And then the D3, because your liver is so toxic, it can't even form D3 from sunlight anymore. Whew. So it's not about veganism. That's just some misdirection and distraction. The populace at large has a deficiency problem there because of horrible health. I know a lifelong vegan who's never supplemented B12 and he's fine. He has more energy than 20-year-olds. And he's 74. Yeah, no, I'm not really going to post mine on the Near Death Experience Foundation probably because mine's so short. It's not I was so young there was no words. What I got from it is coming clear to me throughout time. Okay? So mine wasn't like someone who tells their story, it's not like that. It's very different. It happened at such a young age. It was all communicated without words. And it's something that I come to understand more as I go. Plus, there's so many people with their bizarre near-death experience stories that are more and more elaborate these days. Nobody would even notice mine. And that's cool because I don't need to pimp it out or whore it out anyway, to be honest with you. It's the effect it's had on me that's important and continues to be. Do I take care of my mind? Sure. I posted a stack yesterday to help you boost your IQ, my friend. This right here boosts IQ. If you use your mind for productive things, raw cacao over time. I mean, I said it for years, and then I went ahead and finally looked up a study because, as usual, they finally caught up to what I'd been told decades ago. But even this, which is part of the stack I posted yesterday, simple brain hack stack. Use your mind for productive things. Be studious and feed it things to help it upgrade its dendrites and neurons and wire itself for more. And it does. Neuroplasticity is very real. That's true. Yep. If you eat when you're in a horrible mood, even healthy food becomes poison. The body definitely processes things different based on your thoughts and feelings. Yeah, I have dreams when I sleep. Lucid ones, a lot of times. Yeah, people think it's so hard to get a complete diet on plant foods, but in a place like this where you can grow a lot, it's not. You have a little bit of knowledge about micros and macros, and I have the best pharmacy and the best vitality and the best supplement stacks and everything all around me here. I mean, I almost don't even want to talk about it. It's like the best kept secret that nobody's supposed to know. Excuse me. I just breathed what I was chewing on. I'm surrounded by nootropics, biohacks, vitality enhancers, detoxifiers, immune enhancers, intelligence enhancers, circulation enhancers, recovery enhancers, anti-inflammatories, all of it. That's what it all is. The crazy card trick is in the people think you need to eat corpses to be healthy and that there's no way you can do it on those real foods that are full of vital medicines. Whoa. What a backwards being on the wrong side of the mirror type reality people have been duped into. That's good to hear, Mark Thompson. If it's meant to be, we will meet one day, my friend. This could very much evolve to that point, guys. For example, and I'm not asking for this right now, I'm just throwing it out there. You know what we could really use around here? We could use a friend or a couple friends or even a family, a small family, with maybe someone my kid's age, who could cohabitate in this region and would be able to caretake our place when we have to go somewhere else, you know? Relationships can be forged of mutual value for everyone. It is possible. There's no saying how this evolves, guys. There are many grand possibilities, but you have to be very careful in these things. A lot of people are like, yes, I'm going to do that, and they have no idea what they're even signing up for. So things have to evolve at a natural, healthy, careful, meant to be pace. And if I'm just trusting the creator, things tend to show me the right path. If I try to plan or to force it myself, it'll be a, square peg in a round hole or something. But if I relax and trust, things will evolve the way they need to. That said, there is no sitting around. I'm very active every day. You have to be proactive towards your vision. I'm not talking about being lazy and going, I can just sit here and feel good feelings and everything in the world will fix itself. No. Deception, new age nonsense. You need to be proactively doing whatever you're given to do, to work with, to cultivate a better reality. But at the same time, if you think you're the grand master planner, no matter how smart you are, your grand master plan is just in the way of a better plan that if you relax and learn to perceive, the creator can always show you things you didn't see to make it better and make it better and make it better. Earth Roots is on here asking and answering questions. Ooh. Respuestas por tus preguntas. Está bien. Muchas gracias. Earth Roots Healing. Do I ask the creator for signs? Yes, sometimes. Not so much signs like, sometimes I'll say that, but really what I ask, the way I word it now is like, help me, quicken my perception, boost my perception to perceive the guidance that I know you're already providing for me, that I'm just not tapping into because I'm not quite seeing it, perceiving it, hearing it, feeling it. So I'm just not quite conscious enough to be getting it right now. Lift me up a little bit. Lift me up a little bit and let me perceive it, rather than looking for a sign, because then you end up being weird and superstitious and trying to make everything out of runes and bones and numbers. And sometimes that works and sometimes it's nonsense. So rather than trying to define it like that, I thank God. I'm like, thank you that you will quicken me, that you are quickening me day by day to better perceive the guidance that you're providing at all times. And thank you for the blessings and the protections that I do notice and the ones I don't. And thank you for life more abundantly for my family and I, and our animals in this place, the parts of it I do perceive and the parts that I don't. And thank you for helping me to grow in my consciousness to perceive more of it as we go. That's basically how I word that and how I feel it. That's like a daily family prayer around here. Oof, that's a good question, Tangoya. It's a long, tangled mess trying to get out of all the relationships that'll stop you from being what you need to be. It's hard. It's complicated. It's probably the hardest thing of the whole thing. I would say self-mastery is easier than dealing with the obstacles that other people don't realize they are, but persist on being in your life. And sometimes you're pushed to the point where you finally have to literally just be tough and push people away. You might even have to be mean, not because you actually hate them, not because you want any ill will towards them, but it might be the only way you can get them to stop doing their best to stop you from becoming who you need to be. It's harsh and it can get to that level, to be honest. The military, you've outgrown it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your military situation is, but I'll tell you what, if you've outgrown it, don't linger around in there till you end up killing somebody, if you haven't already, or dying, or watching your friends die, or doing or having to live with anything more reprehensible than you already might, If you know you've outgrown it, that said, I'm not, like if you have no financial support, no other options, I'm not saying go be homeless. I don't want to recommend something all irresponsible to you. But if you have any other options or plans or an exit strategy, yeah, get out. Why? And I'm not judging anybody who's in the military, by the way. But if you have any moral conundrum with it, yeah, it's time to move on. Why be a killer of who you're told to kill when they're really just other people like you? And who are you killing them for? I understand that because of the state of the world, each country needs to be able to defend itself from the evils of violation of free will coming from other countries, etc. But living your life as a killer for hire with no free will, kill and die as told, is about as far from an authentic human experience as you can get, So, I mean, there you go. Those are my thoughts. No judgment included. Those are just a few ponderings for you. Maybe that helps. The underlying math of astrology. Yeah, it's the match of gravitational and elemental energies in space. The planets orbit each other based on gravitational fields, right? Well, we're all affected by that too. Different aspects of our biology are more or less affected by different planets and their elemental makeup and the type of electromagnetic interference or electromagnetic frequency they touch us with, etc. So it is math and science, very much. Because we're affected by our own physical constitution, as far as how we think and feel, where you're born, when you're born, and how you're born, it's all heavily affected by these things. That said, your own free will has the power to overcome any of your most genetically ingrained tendencies. You do have higher will as a human. So it's not like some systems of astrology Usually more Eastern systems act like you're just a product of your chart. And if you believe that, they can literally calculate practically everything in your life because they're pretty good at it. And you'll just play it out with, because you're not really exercising your own free will all that well. Whereas if you realize that you have a strong free will and it's your job to use it, all those tendencies will affect you, but you still ultimately decide your path, your choices, your activities. You are the one deciding. Most people don't use that very well, but we are given free will and therefore the responsibility of how to use it. Not exactly a blueprint, Phytenics or whatever, because there's no authenticity in it. And this is why these ideas are always being shared, but why isn't everybody enlightened? If all these so-called gurus have given out all these great blueprints to how to be enlightened, why isn't everybody enlightened, You can use the example of Yeshua, the first human to ever be fully aligned with the nature of God. To whatever degree you're able to hear, perceive what he showed and did, despite all the interfering noise trying to control the narrative, if you have the eyes to see and ears to hear, you can start to tap into an example of what's possible. But I would say, in my experience, that your personal priorities will determine how much happens to help you align with the nature of the Creator. You could do any number of processes, but it's really going to come down to how much you care about that more than other things. God is not a game. God is not a person you can play games with or give money to or do rituals to get their attention or anything else. The infinite creative source is something that you will experience to the degree you prioritize that above all else. It's a perfect system, in other words. So there is no hack for it and there is no cheat. It comes down to how much you really care about that more than other things. And from there, you're fulfilling the whole seek and ye shall find. And how you find it'll be individual because the Creator knows your individuality better than you do. So it's a wonderful opportunity. And nobody can lay it out for you like some hack to imitate. But there are true spiritual principles, and nobody ever showed them fully accurately like Yeshua himself. That said, it's really hard to hear him over all the noise of the cult that was created by his murderers. That's about as much as I can say about that. Well, wanting to verify the claim? No, you're not wrong, friend. I just want to bring up those old channel names because I don't fully stand on everything I said in some of them, and worse yet, if I give out those old channel names, you'll probably find infinite trolls that made up a bunch of stuff about those channel names that has nothing to do with me. So there's just nothing good to look up there. And I don't stand by anything that would lead to. So I don't mind you asking at all. I cringe thinking about what you would find if I even mention those names. Not just you, but others, what they might find. It gets real nasty. And it's nothing to do with me. It's a lot of nasty projection from others. Furthermore, it doesn't matter if I've been banned or not, These things are for those with ears to hear and the eyes to see, and they know who they are. They connect with it in their heart. I happen to have a lot of experience being banned. I happen to be quite aware of a lot of how much information is actually censored through experience. But, like people can speculate whether that's real or not or whatever, and it doesn't matter. Using antibiotics is the whole reason everybody has leaky gut and a destroyed immune system and brain to start with, my friend. Antibiotics wipe out all your gut flora, and then Candida, which does not die because it's like a cockroach, breeds out of control without the other natural flora there to stop it. And then it penetrates your gut and goes all through your body, and you get leaky gut, and your whole body becomes leaky sewage, infecting your lymph system and your brain and everything else and poisoning you from there. I would never, ever. In fact, if you watch my bulletproofing my immune system video,
I kind of go into that more about building a real immune system and just how far from antibiotics that process really is. It's totally the opposite, and I don't want to say a whole lot more and get myself in trouble here. Talking about all this fictional stuff in my utopian future sci-fi reality novel that I'm writing here, right? I watch a little anime sometimes, once in a while, when I happen to be in the mood. Sometimes I'm in the mood for stuff like that, you know? I usually don't even pay that close of attention. My mind's usually daydreaming, but for some reason, sometimes I like to daydream with anime on the screen, you know, at the end of a long day. A lot of times I'm not in the mood for such things. Kind of comes and goes. Funny question, but there's your answer. You can heal certain things with thoughts alone, sure, but if you build your body out of synthetic garbage materials and it's all full of nanotech and plastic and worms and beetles and cysts and tumors, and you're not going to just fix that, all of that, by changing some thoughts while you're still eating potato chips and polyunsaturated cooked death oils and every kind of nonsense. You know, some of it's thought and some of it's action, in other words. You're a multi-dimensional being. You can't take one of these dimensions and act like that's going to solve everything. When you exist as a multi-dimensional, more holistic organism, you got to address all these dimensions of yourself, not pretend that some of them don't exist. Yeah, no problem, Dev. It was a great question. It was a great question. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, I'm not trying to use it to be popular, man. If I wanted to be popular, I'd tell all kinds of fanciful stories about my past, most of which people wouldn't believe, but it would give me a lot of attention. I'm not here to be popular. I'm doing my best to cooperate with the creator for the benefit of others, and whoever's meant to hear it, I'm just going to trust they do. I'm not going to worry about. I'm not going to sell out and do anything for attention. It doesn't matter if I'm talking to 10 people or 10 million. The vision I was given when the creator asked me to open up and communicate again was, don't worry about how many. Keep it real. Stay where you are now. It's not about you. You don't want it to be about you. You want it to be about what's best for all. So I'm not interested in any of the credits I could get for being canceled a million times. It's not as glorious as it sounds, to be honest. I did learn some things from it. But I don't care if anybody's impressed by that or not. It doesn't matter. That's not the useful information here. I'm here to serve others. And wasting time on bragging about how many times I've been shut down, I'm not really sure how that would serve others, to be honest. Debunking or preventing vanity? Well, just remind yourself that whatever is making you vain is temporary. If you identify with this form, great will be your fall. He who loves his life shall lose it. Don't invest your sense of worth in something that makes you a jerk and you're guaranteed to lose it all like a fool, in other words. It's really that simple. I don't know my resting heart rate. It's a good question. I just don't know. Oh, there's many great holy passages. I don't know if you've read any of these, Dream Amount, but check out the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, Book of the Natsarim, Gospel of Thomas, and Gospel of Mary. Lots of holy, wonderful things up in there. What's up, Kodiak Killer? Boom! What's up, my fellow way too jacked for people to believe you're natural? How's it going, brother? Hope you're doing really well, man. Wow, I look like Peter Steele to you? That's really interesting. I loved Typo Negative. I listened to it all the time throughout my 20s. Very, very dark. The last stuff I related to heavily at the time. I see some resemblance to Peter in my facial structure and stuff. I certainly related to that guy. You know, I feel for him. for how his life went, how self-destructive he was because of how life hurt him. But he was a tremendous artist. He would always, talk smack about himself, but better to be self-deprecating compared to your level of talent than it is to be like most people and exaggerate your complete lack of talent. So even though that music's like too heavy and depressing for me to listen to most of the time, great respect for the artistry and people involved. Whoa, no! But please don't go! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Love you, Peter. All right. It's like a death. Doom, 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 doom. A death. Death in the family. Yeah, that's so dark and sad. There was a time in my life I listened to that song on loop every night for hours. And two of the people that I was caught up with experiencing life at that time are dead now. So if you don't think the music that you vibe with has a lot to do with your subconscious trying to tell you things about an accurate assessment of the energies of the life you're in, man, it does. It does. Two good friends that I still cry for. We were all in some crazy times together. Not all of us are on this side of the veil anymore. I could do Peter's voice better, but I got junk in my throat because I tried to breathe cacao bits a while ago. Yeah, I've heard about these ticks making people not eat meat or whatever. It's kind of new on me. I don't know. I don't know what the agenda is. I mean, I suppose the plan was to dump them on certain populations to wipe them out based on their main food sources, now killing them or some stupid thing like that. Some nefarious nonsense. Or, maybe somebody's experiment went wrong and these ticks are an accident. Hard to say. I don't fear or avoid oxalates at all. There's a lot in this. There's a lot in a lot of what I eat. Creatine causes my kidneys problems, but not oxalates. So as usual, you got the narratives of those in power telling you to avoid vegetables and herbs. Those are dangerous and scary and bad. Just eat corpses and processed foods, and then get on all our drugs while we harvest you step by step in our medical system. Many, many wonderful healthy foods are high in oxalates. So unless there's something already wrong with your kidneys and you're not being told the real cause of that, you should not have a problem with oxalates. It's a sleight of hand, basically. It's like tobacco getting blamed for the damage done by the 4,000 man-made chemicals that are added to cigarettes that are not tobacco, that everybody smokes when they smoke cigarettes. In tobacco, the herb gets to take all the blame, but we ignore the 4,000 man-made chemicals. So there's more to the story. Oxalates are not evil. If your body can't handle them, it's just like how people can't eat vegetables now because their gut lining is so thin and destroyed that it tears their fragile, wet tissue paper gut lining, and then vegetables are bad. And this is what people use to justify, see, we're supposed to just eat dead animals. No, you're supposed to repair the underlying massive health problems you have so your body can start to function properly again. Yeah, I opened up to donations. I changed my mind due to a lot of stuff going on. It'll never be a business and nobody has to pay me for anything, and I'll do everything I can for people for free. But some people actually want to support my family. And that's really helping since I can't be home as much, since I'm helping a neighbor and a friend and their family in an emergency situation with their farm and their life and a bunch of things they can't do on their own right now. And it's wonderful to open up and get support from people and to be open to it. That's kind of a growth experience for me. So I understand the confusion with that. And if you think it's a bad thing, that's fine, whatever. But a lot of people actually do want to support my family, and it's amazing and humbling and beautiful. And we're all very thankful. But you're entitled to ask for help with whatever you want and never donate a penny, my friend. That's entirely okay. If you use any of these things to the betterment of the world in any way, shape, or form, then some positive impact has been made. But thank you very much to those who, can and do and want to provide financial support so my family can continue to develop this homestead and provide a sort of functional alternative future for humanity that's going to need examples of it, since most don't seem to see where things are headed and don't seem to be figuring it out on its own. Thank you for the help in co-creating it. Sometimes I cannot do everything myself for everybody. And I probably shouldn't even try, because that's probably ridiculous. Yeah, some people do well with natural tobacco. I would say depends on your constitution. It's not for everybody, but it is an herb for a reason, you know? So I got no beef with tobacco. Every herb exists for good reason. Well, it's hard to say, Pedro. I mean, it doesn't mean anything to some people. But to me, it just clicked at a certain age that I just pictured myself that way, natural. Let my hair do what it's built to do instead of spending money to maintain some kind of unnatural image so I can fit in with a bunch of people that are obsessed with being told what to do by authority figures. It just doesn't work for me. But I don't gauge a man's value or wisdom or anything else based on his hair length. That's for sure. I just got to do what feels right to me, you know? Mm-hmm. Hard to say, Philip. Maybe him or someone else similar had visited back then. There's no good records of that now. I remain open-minded. It's possible. It's possible the people didn't listen any better then than they did this time. How much do I weigh? I'm not sure. Last time I checked, about 225. Good to hear about your health benefits, Jeru. Totally okay to be skeptical. I mean, I don't ever want to be some cult influence where people just go, I believe whatever he says without questioning, because that's no good for you. You shouldn't do that. Run an intelligent trial on some of these things you want to try. Observe your own results. The proof's in the pudding. It's not in blindly listening to people. So please don't think that I just expect you guys not to question me. You should always question things and do your best to responsibly test things and consider them and pray and meditate on it and do your best. Your consciousness is for you to own, not for me to own or anybody else. And boy, is the world all about owning your consciousness. Bunch of nonsense. Yeah, I never believed in myself either, Juan. The world's full of gaslighting. I got an exceptionally high level of it myself. And when I look back now, I can see how I self sabotaged and did a lot of damage to myself and others because of it. So it's weird. I'm like, okay, I thought I was doing good by thinking small and thinking lowly of myself, and actually caused more problems than good. So the truth is, I could have done a lot more to help people by now if I'd have believed in myself. But things have a timing for a reason. Also, some people's idea of believing in themselves makes them like a narcissistic egomaniac that's abusive of others. So it kind of depends what you mean by that. But if you can redeem your inner child and honor the inner child you used to be, if you can even remember it and revive it, you'll discover the expression that the Creator had to live through you, which will be like none other. And it'll bring great light into this world. And somewhere in the process of giving unto others what was not given to you, you'll discover that it now is being given to you because you became the source of it. And then you learn something about the nature of God in the process. And that's priceless. Both. Babu Ho BS or whatever. Like, there's a physical side to things, the pragmatic physical realities, but you're a multi-dimensional being. And the non-physical you is affecting the physical you. So whatever you can do to improve your consciousness more into alignment with the awesome nature of the Creator, the better all the physical things you do to improve your health will work. You are a multi-dimensional being. You're not one or the other. Yeah, I'm not a Christian. No, I'm not in any cult invented by Rome. I've been deep into those cults, and I know all about the power of the brainwashing and the terror and the damage it does, and how the deconstruction is brutal, and everybody attacks you that claims to love you, and all the madness that comes from that. It's tough, okay? But no, I'm not in any cult anymore because nobody gets to be in the way of my authentic relationship with the Creator anymore. You can't do that to me after what I've been through. It was too hard earned to get to this point. I won't give it up now. Yes, there are people that have healed their own Lyme disease. I do, at least last time I researched, I found various testimonials of how certain individuals had cured it within themselves, and they were doing their best to share with others that it is curable, and how disappointed they were that they spent all those years suffering in ignorance because they were told it wasn't curable. There's some pretty cool rabbit holes if you do some research on it. I don't remember the specifics because I never had Lyme's disease. And I don't think I know anybody too closely that has Lyme disease, but I do remember seeing some information and good testimonials from people that have finally figured it out and fixed it for themselves. But I can't say that, so I didn't say that. That's just sci-fi, blah, blah, blah. But there you go, brother. There's no cure for anything. There is no health. Just accept that you're a bag of diseases, and God just randomly gives everybody diseases, and you should just accept it and take drugs and surgeries and die young and leave your kids in debt from your legacy, blah, 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 whatever the PhD says I'm supposed to say. Okay, that was my disclaimer. Now back to the sci-fi. Wink, wink. Scottish or Irish accents. I have no idea what you mean. What would you like me to say, lass? I might be just a little wee bit Scottish and Irish myself. God says he can get me out of this one, but he's pretty sure you're fucked. There you go. That's a little bit. I haven't practiced for a while, so I'm sure it's only like 95%. A little practice, I could do it good. I can't imitate Trump because I never listened to him, nor would I. No, thank you. I know he used to yell, "You're fired" a lot on some show, but I can't imitate that guy. I can only imitate people that I would spend any time listening to, and he's not one of them. I don't listen to any of the damn presidents. These little puppets entertaining the crowd they're basically the bottom of some chain of nonsense, and they're not controlling anything. They're just the speech makers. Granted, Trump's rich enough, he actually gets to throw bombs around when he wants to. and be a big bully and a big tough guy and all this nonsense. But I wouldn't even joke about somebody like that, because every time he gets a hair up his butt, he just blows up some women or children or somewhere to make his point. It's pretty sad, to be honest with you. Well, I'm even more Scandinavian than I am Celtic. Sweatington. I probably look like some of your relatives, right? A little bit. I'm basically like Scandinavian, Celtic, and Native American. And then there's probably some unknown stuff. If I got one of them cool DNA tests, probably part Japanese, and things I just don't know about. But those are the big ones I do know about. I'm mostly Norwegian, as far as my Scandinavian ancestors. The Ericsons, the Ericsson family. Eric the Red and Leif and all them guys, somewhere up there in my family tree. Yep. Stevia is great. Monk fruit is great. I don't know about erythritol. Might be good too. But I know the other two are great because they actually, like monk fruit, improves your, and I think stevia too, improves your insulin sensitivity and causes you to use carbs better while you eat it instead of worse, like other sweeteners, So those are great. And I love the taste of both of them. But I was never a sugar addict. I've seen sugar addicts. I don't like this taste. And it takes them a while to get used to it. Their taste buds are all polluted and addicted to refined sugar. But I love the taste of both those things. Well, if you're a vegan and you're living up somewhere cold, as long as you can get good food sources. I noticed when I lived colder places, I craved more oils and fats. I think because it's high calorie, keeps you a little warmer, So I would consume raw, healthy, fatty acids a little more on my vegan diet if I lived up there. Plenty of protein, It just depends what you can get your hands on and construct good macros. Keep you warm enough, when you live in a cold place. Revelation? Do you mean the book or like personal revelation? Because the book is largely misinterpreted by fools on a regular basis. And I guarantee it wasn't even fully interpreted by whoever wrote it down. So it depends on what you mean by do I believe in it. I don't believe in what people teach about it and their foolishness. They've been getting that wrong for thousands of years. A lot of that's bugs, to be honest, Dev. You do a deep detox and kill all the parasites and make you crave that refined sugar that they breed off of, you'll find you don't crave it anymore. Once they're gone, the spell is broken. But when those things are in your body, they're always secreting chemicals that are going to your brain, making you crave what they want, what's in their best interest and not in your best interest. That's a huge, interesting facet of parasitology most people aren't aware of. Parasitology? Is that a word? They misunderestimated me. Nuke 'em for Texas. I'll just make up cool words. Why not? George W. does it. How do you completely kill the sugary parasites? Well, deep detox and then never eating the refined sugar again. Sea moss gel. I think I ate some of that. Pretty interesting. I think it's good for you if I remember right. Yeah. How many years have I been in this earth? I have more than 46 laps around the sun now. So they tell me, according to human birth records. But I was born with 6 retrograde planets and the 7th went retrograde soon after. So time, for you astrology nerds, does not move the same for me as it does for others. Sometimes I feel like I've been in this particular incarnation for like 1,000 years already. And I think back at some of the chapters that I forgot I lived, that I'm reminded of every so often. It really does seem like a completely different lifetime that's hard to connect to this one. So anyway, time's very bendable in a person's perception. There's people who live 100 years and don't really live much at all. There's people who live more in 20 years than others do in 1,000, back when people lived 1,000 years, which can happen again. Working on it. Don't tell anybody. I'm not an expert on sea buckthorn. I think I've seen that come up a few times now in this live stream. But I haven't really researched that particular thing. You could probably tell me more than I can tell you. Thoughts on salt? Get real salt with all the trace minerals, 100 plus trace minerals. What they call salt is refined toxic industrial sodium, and it will screw you up on all levels. Avoid it, because it's not salt. It's a lie they call salt, and it's refined concentrated sodium, which is completely insane and destructive. Yeah, people have dreams and thoughts and visions and all kinds of things. If somebody doesn't like it, they say it's a demon. If somebody does like it, they say it's divine. Few of them ever do any fact checking to see if any of it's accurate or not. In a world where people have been trained to be delusional and believe in false reality since birth, it's really no surprise that when they have a dream or a vision, they cannot really accurately interpret that. And they do a lot of reckless, crazy things with it. Some of them with good intentions. But yeah, don't put too much into other people's dreams and visions, because they can't even interpret it themselves, let alone tell you what to make of it. But it sure does sell books, doesn't it? And get you a lot of attention. Everybody's a prophet when it sells books and makes them a profit. And nobody seems to notice that nothing they ever prophesize comes true. It's interesting. All right, if you want an Arnold impersonation, maybe tell me a movie to start with or a quote to start with. It'll kind of lead me in some direction. What should Arnold talk about? I got to practice my Arnold accent in each live stream until I get it really sharp again. I used to make people just roll on the floor laughing. I could just be Arnold all day. Predator? Okay. Where should I start? It's not his most talkative movie, but there's some good ones. Where should I start in Predator? Get to the chopper! Do it now! Come on, kill me, I'm here! Come on, kill me, I'm here! Do it now! What the hell are you? You set us up! It's all bullshit, all of it. You got us in here to do your dirty work. What happened to you, Dylan? Used to be someone I could trust. My men are not expendable, and I don't do this kind of work. Love and lust hand in hand. Well, so I guess the way I would answer that is there a form of lust that could be a good thing? Sure. Within the context of, like, you're in this sacred union we call marriage, whether you got the piece of paper or not, say you're in the sacred where the two really are one, enjoy that lust together. Absolutely. It has a place to be enjoyed. It's just that if you do it with your neighbor's life, you screw up his life and her life and your own life, so that's, it's almost like anger. Does anger have any productive use? Absolutely. It's just difficult to use it in a good way. But there is a place for it. It wouldn't exist. We wouldn't feel lust if it didn't have some potential value. It's just when lust is the leading force in a situation, it just leads you into a train wreck of bad decisions that hurt a lot of people. But within the right context, could your lust be a positive thing? Sure. Yes. Yes, it can. Jesse Ventura impressions? Oh, man. I never practiced Jesse Ventura. Let's see. What'd he say in Predator? I hear ya. I've seen some badass bush before, but this stuff makes Cambodia look like Kansas. You lose it in here, you're in a world of hurt. Something like that, right? Time to let old Painless out the bag. Payback time. I think Jesse Ventura spent so much time wrestling, like WWF theatrics or whatever. I think he like imitates his own voice to an exaggerated level. The Jim Carrey thing. Yeah, I hear a bunch of weird nonsense now. People need to make real content instead of just making noise about celebrities that everybody's nosy about and wants to speculate about. It's just people getting paid to say dumb things about people they don't know. What kind of police officer are you anyway? Yeah, if you won't just try to jump 1,000 feet across buildings, what a bad horsey. Saved both their lives, that horse did. If I was an actor, I would do different voices based on the role, man. I would get into it. Accents, personalities. I would aim to, I would be a very versatile actor that could play some very different roles. Good guys, bad guys, weird guys, all kinds of stuff. Give us a flex, man. Ah, you can't see it through my shirt. The ocean is that way. Ow. My chest is sore. I played a little game called, I filmed it. I'll release it one of these days. It was called Let's Play 100 Reps. Where I picked a weight and I did 100, this was yesterday. I did 100 guillotine press reps on one side of a log. I got 50 and then I did 10 after that. And I waited just long enough I could get another 10. And boy, my chest is nice and sore. Just a fun little game. Race through 100 reps, and by challenging yourself, you're going to get some muscle development. Anyway, that's me meandering off in another direction, I guess. Whew. Contact lenses, if they're corrective, they are a crutch that is keeping your eyes from having the opportunity to correct themselves. Of course, if you want to reference the things in my recent How to Fix Your Vision video and take like a proactive approach to improving your vision. Now, if you need your contact lenses to do things like driving or your job or something, fine, you still need them. But as much as you can afford to give yourself time without them to practice improving your sight, you got to do it. Because your sight's never going to get better when it's looking through a lens that bends light in an artificial way to compensate for it, Forrest Gump has to outrun them things and break them off his legs to straighten them bones. I'm not calling you Forrest Gump either. I don't know where that came from. But that's a few thoughts about contact lenses. I don't shoot all of them in this resolution because this laptop is more expensive and I'm keeping it inside where it's safe. And I take the old one outside to film stuff because here in the tropics, you can have rain show up so fast that I could be laying down lifting something and the rain could run over the hill and hit the laptop before I can even get up and protect it. And it's dead. I've had this happen. I cannot risk this expensive one that way. So I'm keeping it inside, working on the inside for now. I'm still taking my old one, my old cheapo outside and taking the risks with it. And that's just the way I'm doing it for now. Because I got to make every resource in my life, I got to tap into it, get the most out of it I possibly can. You can speak whatever you want here, Damu Shifu. It's, how I answer it that could get things in trouble. And that's on me. It's not on you. You guys can ask anything you want. If I handle it right, we'll still be okay. There's certain things, they may be good questions, but I may not answer it because I'm just calculating like, yeah, it's a cool question, but, if I talk about that, it might be a problem for all of us. So I just won't say anything if I think it's going to get the live stream canceled or erased later. I'm trying to avoid that. Um, Babu, that's a good question because it depends on how much that individual actually listens to him and understands what he said and did versus how much they let the man-made doctrines tell him to believe about what he said and did. That kind of determines how much you're looking at a fabricated idol version versus seeing deeper into the real one. So it's more of an individual thing. How did I know she's the one? Are you asking me about my wife right now? I don't even know if you're talking to me. I'm falling behind on things here. Put that cookie down. There isn't a bathroom. It's time to turn this mush into muscle. That's half his lines from his early movies right there. Let me wrestle with something and make this noise. Only Arnold could sell a noise that ridiculous and make it a cool thing. Gotta have respect for that. You gotta have a lot of charisma to make a ridiculous noise like that, and everybody loves you for it. I couldn't do it. Nice work, Arnold. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. No, it doesn't matter. If it matters to you what race your partner is, then okay, then it matters to you. But that's you putting a limit on it. That's you not understanding you're a consciousness. Your body is a temporary thing. You can be however limited by that you want, but the wise man invests in eternal things and the fool invests in that which is temporary, and he is guaranteed to lose. Arnold talking about Big Pharma. What is this ancient sorcery where they tell me I got to take this and do that and I'm so weak? And they got these snakes spinning around a stick and it's a bunch of weird wizards and witches. I used to slay these things with a sword on a regular basis. And then I got old and soft and became a politician and they started paying me to tell lies for them. And I lost my way and I'm not cool anymore. Now I sit on the troubled throne. What kind of sweets you recommend to eat almost like unlimited amount? I don't know. Because from a young age, I just didn't eat sweets. So I don't have a sweet tooth or any addiction or any need. To me, like a good pineapple that's chilled or a good mango, certain flavors of mango, or the guavas we grow here. That stuff is so sweet it almost scares me. I almost feel like I'm doing wrong. Our guavas are so sweet that if I'm within 20 feet of the tree when there's fruit on it, I smell like bubblegum sugar candy in the air, And I'm like, what is that? And how could it be good for me? But it actually is. That's as sweet as I go, I'm not very sweet. I'm kind of bitter and stale. Just kidding. Sea moss and marine phytoplankton. Yeah, sea vegetables tend to have all the same things as land vegetables, but in higher concentrations, and they will have more iodine, which is essential and pretty cool, and trace minerals of the sea salt. So basically, your sea minerals are just a little better as far as, your sea vegetables are a little better as far as minerals, usually. That's not to say sometimes land vegetables couldn't be equal, but they won't have as much iodine for one thing. Sea vegetables are awesome. Come with me if you want to live. Consider that a divorce. Yes. Okay. I can't do a Borat impression. I never even watched that. Even the commercials for that guy just annoyed me. So I never watched that movie or whatever. Ow. Ouchie, Stefan. Glad to hear you're healing. Yeah, I mean, you can waiting for God's purpose. I mean, I don't know. It depends how you mean that. Like, I ask for and give thanks for guidance, but it doesn't mean I instantly know things. Sometimes I do have to wait. So it depends if you're actively waiting or if waiting is just some nonsense ritualistic thing you're forever doing, Kind of depends how you mean that. If you think the non-denominational Christian churches don't base their stuff on the institution, you don't understand that everything they teach came from the Catholic invention, the Roman invention of Christianity. If they choose to exclude certain parts of that, I mean, fine, but they're still building whatever their religion is out of something that was originally invented by Rome, man-made doctrines. So you're picking and choosing which man-made doctrines and calling yourself non-denominational. I respect that. If you identify certain doctrines you don't agree with, fine. But it's still descended from the same thing. So it's still limited by the same thing. There's an illusion there. I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but I'm just going to answer things honestly. It doesn't mean disrespect in institutions, but institutions and religions are very prideful because they are the ignorant ego of man. Or they wouldn't care that I had something different to say, and they wouldn't perceive it as disrespectful because they wouldn't be glorifying man's ego and calling it God to begin with. Just to say, just to be honest. But I understand why you see it that way. How long is this? Over 6 hours? Hey, we're doing good here. Maybe we set a record. What's the current record? 7 hours and 14 minutes or something like that? We shall see. Do an 8-hour shift with you guys, right? Talk somebody through their whole work shift. Yeah, away from shame and into acceptance. Watch people shame a dog. Tail goes down, thinks it's bad. Doesn't matter if it did anything right or wrong, right? But a dog is a very people-pleasing animal by nature. Now, humans are this way. In this way, we're a lot like dogs. So, like a cat, you can't shame a cat. It'll just look at you like, whatever, that's your opinion. I know I'm awesome. But a dog, I'm disappointed with you, that dog wants to crawl in a hole and die. Now, we're like that as children. So the world does it to us. Oh, you're bad. You're shameful. God screwed up when he made you, but it's your fault. You're the shameful thing. Not that which invented you. It's you. You're disgusting, Unhealthy philosophy of life. Once you see that it's handcuffing and it's crippling you from bearing the fruit you could in life, when you're able to separate from it, detox and deconstruct from it, you can redeem your inner child from whatever dark closet they got locked in and shamed into. And you might even be able to see the pieces in your life and look how after you got shamed, like, I don't know about you guys, but I was kind of treated like a criminal since I was a small kid in this world. And it ended up being a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you've been told you're bad enough times, eventually you do a bunch of shit to confirm you're bad. But then I reject all that same stuff and hate it and reconstruct and deconstruct and go back and find out that wasn't my nature anyway. It's just I've been pumped full of these ideas about all this stuff that's wrong with me. If somebody would have told me the truth, that you're a wonderful expression of the infinite creator, let's nurture it, I could have skipped a lot of the bad deeds and dysfunctional stuff, and I could have been a lot further on this journey bearing fruit a long time ago. So I hope that helps you, my friend. Yes. Amen. I don't know about that word amen, but amen, Jejuro. Jejuro. I can't spell your name right, say it right, but yeah. Yeah. Quran's just like the Bible. It's just, if you go further back than the Romans, you have a different branching off where two groups started to deviate from each other a little bit. One of them is now called the Bible, one's called the Quran, you know? And there's all kinds of man written through it from the earliest writings, of course. I mean, do we imagine that our caveman ancestors were somehow super enlightened compared to us? Why is it what they write down is what God wrote? And nowadays, you're just a stupid, pathetic fool that better believe what you're told, because caveman ancient grandpa who used to beat women and kids and just throw rocks at whoever didn't do what he liked, he was somehow speaking for God. But not you. I mean, when you really look at any of this stuff, guys, it's like, you know, the Creator actually did give me the faculties to think for myself, feel for myself, and take an honest look at these things. Maybe that's what I should be doing, instead of what the many agendas of what humans have been trying to pressure me into not questioning. Maybe I should be questioning. Maybe I should be using what consciousness God gave me, instead of giving up my free will to the systems of this world and just bowing down and doing what I'm told and going along with evil and calling it good in the name of a God that we're describing as horrible. No disrespect to anybody's religion or anybody's favorite book, by the way. But you ask certain questions and, you know, I'm just going to answer them honestly. I'm not an expert on portobello mushrooms. I don't know if that's true. If I was to recommend any scriptures to anybody, it'd be the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, Book of the Natsarim, Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary. To me, those are big winners, because they don't have the creepy little pedophile hands of the Romans all written through them. The most blood-soaked dynasty to ever influence the earth until this very day, as far as our known history. Still largely in control of the planet. You grow cassava-rooted earth roots? I want to come live with you guys. My wife laughed in the other room. There you go. Thank you, Anthony Eclipse. And again, if you want my email, if I can be of any kind of service to you, my friend, thank you for your massive support. Just let me know. And if you'd like me to construct a video like really strong pet detox or something, just let me know, man. Whatever I can do, it's the least I can do. My wife told me what you donated. Man, for us, that's just, whoa. Whoa. Thank you so very much for your kindness and generosity. It's very humbling. What do I think is the meaning of life? The infinite creator, who always is and always was everything, decided to create expressions out of itself and give them their own unique free will so that they could develop in consciousness and become companions. Now we're at a very small, minuscule stage of that. If man is still depicting God to be like a man, we're obviously at a very small, minuscule stage of that. But if you're infinite and you are all things and can do all things and you're just eternal, why would you do it alone? So from yourself, you create things that you give. They still only exist within you because that's the only way life even exists, but they're given their own free will. We're prodigal children. Why was the prodigal child's father so excited when the prodigal child came home? And the other child that never left home was all jealous and mad. Because that child that came home, because of having made many mistakes, has an entirely higher level of consciousness and appreciation for the ways of their father now that they didn't have before. In that parable is hidden some of the clues to why we exist. My partner's friends do drugs, deal them, drink and drive, negatively affect others purposely and such that it's not what I'm trying to have in my life. What should I do? My partner's friends. Well, I mean, when you say your partner, I mean, how much say do you have in that equation? Does your partner value those relationships more than you? Is there any chance for adjustment? Is there any chance that they're willing to sort of wean those relationships or at least distance them a little? Do they see your point when you just try to describe the unproductiveness or the dangers or the negativities that's bringing into both your lives? I mean, it kind of depends on your partner. Are they incredibly hard-headed and stubborn? It's like, no, just no, 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 my way or the highway. I mean, it kind of depends on that, you know. There is no end. That's why people have been selling the end of the world since before written history. And despite the infinite false prophecies, everybody just keeps believing it. Everybody sounds like a prophet when they talk about the end of the world, even though every single one of them's been wrong every single time forever. Now, there can be another end of society. That's already happened multiple times. The remains of higher civilizations have been discovered already. It's not part of mainstream history because it doesn't help you go along with the agenda to talk about that. But it's already very evident. People will probably do it again. But the earth will heal. Once humans' abuse of technology knocks themselves back to the caveman level, the earth will just regenerate and then people can try again. Since they keep outpacing their spiritual development with technology, instead of growing organically, they always want to, what's that word? Export, whatever. They always want to put all their faith and power in something outside themselves, like a book or a statue or a machine, and not develop the authentic consciousness that comes from within, from interfacing with that which you really are, and expanding your consciousness and accessing more of your DNA. When people stop taking the shortcut and do the real thing, we don't have to keep wiping out and starting over. But that's up to humans because they got free will. The book of John Patmos Revelation is largely misinterpreted. Is it real? Sure. But you're looking at a bunch of symbolic things that people make money telling you what to believe about. And they've repeatedly been completely wrong about all of it. So it's not so much about the book as it is about the fact that humans don't know how to interpret symbolic spiritual meanings of things, and they're not even trying. They're using it for something else. So John of Patmos, I guarantee, didn't fully understand his own visions. So when you have some hillbilly yelling at you about in some pulpit, I wouldn't want to be all them stupid people God's going to pour his wrath on. Who are these Yosemite Sam idiots that think they know things about God? They don't. They don't even know how not qualified they are to even speculate on what any of that means. So in that particular case, it's less about what's in writing and more about how people have no idea what they're talking about. If your relationship with God is dependent on things written in a book, you're screwed, because that means man gets to be in charge of your relationship with God. Man or worse things. I mean, come on, guys. That's the whole helplessness plot of everything in humanity. If you're going to believe in external authority because it tells you to, how would you ever know truth? Because you're not even being authentic with your own consciousness now because you were taught not to. I'm not saying there aren't good things in the book, but there's a bunch of completely contradictory, messed up stuff too. And you have to believe it or else. Anytime somebody tells you believe what this external authority says and does or else, massive red flag. Oldest game in a slave species right there. Yeah, they all kind of sound like that after a while. The Ultra Gamer. Really unconscious people acting like they get to talk for God and you don't. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Mm. No thoughts on the Russian Orthodox Church. When you trace all the divisions, denominations back to where they come from, there's no point in exploring the differences of them anymore. The Christian religion, and I won't talk about the other religions, although it's a similar story, but the Christian religion is a political weapon invented by Rome. That's it. And it works all too well. The same people that tortured and murdered the Essenes and Yeshua, who's the leader of them all, and the greatest, wrote your religion for you. That should tell you enough right there. And all the other religions that argue and create 900 denominations and Bibles, like they fixed something, they're all just different fragmentations of the same original disaster, So, like, what's the point? Now, that said, I'm sure there's some good things in certain churches, but that's the people. That's individuals making it a good thing. It has nothing to do with the nonsense religion. It's despite the nonsense of the religion that some people actually make something good out of it. That's a credit to them, whether they know it or not. Yep. Call no man father, teacher. You have one who is God in heaven. Now, how is it I have one Father in heaven, but I'm supposed to believe that he's the only Son of God, even though he told me the opposite of that? How is it nobody listens to him? Who are y'all listening to? Paul, the false apostle, and the Roman Empire? Yes. Nobody listens to Yeshua. So you got a religion named after him by the people that killed him that teaches you all kinds of things so you can't even hear him. But it takes a lot of courage and focus to face that and deal with it, guys. A lot. And you learn something about the power of mind washing and cults and brainwashing and the prevalence about how things have been done on this planet for thousands of years. And once you learn that important lesson, you can turn that lens around and start understanding a lot of things about this world that you didn't understand before. But that takes great courage and conviction. And most people are going to blue pill themselves before they even make it to step 2 on that journey because it's too terrifying for most. A child is close to God in nature and free in spirit. A man is not. Men think they know things. I have the right beliefs. You can't change my mind. So you're unteachable and you're unhelpable. You're already in your coffin, man, because of your male, grown-up, human ego addiction. Everything you think you know is the reason you're stuck and dying. You're not helpable. You want to be helpable, redeemable, and able to find life again and have a wellspring of it, you need to become like you were as a child, but you've forgotten it. Yep. Once you see it, Mark, then it's okay to read these things because you can just understand things about humans and how humanity's done stuff and a little more about real history. Now you can actually use these books for a positive purpose for the first time in your life. You just have to break all the rules you were told about what to believe about what you're looking at. And you have to look at it authentically. Then it can be used well. Then they can be valuable. But now when they're an idol you worship, God wrote a book and dropped it out of the sky. Well, who's God? Some dude with a feather pen that contradicts himself constantly and says wonderful things and awful things and makes a bunch of mistakes and blames his own creations, but we can't talk about it? Like, sorry, that's just not God. Sorry, it's just not. And I'm not going to refer to the infinite awesome thing that all life comes from on pathetic terms like that just because I was told to. That's disturbing. And our children deserve better than that. Of course, we deserve better too. Our inner child deserves better than that. But I used to put up with all kinds of garbage and evil until I had kids. Then I finally understood I'm not doing this. I have to defend them. I have to protect them from what's happening to me and what's happened to me. And then I had to reverse engineer all this garbage and really face it even harder than I ever had before. I don't hate Paul, friend. I don't hate anyone. but his false gospel completely contradicts and destroyed the real one. Nobody even listens to Yeshua about what salvation is, because you've got Paul's Roman pagan blood sacrifice insanity that's deeply inbred into the genetics of humans that have lived in blood sacrifice pagan cults for so long they don't know the difference anymore. I feel bad for Paul, whatever was wrong with him and his demon and his fake Jesus and his thorn in his flesh and his constant ego trips and his constant contradictions of himself and his constant belittling and arguing with James and Peter, who the Romans wrote out of the Bible so you couldn't see the truth. It's all nonsense, man. If you actually learn to listen to Yeshua, how he warned about the false gospel of the Herodians and the Romans, and then Paul is all those things and comes along and has a fake Jesus. I mean, why is it Joseph Smith's fake Jesus is a problem if Paul's fake Jesus isn't a problem? Christianity, since it contradicts the real one constantly, why don't you listen to the real one? Because it immediately destroys all the fake ones. But it's hard to do that when you've been terrified like little mice into the doctrines of men and confusing that somehow with God. It's really hard to reverse engineer that. You have to want it. You have to know that you have to want to know truth about God more than you want comfort or anything or even to live. You have to want it more. Because there's too much stacked against you finding it otherwise. Habla poco español, no mucho. Mi español es poquito y mal. Habla poco pero entiende casi nada. Demasiado rápido, no entiende mucho. En más tiempo entiende más. No, what you want is not yours guaranteed, Mr. Quicksilver, at least not in this worldly sense. There's no guarantee you'll even live till tomorrow, you know? However, the real you lives on, and what's most important lives on. So it kind of depends on which perspective you're asking from. I thank God for protection because, you know, I have friends that are dead and I've been so close and I've even flatlined a few times. And the fact that I'm here even doing this right now is a miracle many times over. And it's not that I'm afraid of this incarnation being over for me, because I just move on to like freer realities if that happens, when that happens. But to do that to my family would be horrible to me, you know? So I have a lot to live for, but there's no guarantees. If I start drinking and driving like a moron, I mean, you know, if I put things in my body that I don't know what they are, at what dosage, I could just be bleeding out on the floor, you know? So protection and discernment and guidance are very, very useful. So our family gives God thanks for these things on a regular basis, in showing trust that they're given to us by the nature of God. And it's up to us to be more open to them in order to receive them. It's not that, oh God, would you please help me, but maybe you don't want to because I'm not good enough, for all this crap people believe. It's your nature is already infinitely good. Help me align with it better. Help me open up to it better so I can conduct more of that through me into this life and whatever I affect with it. Much love, DJ MCC. Happy to help that way. Glad to hear it. Yeah, there's bird wings in the background. Our ducks are in a little, kind of a little mini swimming pool I have with water right out there, flapping around in it, playing in it and stuff. Native American herbs? Well, bloodroot, really. I got to attribute that. A lot of, Native Americans showed Europeans about it. We've been talking about bloodroot in this live stream a few times. If used the right way, peyote could be valuable. Most people probably wouldn't use it wisely, and I'm not recommending it. But Native American herbs, well, I'm not an expert because, again, all the herbs I studied that I was planning to grow and develop, they all came from tropical places. So my herbal understanding is much more about herbs that grow in tropical places, Asia, India, South America. I'm much more familiar with herbs, a variety of herbs from those places than I am from like North America, you know. There's some pretty decent herbs up there. I'm sure they use nettle. I'm sure some tribes used burdock. The problem is, though, that, you know, Europeans came along and wanted to put these people in their system uneducated so they could just dominate them and use them as a lower class. So they made them forget everything they knew. You're not allowed to speak your language. You're not allowed to pass down what you know, which was all done with oral traditions, not writing, by those tribes. So they said, as long as we don't let them speak their language, they're going to forget everything they know, and then we can just do whatever we want with them. So we all lost, thanks to that greed and evil. Most of the tremendous knowledge of use of different herbs and weeds and things people don't recognize all around them was lost when that happened. I don't know how cold of a climate bloodroot will grow in. I think it's kind of a moderate, or like maybe zones 5 to 9 or something like that, if I remember right. So it kind of depends how cold of an environment. Not a truly cold environment, but there's definitely areas in North America you could grow it. I know rosemary is good for hair growth, probably good for beard growth, I would suppose, unless it has like anti-androgens. I doubt it, but turmeric, for example, will help the hair in your head grow. It'll actually slow down beard growth because it has like beta-cytosterol, so it lowers androgenic activity. So that's something to check with different herbs, because facial hair is growing on a different stimulus than the hair on your head. Facial hair is androgen driven, you know. So check an herb to see if it has anti-androgenic effects before you try to use it to make a beard grow better, for example. Yeah, we have 8 cats. Gargars, Twyla, Shade, Wolfsey, Oso, Vader, Talika, Poe. Who have I forgotten? I forget somebody. That might have been all 8. I have a little cat that comes up and visits and howls at me at night. I call her Goji, some neighbor's cat, but she comes up here and yowls at me a lot. She likes me for some reason. She sings me songs. I met my wife on Match.com a million years ago. No, 21 or 22 years ago, probably. The rapture is pure nonsense invented by the false prophet Paul. That's why he said it would happen in his lifetime. Guys, he literally told everybody, if you're a slave, just be a slave, doesn't matter. If you're not married, don't get married, don't reproduce, because the rapture is imminent. You guys realize that if anybody had followed the mental illness of Paul, humanity would be extinct by now? So how many more morons are going to get up there and tell you that somebody's coming in a cloud to save you from your wretched self? So in the meantime, you do nothing, bear fruit on this earth, because now you're not listening to Yeshua, because you're listening to fake Yeshua, Paul, Yeshua 2.0 nonsense. It's nonsense. Okay? It's escapism. Spiritual liberalism. Well, if I just sit around long enough, you know, Jesus 2.0 is going to come give me everything and fix everything, and none of this is up to me because I'm helpless. Pure nonsense. Paul's false gospel completely contradicted the real one, guys. The real one's simple, beautiful, and obvious. The false one's convoluted and insane, and the Roman Empire ran with it because it works. It keeps everybody going along with evil and doing nothing to make the world a better place. Hey, Wolfsy, come here, honey. Come here, little Wolfsy. I'm going to show you guys Wolfsy. Ridiculous name for a cat. Come here, baby. Come here, Wolfsy boo. What you doing, honey? All right, when she comes over here, I'll show you. She's an interesting looking cat. Come here, baby. Come here, honey. Not yet, huh? Okay. She's exploring the room. Yeah, old wine, new wineskins. Yep. Exactly. I've been surrounded by old wineskins my whole life. And it's unfortunate that they insist on being broken, bursted, and all explosive and problematic. If you try to suggest that, gee, maybe we ought to take a new look at the futile lives we've been wasting for thousands of years and actually grow spiritually and bear some fruit, Oh no, he's a massive problem. You're a heretic. Burn him, get him, stab him, bury him, lie about him, hurt him, throw him out, It's pretty unfortunate, the autoimmune disease that comes from having very negative stuff programmed into your consciousness and called God and called good when it's clearly not. I like that, Mr. Quicksilver. Whoopsie! Come here, honey. Come here, little baby. Don't cry. Come here. Wow! Come here. Come here, babes. Come here, Whoopsie. She don't want to sit with me. She's all sketched out. Here, give it to me. I'm going to show them real quick. Come here, little National Geographic. Say hi. Woo! What am I? I'm like a mini puma. All right, pretty girl. You go. That's one of our cats, named Wolfsy. And yes, that was my silly idea. Yeah, whatever. It works. Got a cat named Oso, too, and he turned out to be the biggest, heaviest black cat we got. Kind of makes sense. He lived up to it. No, I have not looked into that. Cornata, never even heard of it. Interesting. Yeah, isn't she interesting? Beautiful gray with those golden eyes. Sometimes she looks like an anime, like a cartoon. In a certain lighting, she doesn't even look real. I always look at her like, I should be used to the way you look like now, but you're a unique looking cat for sure. Where's Big T with the big guns? Probably out there listening to this. Hey, Big T, you want to come show your big guns real quick? Somebody bought some tickets to the gun show. It's your call, though, man. Monks, hermits, practitioners of hardcore asceticism, regardless of the religious philosophy. I respect. I don't think it's the answer for everybody, but I think for certain people that could be a life very well invested. People that can put aside all the nonsense you're taught to covet and chase and try to achieve and be in the world and cultivate inner peace instead. This is good. This needs to exist so humans see that it's even possible, or humans would forget that these ideas are even real, So it's a good thing somebody's doing that. Granted, I don't know the ins and outs of all the different types of monks and ascetic this and that. Some of it I'm sure is crazy, but there's certainly some good in some of that, for sure. Honestly, I think that life would be a little too easy for me. I think for me, it's more important that I do immerse myself and attempt to communicate, because the hard path is often the one you need more. If something's too easy for you, there's not a lot of growth in it. We can do that, Georgie, when we become the temples of the living God. You want God to dwell among us, make your temple a temple of the living God. When we do that, there's the golden age. But we have free will, man, and it's never going to be hijacked or forced. So, that's on us. Yeah, I listen to Tool sometimes. I like the uniqueness and the math of their music for sure. I like to drum to it, play around with it. Build a defense against how demons and parasites. Yes, you need a strong spiritual and a strong physical immune system. And often they come together from what I've seen. I've spent, like 40 years building these things up. I had to. So I had terrible physical health and all kinds of negative entities all over me from the time I got to this world. A lot of trauma at a young age in hospitals and death and things that, it's not because I did evil, but there are certain things that just, trauma, for example, gives negative entities all kinds of attachment points in your life. So I've been developing a strong immune system on both levels for a very long time. And when your immune system's pretty bulletproof, you kind of forget about these things, because most of the time they just bounce right off. It's rare to get any kind of illness from either thing. But the second somebody strikes fear into your heart with negative beliefs, both immune systems drop, and you can become physically ill and have negative spirits into your life just like that. I've seen this phenomenon with myself and others many times. No, things have not already been determined. That's just another cop out on how not to use your own free will, believing stuff like that. They asked Yeshua one time, when is the end? And he said, nobody knows such things but God himself. Well, that's interesting. Aren't you supposed to be God, know everything? Are you supposed to tell us things like Santa Claus? You can't predict the end of anything because that depends on people's free will. The end of them, in what context he was talking about, he told them the signs to look for the end of Jerusalem and their culture at the current time. They didn't listen. Most of them burned in the falling of it all because people are always hearing something else and they're not listening very well. So the end of your current society, the signs are everywhere. If you want to discern them, the end of all things, why would there be such a thing? There will be great change. Why would there be an end? It's nonsense. It just keeps you from doing anything. If you believe there's an end to all this, why invest in correcting it? Why invest in tending to creation? Why do any of the things you are divinely designed to do? It's all going to end anyway. Not my fault. I'll just go for the ride like everybody else. You see the problem with that? This is how easily humans are deceived out of ever bearing fruit, by false beliefs. Any movie recommendations? Oh man, movie recommendations. Probably. It's like a movie that I should recommend to people. I'd have to know you a little better, to get a feel like what would connect with you and mean something to you. So off the top of my head, probably not. A lot of people can use a movie wisely, and other people just get brainwashed by it, which is never too good. Generational trauma, curses, abuse. Yeah, when you have an abusive parent that acts like they're your friend, hardest cycle to break, that kind of programming, definitely. But you got to do it, agape. You got to. So you can be who you're here to be and be free of it. There's a reason there's that much resistance on you becoming who you are and why the deception was set up to be that deceitful on you, because you have tremendous potential to make a difference. That's why your deception started out harder and earlier and closer to home than most people, okay? You're going to have to get that boundary and you're going to have to redeem your inner child. You need sovereignty of your life so you can make a safe space, and then you need to rebuild your inner child and honor them for who they are because they weren't. And that's how you rebuild everything and restart life and become who you're really meant to be. You got to do it, man. For the sake of everyone. It'll be a better reality if you do. Yeah, you probably saw a spirit messing with somebody in an inebriated state. I've seen it. I've had it done to me. When you weaken your consciousness enough of things, other things just jump in your body and have a party because you're not really online. So yeah, you've witnessed some of that. It happens all the time. Most people they don't really want to see that, so they don't perceive that that's what's going on right in front of them a lot of times. It is very difficult, agape. You know what? You basically have to become the source of what was missing for you. And the interesting thing is, not only can you should, and it's what you should do, and it's what you're meant to do. Instead of thinking that somebody needs to go back in time and fix it for you, By becoming the source for others of what wasn't there for you, you'll also fix it for yourself. But then you'll realize something about the nature of God. Why would a piece of God put itself in an abusive situation and be lost that bad for that long if it didn't mean to wake itself up and become the source of something missing here? But only if your free will allows it. Only if your free will allows for that higher potential timeline of your life. Then it's activated. Then you become something amazing, and you know the nature of God better than other people. And it's really difficult to put that in words, because these are rites of passage most people traditionally on this planet have not discovered for themselves. But it is there for you, just so you know. You have a great week too, friend. Much love. Yeah, you can't really judge people's motives. You know, it's like, people using psychedelics. Some people come out of it better because of what they were really seeking and how they were using it. And other people just become more delusional and egotistical and stuff like that. And only God knows people's motives better than people know their own motives, But as we become more conscious, we can sort of keep track of ourselves better, start to observe ourselves better, and have some say on ourselves from a higher perspective instead of letting ego lead. Because you may have a wicked ego or you may have a well-meaning ego, but either way, it's super limiting. If you can let in some of that higher consciousness and sort of observe your ego self, it's like, hey, ego self, I know you mean well, but here's how we could use this better. And maybe you don't need this at all. You can kind of observe yourself from a higher perspective and make better decisions, like a parent looking after an infant, if you can put yourself in those higher shoes sometimes. I do pray for you, Agape, and I believe in you. My heart is with you. And instantly I felt recognition, like you're meant to really make a difference in this world. That's why that was your setup. But I'm here, you want to ask cool questions, just paste them all over this thing, If you need a road mark or a road sign once in a while, because it's hard to, even when you know better, sometimes when your brain chemistry and body chemistry and emotions are so down and hard and low, you're blind in a cloud. There's some light out there that you're headed towards. It's like, I can't see it, man. The clouds are so thick in my eyes. So if you need, a little encouragement or something from me once in a while, just punch me on the shoulder and see what pops out, I am happy to be supportive. But I really do sense that's what's going on with you. I do think it's absolutely legit. It's closer to an original writing than anything in the canonized Bible, that's for sure. And it's definitely a lot more accurate because it doesn't have the Roman pagan influence in it. So I can't be sure if it was written in real time or slightly later, but it was for the Romans, distorted everything in their own image and made a religion. So it's a lot better, that's for sure. No, I don't believe in the demiurge or any of that nonsense. You're not in some trap that gives you a cop-out to say life is hopeless. You are here to bear light and to heal creation. You are meant to use your free will, not make excuses why it's all doomed and it's not your fault. And the demiurge and the crap that Gnosticism has some truth, like all these branches of Christianity, but then it has its own complete idle nonsense that just handcuffs you from bearing fruit. Don't buy into it, because you won't bear any if you do. You'll just be another person making excuses why creation's doomed and it's not your fault. And there's nothing you can do about it. So let's all just go along with evil and complain and blame somebody else. It's nonsense. Good night, my friend. Much love to you. Yes, we have papayas. Ate a few good ones this week. And the seeds for parasite cleansing. Wonderful stuff. Man, chilled papaya. It's so just clean and good. What a gift. Good night, my friend. Much love. My spiritual practice is love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. And thus, in this, you fulfill all the law and the prophets, like Yeshua said. Now, if you want to do some breath work, get better care of your health, garden the earth, pick up a friend in need, whatever it is. But if you live according to those principles, everything you do is your spiritual practice. It's not some separate thing. Here's my spiritual practice, and then here's my academic practice, and then here's my business practice. Your reality becomes your spiritual practice. That's what Yeshua was showing us. Life abundantly, authentic, real alignment with God. Not pretending you can do God on Sunday and do so-and-so on Monday. That doesn't work. It's a fractured, divided, broken thing, and it always has been. When your reality becomes your spiritual practice, more and more so, now you have a real spiritual practice because you're living according to the real principles of the Creator. Do good always unto creation because you love life. That means you love creation and Creator. And you're learning to be more in alignment with it so life can flow through you abundantly into this creation. So you can become the uplifter of it instead of the destroyer and the consumer and the selfish tumor that ruins it all. Devin Laird, he's that arm wrestler guy. That's all I know. Don't really have any thoughts. I'm sure he's got a unique right arm. Like his skeleton would be interesting, just the difference in it. If you do that all the time, you get like that one hermit crab dominant arm. I don't know if many of these arm wrestlers are ambidextrous. That's the only way I do it. I'm a really good arm wrestler naturally. It's not something I compete or try. But nobody's beat me since I was 13, even if they were bigger and older and better and sure they were going to win. It didn't happen. But I always make sure I make them do the other hand too. I don't want to just train one side, I don't like imbalances. I'll do more on the left than the right. Much love to you too, my friend. I thank the Creator that any truth comes through my life for both of us, for all of us. Our Father in heaven. Yeah, I'd imagine that guy could beat me in arm wrestling. He is the best. Maybe left-handed I could get him, though. His arm is a couple inches longer. Oh, that's pretty wild. That's a lot of cartilage development if it's a couple inches longer. Whoa. I don't prepare the papaya seeds. I think my wife blends them and drinks them maybe. I just eat them. Chew them up and swallow them. They taste a little funny, but it's not that bad. Nice, Timmy. You can make a difference with that. Getting real about it. Like James in the Bible that nobody listens to, he said real religion would be to take care of the widows and, feed the homeless and clothe those without clothing. That's real religion. So what's all this other crap that Paul invented? Nonsense paganism. You want to do good in the world, do actual good. Take care of people's actual needs. Relieve them of their pain and suffering and show them you care with something real instead of BS nonsense to believe, Making money and taking from others, telling them lies. To actually bear fruit, it's usually something very practical, guys. It's not a bunch of philosophical mumbo jumbo. It's what can you actually do to help people with what they're going through. And that's not fun and easy and glorious. That's why people don't want to do it. People don't want to be the Good Samaritan because it's actual work and it's actual challenging. And your life might get harder. And in fact, it will if you bear burdens with others. But that's why it's valuable. And that's what real love is instead of BS and talk and division and superiority and ego and religious games. If you actually care, if you actually love God, do good unto life, wherever you can, however you can. If that's through science, if that's through music, if that's through whatever, do something, Make a tangible difference to reduce suffering and improve the quality of living things' lives. Now you're bearing fruit. And everybody's designed to do that in totally different, amazing ways. if they discover it within themselves. That should help with tomato growth, DJM. Those things should help. Tomatoes like rich soil, that's for sure. So the more stuff you can rot into your soil, the better to prep it. Oh, you have the audio from my band stream. All right, guys. Hey, Creso. If you want to like write that in the comments below so people could contact you, if you have a way to share it privately with people, it's up to you. I'm not trying to obligate you, but you could do that. Like mention it in the thread below. Maybe some people would want a copy of that or something. I don't know. It's up to you. No Russians in chat? Well, I don't know. There might be. If you look at how fast I go about things with my ADHD hyperactivity tendency sometimes, you could say, look at him. He's rushing all around the place. Man, that was cheesy. Sorry. You know, in Russia, mainstream medical there actually helps people get rid of their parasites. So for whatever else people might say about Russia and all the weird rumors you hear, at least they're doing certain things to actually take care of their people instead of purposely exploit and destroy them as fast as possible. Just trying to be positive to my friends over in Russia. That's a credit to your system. I don't know what else it does. It might be totally evil, but at least there's some good coming from what's called medical help over there. It's almost like they want their people to be smart and healthy. Wouldn't that be interesting? Been a long time since the US was that way, if it ever was, for about 5 minutes before it all got corrupted. I'm not saying Russia is ideal. I highly doubt it, but I found that fact really interesting. At least they're facing the parasite thing real and doing something about it instead of lying to people. Russians, you know, they can build anything out of nothing. All that we need for a Russian space station is duct tape, grizzly bear fur, and vodka. And we can reach the moon for real. Unlike you. Oh, wait, that just went Scottish. I'm done. I wrecked it. We're done here. Getting my accents confused. Dandruff and scalp problems. Probably healthy oils. Some ideas in my hair regrowth video. You don't have to go as heavy on the oils as I did for that purpose, but healthy oils will definitely stop the dandruff issue and usually scratching issues. But remember, the real issue is the irritation in your lymphatic system from a dirty ocean in your body. And the real solution is deep cleaning, which starts at the beginning of my health playlist and then kind of progresses from there, video by video. When you're ready to biohack to a level that puts biohackers to shame. Here in my fictional, utopian, sci-fi, futuristic reality, I talk about fictionally for legal reasons. Not sure, Babu. Not sure if that was made up or authentic, but either way, it was bunk. And it wasn't revelation of real truth. You know, the real Yeshua gave people sight. He didn't go around knocking them blind and playing weird games. Everything about it is upside down and backwards compared to the real gospel. Everything. If you take the time to start studying it closely, there's some pretty good theories the whole thing was a Roman psyop. Not sure, but it might have been. No, I'm not going to refer you to a resource on parasites. If you're not sold on it, that's fine. It's probably your bugs talking, but if you ever want to own your own temple, you can do a lot of research. can look into those that have dealt with the issue and the massive changes and transformations, the things that they learned, and take some responsibility for yourself, and responsibly start getting all the foreign, lying, deceiving, energy stealing, life altering things out of your temple. But only if you really want to, you know. It's just one of the many things a person has to do to escape the matrix, and that starts in the inside, in one's consciousness. Many herbs can enhance you. Most herbs can enhance you. So, I mean, you can look at the herbs on the playlist I posted yesterday. Not the playlist, the video. Nootropic, brain enhancing, consciousness enhancing. They have a bunch of positive body effects too. If you want to try something and stick with it for a while and open your own mind and blow your mind to what's possible, the stack I posted yesterday is a pretty simple one that do some amazing things if people would use it for a while. But I can't say that, right? I can make no claims. So I didn't say that. It's just, sci-fi novel talk. Yeah. Legal disclaimer. You're welcome, Carolite. Much love to you, friend. Much love to you too, and everybody else. Thank you. Check you later, as ASM Productions. Both my detox fit well. My full spectrum detox removes parasites, but a smaller, simplified, more simply parasite focused video is the biofilm cleansing video I posted recently. They both remove parasites. So, take your pick. And there's some words I can't mention on here, like horse parasite removal medicines that work really well also. There's a whole bunch of types of herbs in nature and seeds that naturally reduce parasites. Once you know it's possible, you start using the fact that you're in an information age, compiling information about things that work well, and then getting your hands on some of these things and using them. And then as you reduce parasites, more things come online. It gets easier to take it further. If I spell things out too clearly, I'll just get canceled. Because then the AI realizes, oh, wait, he just told somebody how to actually cure something. Cancel. I have to point you towards things and offer you a chance to become sovereign and make some use of an information age and take some responsibility for yourself and stewardship over your own mind and body, which is really the key here anyway. Because once you start on that journey, there's no stopping you and where that might lead to. So it's really better that I don't spell things out for people anyway. Just point you in a positive direction, and it's up to you to use it if you're ready for that. Because then you can become a leader instead of just a learned helplessness lemming like the world wants you to be. One has to learn to lead themselves, and then you're a leader whether you like it or not for others. There are many, many different types of parasite-reducing natural medicines in the world. There's too many. You don't want to take them all at once. You would just explode or something. There's too much parasite removal power in this world. There's many different ways you could put it together. My system's always used the coffee enema because if your detox is strong enough, that's the only thing that'll make it bearable and save your life from a severe detox that could poison you to death otherwise. But there's many slower, gentler ways to remove parasites if you want to drag it out also. And any progress is progress. People have NDAs because consciousness is eternal. You don't cease to exist when your body expires. So, of course, people from everywhere. People have always had NDEs, guys. Cave people were talking about their NDE visions 1 million years ago. It's always been that way. And they were drawing a lot of silly false conclusions and building belief systems out of it too. Because man has a problem admitting that he just doesn't know certain things, so he just makes up stuff to fill in the gaps. And pretty soon everybody's believing that God said that. Really? How so? You know? I can't probably do an Italian accent. It's a spicy meatball. That's some terrible version of Mario, probably. I don't know if that counts as an Italian accent, but I tried for you, friend. Fist bump. Astral projection tips. Nah, not one of those guys that sells techniques. A lot of that's fake. Some people find they can, many find they can't, and it's not really important. It's really mind expanding and crazy and amazing, but it's almost impossible to apply anything you experience there to this life. I experienced a lot of them when I was wanting out of this life, worse than anything. But now that I'm back to like more than ever productively cultivating meaning in this life, I have no interest in distracting myself with amazing experiences that take me to another dimension, because while I'm being human in this incarnation, I need to make the most of it. So that's my tip, honestly. Flat Earth, I mean, okay. All of a sudden, a lot of people want to believe that just because the moon landing thing was faked. If by some chance want a flat Earth, okay. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less if it's flat or round. I don't even see why it matters, to be honest. You're here to make choices, to tend to creation and make it better or to make it worse, or to do nothing, I guess. And I don't care if you're standing on a flat Earth or a round one. Just don't care. I mean, I have my personal thought on what shape it is, but I don't even care. I don't see the point arguing about it. What is the purpose? Okay, so next week, it'll, the Earth is a triangle. Ooh, amazing. Let's all blow our minds with this big conspiracy that means absolutely nothing and changes absolutely nothing and has none of us dealing with the issues that matter. Anything like that, I'm like, it's just another psyop. It's just another mind-stimulating waste of time distraction. Ooh, we're over 7 hours. We're approaching a personal best. Nice. We're going to make it. November 11th, 2001. Well, somebody used somebody else to commit a certain act to justify telling all the American people what to think and do and be on board with, as usual. That's what I think. Oldest game in the book, really. A few people are sort of trying to catch on to it, but that nonsense game's been going on since before recorded history. People that run things, they don't have borders and boundaries. They do it together, guys. The divisions of country, that's for the people to believe in. So they can use different groups and aspects against each other however they want to, whenever they want to. The people that run things, they're not patriotic to any certain cause. They work together. They're all in bed together. There's no love there. They'll throw each other into hell right under the bus if they need to. There's no love on the dark side, but they all work together. And countries and nationalism, all that, that's an illusion for people to think that voting makes some difference in the future or whatever. So you'll keep doing nothing to change anything. Maybe. There's some truth in those theories. Out of this world. It's not exactly like it's depicted, but there's some truth mixed with some false. I mean, there's some interesting things buried in the South Pole in the snow that the Nazis were well aware of, using some of that technology. And when the war ended, and supposedly the U.S. won, actually leaders of the Nazis and the U.S. went there together. And they've been there ever since, and nobody else is allowed to look at it. And global warming threatens to uncover some of it. So then they got to fake satellite images so nobody can look at it. Anytime that much effort goes to stop you from looking at something, there's a good reason for it. But that's about it. It's not of a lot of tangible value for me to tell people mind-blowing ideas about it. Because again, what does that do for you where you are in your life, and love God and love neighbor and cultivate heaven on earth and make a better creation? Nothing. It's just more mind-bending distraction unless you're involved with it personally. Then you got choices to make about what to tell people about what's buried in the South Pole and what not to. If you're in that boat, good luck. I'm not sure about that theory toward the flames. Don't know. Don't know which group named what created which group of whatever. When I read the writings, it's all just, a bit of higher truth mixed with man's ego and agenda, like any religious book. So I don't bother worrying about the particulars of too much of the history anymore. Seen enough to know how these things work now. 7132. Religion is a man-made system of control, and it obscures an actual authentic spiritual relationship with the infinite living force that you are within and come from, because you're looking at something external getting in between you and the truth, distorting it for you. And it's a massive sorcery trick to have you looking for truth outside yourself and ignoring everything that you're capable of tapping into within to have an authentic relationship with the Creator, which would actually change things in this world. So man-made systems are there to make sure you don't do that. There's a lot of well-meaning people and even good people in religion, but religion itself is a man-made cult. All of them. Sorry to call it what it is, but it is. People get, oh, that's disrespectful to my religion. Well, your religion, your cult has been going around disrespecting all the other cults forever. Sorry if the truth bothers you. It's just because you're not in alignment with it. Don't blame me. People love to burn the messenger so they can ignore the message. But how smart is that? Yeah, there's some truth in that, John Lon. But there's a lot of limits. There's you can do a lot of good and you can improve yourself a lot. That is one particular area where you need other people to put it on you in order to really learn some things you can't learn all by yourself. So don't let that discourage you. Just, keep it in your formula, your overall awareness of the situation. For me, it's very personal, Tasmanite. It is the intimate awareness of me beyond my own awareness of me and you and everything else at a level you can't even perceive. So you can experience it as impersonal, or you can experience it as very personal. If you have sensitive digestion problems, digesting and building mass, you need to clean out your body and rebuild it. You need to fix your digestive and elimination systems. And then you will be able to use calories and consume things better and stronger. You're not just genetically, randomly weak at digestion. Your body needs an overhaul and a reset. That's kind of why my playlist of health is designed the way it is. People don't realize the things on that playlist apply to everybody. They don't if you don't want it to, but I mean, they really do physiologically. You would find that after a reset and a gut rebuild, you can digest foods and supplements much better than you did before. That's one of the huge boons and benefits from true deep detox and gut healing. You like the Italian impression, huh? Right on. I'm glad it was half decent. He claims to be Jesus. Some guy on YouTube? No, man. Not even going to listen to that nonsense. No offense to you or him, but nah. He's not going to suffer torture for the sake of truth for you. He's going to act smart and make money sitting on his lazy butt and being a guru, probably. He's not going to do anything like what it takes. He's not going to go around giving out miracles and healings to everybody until it gets him tortured to death. Unless he lives up to that, no. He's not even 1% like who he's claiming to be. Just like all the other frauds before him. Probably good with words and nonsense impressions. Probably knows some spiritual jargon. But in the age of nonsense influencers, some false prophets have to take it to the level of, oh, I'm the reincarnation of Jesus. Huh. Nah, man. Sorry to be like kind of a dick about it or whatever, but like I got to call BS where it's BS. People think there's going to be a person because they don't understand the meaning of the second coming. So you're going to have false prophets playing that game. There's always been false prophets playing that game. And people believe them and never notice the pattern, and it just keeps going on. Not even close. Mamma mia. You did miss it. It was short. I tried to be Mario. I said, it's in a spicy meatball. That's the best I can do. It's horrible, but it's funny, right? Yeah, I've heard of David Wilcock. I heard some of his stuff in the past. Did he really die, or are people just saying that? Is there any proof of that, or is just every time a known person hides out for a while, everybody starts making up a bunch of weird stuff about him to get attention, to call it content, to get clicks and views and make money talking about other people? I mean, is it confirmed? I haven't looked into it. You keep bringing up this, keep seeing this post about Alexander something. Parents were 5'8", and he was 6'4" and 300, and he's a great wrestler and all this. My parents are 5'7", and I'm 6'2.5". My brother's 6'4". So, I mean, I'm not sure really what's so significant about that. Yeah. If people listen to Yeshua, they would understand that we're meant to become like him. Not to wait for a dude in a cloud to come fix everything we've willfully gone along with destroying. It's not what he said or showed us at all. It's very sad. But then we had a bunch of fake Jesuses in the same book, or at least one, and everybody fell for that gospel instead of the real one. I guess it made more sense to people that have been immersed in blood sacrifice paganism for thousands of years. And the simple truth is too hard to hear. What happened to David? What happened to David Wilcock? He was a little kooky and interesting guy. I liked him. Don't agree with everything he said by any means, but what the heck happened to him? L-glutamine's really good. Helps rebuild the gut lining. It's part of what I recommend in my gut rebuilding protocol. It's not the end-all be-all for everybody, but it has its uses. Wingspan? My wingspan is 6'6". My reach, very long reach. I can reach longer than I am tall. Yes, I do, Cornata, thus far. But he told us it's possible for us to bear even greater fruit. Nobody's come close yet, but it is possible. If we didn't brainwash all the youth into hopeless philosophies of life that handcuff them from ever developing spiritually, we probably would have seen some great things by now. But thanks to the Roman Empire and its stranglehold on human consciousness to this day, we haven't seen that. We've only seen bits, pieces, and fragments, unfortunately. But it's still possible. That Christ level of consciousness is always there. The Spirit of living God looks to dwell within our temples when we make them hospitable to it, when we align, to whatever degree we align. No, I don't have a video on a full day of eating. I don't really eat like people think anyway. And it wouldn't be relevant to anybody because you don't have the same food sources I have here. I mean, on an average day, I eat things you haven't heard of and you can't buy them in society, you know? An average day for me lately, let's see, like yesterday, Friday was somewhat average-ish. What did I eat yesterday? In the morning, I did a bunch of digestive enzymes on an empty stomach because that's something I'm doing right now. A while later, I had that green juice my wife made, the go-to cola, celery, raw nettle, collard greens, Chonka green juice, drank that. Next thing later in the day, I had some pea protein because I had done a workout, just a little shot of it, probably 20 grams. That's it. And then I ate a big old awesome high protein bread thing my wife made me last night. That's it. That's all I ate yesterday. Pretty average or normal-ish for me. Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment. Tasmanot. That's kind of the way it's been with people. And will be until it isn't. He was not the reincarnation of Edgar Casey. I know he looked a bit like him, but he wasn't as much like him as he thinks. It was just kind of him having fun. Edgar Casey, his readings cured thousands of diseases for people that he wasn't even close to. David Wilcock couldn't do any of that. So why would you reincarnate as a severely nerfed version of your last self? David Wilcock was a smart, interesting guy or whatever, but he wasn't Edgar Casey. He just happened to look somewhat like him. And his ego liked the idea because it's always fun. Everybody always thinks in their past life they were some famous character. What about the billions of people you never heard of in the past? Why wasn't that your past life? Some of those were more interesting people than you ever did hear of. But our ego likes the idea of, I was that famous person. That's me. See how I look like him? Yeah. I don't blame him for toying with that idea, but nah, man. The things Edgar Casey's life achieved and his level of sincerity, spiritual discipline, and dedication, whole different ballgame. Stop losing emotion for someone you want. I don't even know what that means. Want someone? What does that mean? Like you lust for them, you want to own them, and then you lose emotion. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I will test and discern spirits, Anthony. Some of them, it's obvious. I mean, they come at you with pure evil. Some of them, it's obvious the kind of love they lift you up to. There are those things that are trickier. They're kind of oracle-like, and it's like, interesting. You know, what are you really trying to influence me with here? And sometimes you got to take some time to contemplate whatever they said or did or showed you to get an idea where it was coming from. But I find that if I just stick to the principles Yeshua taught, I can always figure out sooner or later what a spirit was up to. You know, where was that leading? The impressions it gave me, the ideas it gave me, where was that leading towards, you know? And it's not always obvious up front because we have sometimes fear reactions, assuming something's negative because it scares or spooks us. When you start to notice things in the room with you that you never noticed before, thanks to Hollywood and religious backgrounds and a lot of things, a lot of times you're going to automatically freak out and assume it's there to do harm just because you can't fully see it, perceive it, and it seems like, oh, it must be up to no good. And sometimes it's just an ancestor or someone looking after you, but you just assume they're up to no good. So discernment's always important. And if you don't fully understand something, not assuming too much, not trying to take actions based on partial understandings with some entity you encountered that gave you some idea or impression or something, you got to take your time with it. And if you don't really know what to make of it, I would say don't act on it. Because if you're really meant to act on it, you're going to figure it out and get some divine nudges and help and be able to apply it. Otherwise, you got to just chalk it up as a mystical experience. And I don't know. I've had plenty of mystical experiences. It's like, that was interesting. I can't make heads or tails of it. I don't know what to do with it, you know. I'm not going to assume it was good or evil. And as long as I'm not acting on it, in that sense, it probably doesn't matter. But if something has an influence on you and changes your life, then it's really important to measure it and test it. What is the influence, you know? What is it really leading you towards? What's the underlying idea or theme? You can test things that way if you take your time with it and you're sincere. You can definitely do it. And even if something tricked you a little bit, you can figure it out later. Wait a minute. This is leading my ego into something, you know? I don't really trust that. There are plenty of weird entities that are not downright scary, dark evil, but they're sort of like mischievous. And if you listen to them after a while, you go, well, that was a bunch of nonsense. You know, what am I wasting my time on that for? So I've sort of encountered everything. Pure evil, angelically wonderful, and in between things that were kind of like people with their own positive and negative traits. Hey, buddy.
There you go.
But yeah, you can discern these things. If you have good spiritual, basic truth, love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself. Measure anything and see which direction it's going. Is it moving towards that, or is it moving towards something else? Where it's like me versus, or me being better, or me having more, me, you know, or is it feeding like the greedy side of your ego or something? Or is it making you specialer than other people? I've dealt with a lot of spirits like that. They're like, I'll give you guys an example. One time I heard a voice say, "You're Moses." And I was like, what do you mean? And I laughed at first, like, whatever, shut up, you know. It's like, you're Moses. You know, you're doing the same thing now you did then. So I thought about what's Moses mean to me. And I was like, Moses was this guy reluctantly asked to like lead a bunch of slaves out of slavery that were incredibly hard to lead out of slavery. And I'm like, ooh, that does kind of feel like my life. And then I screwed with it a little, but I was like, what kind of a voice would say that to me? Because if you're one of these new age lunatics that's like, I'm Moses, just so y'all know, that's who I am, you know. I've come back to, you know, keep being a prophet and expand upon things. Like, you're cooked, man. You're off on your own trip. So I was like, well, that was pretty clever, but no. I don't need to be Moses and I don't need to be that special. I am whatever I am and I don't even care if it has a name or not, but I'm not buying into that because that has too much of an ego weirdness attached to it. You know, so I don't trust it. Even if I was Moses for some reason, would it do me any good to tell me that? Probably not. So I don't trust anything that does. Maybe. Coronata, maybe. Maybe some do and some do it another way. I remain open to a lot of possibilities. I think Earth is so heavy and hard and deceptive you can grow faster here, but you can also get way more messed up here faster. I think this is kind of like a fast track opportunity for spiritual growth. It's hard to use right. I think there's probably other ways to grow spiritually that are not as fast as incarnating as something dumbed down, getting completely programmed with lies before you even know it happens, and then trying to grow through that scenario. I think that's like huge weightlifting for the soul. And that's why it's really hard for humans to get a human incarnation right and really invested in spiritual growth. Yeah, well, you can believe whatever you want about it, but you're just believing some other narrative somebody made up to fit their thing, my friend. Dates and times? You think anybody's told any accurate dates and times about any of that stuff? But that's fine. It's funny because this person if you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, you realize the things they said, not just the miracles they did everywhere, which be a fruit of what level of alignment with God they're at, but the things they said are always 100% uncompromised truth, but they're worded in a way where you only hear it if you're ready to hear it. And you only see it if you're ready to see it. It's Easter egged for those with enough depth to access it because they care enough. And it literally blocks out those with false agendas so they can't understand it, even when they think they do. Anyone wise enough to do that, I don't care that they change their name and birth date and stuff. It doesn't even matter. The truth is the truth. And of course, a bunch of lies have been built around it and agendas. If the truth was causing a problem for an empire, the empire silences the truth and then changes it to align with their values instead. This is the way it works on planet Earth. Until humanity steps it up and becomes service to others so that we can all live in utopia instead of dystopia. Saturday is my rest day, friend. So I'm giving my free time to others to give value for healing of other people's lives. So you can make of that what you will. Okay, I think this is my new record. I'm going to go a few more minutes, but I'm going to start saying my goodbyes and I love you guys now. Kind of start winding it down for 3 to 5 minutes or something here. So if there's anything really urgent that I missed, post it in all caps. Urgent, bro! But otherwise, I love you guys. I believe in you all, regardless of what you currently believe or don't. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful we all exist. I'm thankful the great creator gives me great hope and vision for all of us. And I hope that, in my heart, my prayer is that more of you can use these things, add on to these things, tweak these things, be creative with these things, and bring light into the world through your own unique consciousness. Bear lots of fruit in your life for yourselves and others, because that's what's best for all of us. There's nothing I feel like I miss out on in the U.S., friend. Nothing. Nothing. Just so you know. It all looks more like a nightmare than ever. And it was already a nightmare when I was in it. I agree, Shifu. It's not a prison planet. It's nonsense. That's just to stop you from doing anything to make creation better. Every philosophy that has you sitting on your butt, hopelessly going along with evil, has handcuffed you from bearing fruit and doing what you came for. Once you see that pattern, you stop falling for it, because there will be a new psyop every month giving you a reason to do nothing. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I'll just go along and sleep through my life and blue pill myself. Lies. Lies. Yeah. Much love, friends. I do focus on the homestead. How do you think I can do the work of 10 men if I wasn't as strong and didn't have the endurance I do? You're telling me to give up part of how God made me, just throw it away to do something else? You're probably not doing any of these things personally, right? But you think if you see me lift something heavy, what, I'm screwing off? And it's not part of how I got to where I am? Why would anybody even listen to me? I set world records of strength and endurance on a plant-based diet and no man-made performance enhancers. Now, somebody has to do this for any of you to ever even believe it's possible and start seeking a better way of life. But you want to take that away because you don't understand it? I do more work on the homestead than anybody you'll ever know. Part of the way I'm able to do that, I've built myself up to physical capacities people don't even believe in. So if I spend a few minutes investing in intelligent workouts to keep it that way and even improve it, it's for good reason. No, nobody's going to take it away from me or discourage me out of it, well-meaning as they may think they are. If you're a natural musician, I'm not going to tell you, hey, get back to work in school and forget about your music, kid. I'm not here to slay your soul. I'm not here to wreck who you are. I'm here to encourage it. The world needs authentic expressions of the Creator. My strength and discipline are part of who I am, and it's for a purpose. And you don't light a lantern to hide it under a blanket, okay? Not looking for worldly trophies, but somebody needs to show you guys all the stupid limits you've been taught about how weak you really are. They're all lies. And I'm not here to just be an empty talker and tell you to believe things I can't show you. You've all been going along with too much of that, and it's done you no good for thousands of years. Somebody has to be real enough to actually do what they say, or else what's the point? It's just more words and noise. My work, it's a short and intense and right to the point, man. But you want me to just work in the field all day, right? And do just one thing because that's what society taught you? If I couldn't wear about 50 different hats, I couldn't balance this and arrange it to have a holistic life off grid, self-sufficient. You have to wear every kind of hat that society wears as one person and make it all work together with functional, sustainable, superior alternatives to the way the world of man's been doing it for thousands of years. Hadouken! I was thinking about a Hadouken exercise, guys. Like laying on my back, like pressing a log like this or something. Hadouken! Maybe it'll happen. But then I'm wasting time. Wasting time on physical strength, right? Of course not. Do what's authentic to you, guys. You're meant to shine as who you are. Life's not supposed to be dull and gray and machine-like, where everybody's just a little drone that does one thing. That's what got everybody as helpless and stuck and dependent on a broken, lying system as they are. Absolutely. Much love. Additional terrestrial. I have lots and lots of work. My work is endless. I have never-ending work, my friend. But we do take a rest day as a family, and I'm sharing it with you guys. And now I'm going to go share it with my family. I just want to put some good seeds out there that can develop into well springs of life and my fellow humans, because that's the very best thing to invest in. It's the only thing that can turn this around, regenerate this particular creation is you guys. Becoming the temples of the living God. That's the second coming, if there's going to be one. It's on us. That's what Yeshua said. Anyway, I love you guys, and I believe in you. This has been great. May it be of great value to all involved. And anyone who can or won't use it, may it not even irritate them. May they not even notice it. Please, may this be in the best interest of all involved. In my hero Yeshua's name. Thank you. Love you guys. Over now for now.